be starting the day with the men's round of 96 and then going straight into the men's round of 64 and then 5 heats of the women's round of 32.
The conditions, it was fun, kind of a bit slow, but still good. So ready, so excited.
So don't miss the action today.
Bang, bang. Yeah.
Another beautiful day in Nias. I'm super relieved, super happy.
We are officially in day 4. So it's yesterday we had a great day of action. It was non-stop. People were getting 9s and 8s and 7s like it was nothing. I'm Jana Legati, and in the booth with me is True Starling.
Good morning, Giada. Yeah, like you said, yesterday was huge. We had so many heats, and pretty much in every single heat there was an excellent moment. It was it was pretty incredible to watch, actually. And we're starting off the day with the women's round of 32, heat 6. We saw some big heats for the women to round out the day. Philippa Anderson taking out the last heat of the day, with Suri coming in second.
Yep, and we will be finishing off this round of 32. This is heat 6 in the water. So coming up, we have Charlie Hatley in the red, Freya Prum in the blue, Emily Burke in white, and Dea Novitasari in the green, also known as Dea Natasia. So officially here, the buzzer start. We are underway, day 4, and it's firing.
Yeah, wow. I was bumping into a couple of surfers on the way down here after coffee at Casa Bebas, and I was like, how is it? And they go, it's firing. It's better than yesterday. It is absolutely cooking out there. So hopefully the ocean shows us a little bit of that magic in this first heat for the women. And yeah, 3 Aussies taking on the Indonesian. Charlie did pretty well over in Cloud 9, getting a second, I think, either semifinals or a second. She was absolutely ripping. She's a goofy footer. So, she was going to town on some big sections for Charlie. And Freya Prum, she is definitely not scared out here. She's such a charger. And Emily as well has been doing so great in these events, dropping some huge backhand hammers. And Dea in this, I actually haven't seen Dea in a heat yet, but she was really impressive over in Krui.
Yeah, so Dea is part of the Kuta Halfway Board Riders, if I'm not wrong, and she's here with the Indonesian team. Her brother as well, Dani, unfortunately bowing out early, but he had a great performance yesterday. They are both, part of the Indonesian team. They're here together. They both qualified, but Dea not only is a great shortboarder, she's an incredible longboarder as well. So I'm pretty sure she will be heading over to Afulu after this. There's a contest there, and she'll be competing in longboarding.
Wow, that's so exciting. It's so great to see how everyone can kind of transfer their shortboard surfing to the longboard surfing. I don't know how they do it because I'm a terrible longboarder, but I remember actually seeing Dea maybe in the wave pool in South Korea a couple of years ago, I think it was, or it was definitely somewhere where I saw her on a longboard competing in a LQS event, and she was just had so much grace and poise. It was really beautiful to watch, actually. So it's so great to see her here on a short board in the round of 32 for the women.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, halfway Kuda is a beach break in Bali. It's close to Lake Yan, and when it's small there, it's perfect for longboarding, and it's kind of starting to get a name in the longboarding community as well for being such a great wave for that. So she's kind of adapted her surfing and does both longboarding and shortboarding. It's the best of both worlds.
Wow, that's so cool to have that opportunity to dabble in both. What a waterwoman, really.
But you're right.
Does Danny longboard as well?
I'm not too sure. I think he does sometimes, but he doesn't. Maybe he's competed once or twice, but he focuses on shortboarding.
Yeah.
Dea is the one who has this beautiful, elegant style while she's longboarding. One of the best to come out of Indonesia. So probably going to see her in some ISA maybe in the near future. The longboarding, we'll see.
Wow, that's really cool. I love being able to see how the women can transfer over. And Amelie Burke from Newcastle, she's up and riding on her first wave. Big first turn in the pocket. Wow, driving through a huge second hook. Amelie getting 2 good connections there. I know that she's been working with Adam Dufner. I was having a chat with him literally just before, actually, and I was saying, who have you got? And he's like, I've got Amelie in the first heat. He's working with Amari Hearn as well. She's coming up in heat number 7. And I was like, how are you feeling? He's like, you know me, I get super nervous, but I'm a hype man. He just fires everyone up, and it's looking like it is working well for Amelie right now.
Yeah, so I really like this first wave. This turn was really tight in the pocket, and she didn't waste too much time to go up and into that second one. So a great start for Amelie. These heats are always a little nerve-wracking because the rest of the day is practically going to be based on the scores from this heat. So this is how we start off. The judges taking a look. They're going to maybe have the second or third look at Amelie's wave and decide how they're going to be, adjusting the scores today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we'll see the women hit the water again later this afternoon for the round of 16, but after the round of 32 is finished, we've got 3 heats of that left. We'll go into the men's round of 16, and wow, big scores for Amelie. A 7-1-7 for her first wave, rewarded for that 2-turn combination, and really, it was really strong surfing. It was a lot of power and kind of aggression behind those 2 turns. It was great to see.
Yeah, that first turn was really nicely put in the pocket, and she really hit that critical section of the wave. She didn't waste too much time between the takeoff and that first turn, so the judges really giving those extra points for that.
Yeah, it was the first wave of the day, and to start off with a 7-1-7 in this heat is huge. Charlie Haitley, she's actually just recovered, or not just recovered, but she's been back in the water for a little bit after getting knee surgery. Just turned 16 a couple of days ago. So celebrated her birthday over here. Her mum, Tully, came over here. It's her dad's birthday coming up really soon as well. And Charlie had a great event in Krui. Unfortunately, had a little bit of a mishap in one heat. But this is Freya Pram, who is no stranger to a barrel, and tags that first section. I think you could see that she was really hoping to get a cover up. Nice carve there for Freya. She drops down, and you can just see how fun the waves are out there. I mean, it's definitely already looking like it's just a flow and effect of yesterday.
Yeah, wow, that was a good ride for Freya Prom, one of the sets today. And you were right. She was looking for a bit of cover, but unfortunately decided to go to opt for turns instead. So that's going to be a pretty good score as well for Freya. Wow, what a morning.
I know. Oh. Yeah, you could see she was looking for it.
Yeah, she was kind of poised looking for it, decided not to, and I think it was probably the right choice. This wave didn't offer too much of a barrel in the beginning. Couple nice turns on the inside. She will be putting her first score up of day 4 here in the Nias Pro. Right behind her is Charlie Hatley now on her backhand. Let's see. This first turn, big off the lip there. Sets it up again. Wraps it around there. Nice start for Charlie Hatley as well.
Yeah, really good two-turn combo. And then out behind Daya, she's also on her backhand. We've got a couple of goofy footers in this heat. Gets a second turn in there. Unfortunately, just a little straight-legged coming out of that second turn, so she goes down. But that's a right attack that we are hoping to see from Daya, especially with sevens being dropped already in this heat.
Yeah, so actually we've said it a few times in this event that sometimes when it comes down to turns, the goofies actually get a little tighter in the pocket just because they can open up their chest more and have a little bit of a lower stance on the bottom turn and just hit that pocket nicer maybe than the forehanders.
Yeah, definitely. It's they just seem to be able to wind up, as you said, a bit tighter. It's we've seen some huge scores be dropped by the goofy footers. This is this last wave of Charlie's though, and that was a really strong first turn. And you can see she just loads up off the bottom to get that second carve in, locks in at a 5.5 for Charlie. Freya's first wave, a 4.17, and the scores to come through for this last wave of Daya. Oh,
I like that first turn. Unfortunately, that second one wasn't able to ride out of it. She's a super talented surfer. I know she can do a little more critical than that. So maybe just first wave of the day and first heat. So she must be a little bit nervous. I'm hoping, that wave kind of took the nerves off and she'll get back out there quickly to back it up.
what are your thoughts on being first heat of the day?
Oh, honestly, I hate it because your first heat and you're not. It's the first time you're surfing again with like no one out in the water. You gotta adjust your lines again, and you just feel the pressure. Like everyone's watching the first heat, especially the judges are being super critical about the points as well. So it's not my favorite heat to be. I like the second one.
Yes, and I feel like as well in that first heat of the day, you need to be really in tune with where you're sitting, particularly on a beach break out here. I mean, there's just that one spot that it's coming through unless you get those wider sets. But on a beachy, it's like you need to be really aware of where the best waves are coming through because everyone else will just follow through with that throughout the rest of the day.
Exactly. So you have, on the second one, at least you get to see the mistakes that the people in the first heat do and kind of adjust and tune your strategy for your heat. But the first one, you're like the test buddy or something. So, yeah, not my favorite heat of the day.
Fair enough. But, I mean, right now, Amelie is loving it. The 717 on her first wave straight away. I saw her before and I was like, good luck, go get it. She was grabbing the Rashi and Freya Prum. She's such an experienced competitor. She's been on the QS for so long. She's had a couple of wins. And, she's being such an experienced competitor, she's also really happy to give information to anyone, like especially after heats. She's pretty aware of what's going on with the other people and she's quite happy to be like, hey, I think that you could have done this or you could have done that or, this is where I went wrong or whatever, and this is Amelie. She's using her first priority, looking to better a 717. Nice first turn. Amelie, you can see her just touching the rail on that bottom turn, showing how low she gets, and she kicks out of that one. That's a good backup.
Yeah, that's a really great backup for Amelie Burke. She didn't wait too long for that one, cashed in her priority for that, but that was smart. She has that 717. She doesn't want to be sitting out there and getting, just another 7 just yet. You just need to think about a backup before. Now she could probably throw anchor and wait for another bomb to come through.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely the aim of the game right now, just to get a backup for Amelie. We did see some heats yesterday where it got slow and there wasn't too many waves coming through. So I think it was really smart of Amelie to just get a quick backup, solidify first place, and then get back into that priority rotation. Looks like maybe a few sets going to roll through pretty shortly. You can see indicators. There's a few waves barreling up there.
Yep, so the indicators showing that we might see some live action, but here are the replays. This is Amelie Burke, the 717. Starts off big bang off the top, sets it up again. Love the second one too, just a bit more opened and arched on that top turn. So really great start for Amelie. This right now is her last score that has come in at a 617. So a great backup for Amelie. Pushes her lead again. She's having a great morning right now. So Emily Burke out in the lead, the only surfer with 2 scores and the 2 best scores of the heat as well.
Yeah, she's locked away first place right now. Charlie with that 5.5. She needs a 7.84 to go to first. And Freya holds priority. She's so deadly out here, especially when it's a big barrel. She's not scared. She's quite happy to put herself in one of the most, intense moments or intense sections of a heat to either, make it count or get absolutely flogged. I actually remember having a surf with Freya out at D-Bar at Lovers one day, and it was like basically a closeout left, and she was like, I think it might have been before Cruy, and she was like, I'm getting backhand barrels out here, which means so are you. And I was like, no, please don't make me do that. And she was just put in the gnarliest sections. We were both getting absolutely smashed, and I think she might have had a couple of good moments, which is good. She definitely put me in combo out there, but it's like, as I was saying before, she just is so eager to help everyone just get better and like push them a little bit. She can kind of tell, oh, maybe this is their limit. I'm just gonna fire them up, just get them to add more to the table, or to just bring more fire. And it's why it's so exciting to just be around her, especially in events, because she's so focused, but she's also one of the best hype women.
That is so exciting, and I did see her caddy for a couple girls in the earlier rounds, and it's important to have someone like that has been doing the rounds here on the QS, been competing for a long time, and kind of giving you some advice, and it feels good. It makes you feel like, there's a bit of a community out there.
Yeah, 100%. It's like, yeah, it's pretty special, and it definitely, inspires people like myself and even like Charlie and Amelie, and probably even Dea to just kind of pass that on as well to the younger generation. This is Dea up and riding.
Nice first opening turn from Dea. Already much better from her last wave. She needs to land this one. Unfortunately, kind of gets slapped down. So that's not going to be feeling too great for Dea Natasja. Kind of looking like she hasn't found her rhythm just yet. But 10 minutes and a half, so plenty of time still. Freya Prum on that 4.17. Only a 1.34 to back it up. So the girls haven't really caught any backups besides Amelie Burke. And just as I say that, Freya Prum crashes in her priority on a good-looking wave. She looks for the barrel, decides not to, and burst opening turn there. Really nicely done. She sets it up again for this second one. Love that second one. Unfortunately, just gets washed out by the whitewash. All right, so we got a couple scores to come through. The last of Dea comes in 2.57. Freya as well wasn't able to ride out that second turn, but a really nice art opening carve for that first one. So I think she'll be going into second, but Charlie has that 5.5 next to her name, so she must be feeling pretty good as well.
Yeah, Charlie has such a strong backhand. As I said before, I kind of see sort of similarities between here and Cloud9 in the sense that it is a tube, but then also has those turn sections if you can put yourself in the right spot. And Charlie was finding that out in Cloud9. She was like, I'm not going to go for the backhand tube because I know that's not my strength, but my backside turns are strong. So she was just finding those moments where she could just go up into it. Looks like she's going to try and do that again.
Yep, so here we go. First good turn. Loved it. Jammed it straight in the pocket. Sets it up again. Really nicely done from Charlie Hatley. This one is practically just to tie it all up and, show the judges, like, I've got control of this whole situation. So she's going to be backing up that 5.5 really nicely, and it's going to make life a little harder for Freya and Dea right now.
Yeah, Freya's last at 3.17. You'd have to think it would have been a little bit higher if she had made that second turn. This last one of Charlie, though, I think it's going to be a really good score, and I loved that second turn. It threw so much spray. It was a bigger wave, so I think she'll be well rewarded for it. And 8.5 minutes to go already. Amelie's regained that first priority, so she'll be in a good spot to see if she can better that 6.17. 6.27, though, locks in for Charlie Hatley, and she goes to second. Freya chasing a 7.6, and Dea looking for an 8.94. And Wow, these sets are pretty consistent this morning.
Yeah, so the conditions are looking much more consistent today than yesterday. And as we've heard a few of the athletes say, when the sets come, it's much bigger. So it's going to be a huge day of competition for us again. And why not? I mean, we want to take advantage of these waves and make sure that the athletes get the best opportunities. But right now, Emily Burke wants to get rid of that 617. Good first turn here, sets it up. Bit of a fumble there maybe on the bottom turn, but nicely done. She pulls off of that one behind Dea. Now, nice opening turn. Nothing too crazy or critical just yet, but this wave not offering too much on the inside, so decides to pull off. All right, so Emily Burke, do you think she gets rid of that 617?
I don't think so. I think her 617 was a little bit better than the last one that we just saw from Amelie. It was still a really good wave, though. She's looking in form right now. The 717 straight away would be a lot of confidence. You can see her and Dea having a little bit of a paddle battle to get back out and regain that third priority. It's a 4.27 for that last wave of Amelie. She, using her priority on that wave was worth a go, and kind of to see if she could better that 617. I just feel like in this heat at the moment, it's a battle for second.
Yep, that's right. Amelie is pretty far out the lead. Charlie still needs a 708 to take the lead off her. So I agree with you, especially with 6.5 on the clock. This is looking like it's going to be a battle for second. And speaking of good heat, I was just taking a look at the Heat 7, and it's going to be a stacked one. We're seeing Shino Matsuda, Hinata Shimizu, Ella McCaffrey, and Imari Hearn.
Wow. Last year's winner, Ella McCaffrey, will be out there. She had a great first heat as well. This is Charlie Haitley, though, looking to get a 708 to go to first. Good first turn. Oh, unfortunately, her back foot just slips off there for Charlie. But she looked like she was on her way to maybe bettering that 5.5. That first turn was huge.
Yeah, she has so much speed through her turns, and I really like that she doesn't waste too much time in between them. I think she's out here traveling with her dad, if I'm not wrong.
Yep, and her mum as well made the way over to Nias. That was such a great hook for that first turn of Charlie. It was just, that was so unlucky. But yeah, her dad was over in Cruy, Josh, and her mum was like, I'm going to come over and celebrate Charlie's birthday and Josh's birthday in a couple of days. So she's here with her mum and her dad, which is really nice.
That's great.
Yeah.
I would love to be able to, travel with my family sometimes on these QSs.
Yeah.
It can get a little lonely. It's a pretty individual sport. So having your family here close to you is a huge factor.
Yeah, it's so nice. I know that her sister is at home, probably watching this heat as well. As a sister watching watching Jessie in the heats, I would get so nervous. Like, it was heavy. I couldn't even talk. So can't imagine how Charlie's sister's feeling right now, but she's in a good spot with that 6.27 and a 5.5. That last wave was a 4.47 for one turn. So making that second one, she'd probably be looking at the sixes plus on that last wave. So 4.5 minutes to go. Freya now has the first priority, and I think she's got Tube on her mind right now. I think she's looking for a barrel.
Yeah, so you can kind of tell Charlie Hatley, she has her 2 scores. She's in a good spot. Freya needs a 7.60 to get to second. So you can tell that Charlie on that last wave was really kind of tuning it up and wanting to get those bigger scores and maybe hitting a more critical section, pushing the tail a little more on that top turn. So just using her strength, as you said.
Well, Dea up and into this one, trying to get around the section, which she will. Gets that first turn connection. Well, does well to ride out of that one. That was a big drop there, and gets that second turn in for Dea. Holds onto it, and she kicks out. She's looking for an 8.94. Not sure if it's going to be the 8, but it might just better the 2.83 that she's got in her scoreline, and make it a little bit easier for Dea to get up into second.
Yeah, you're right. It's probably not the 8-9, but she's going to be chipping away at her scoreline and getting a little closer to making the requirement a little smaller. So it was good surfing there from Danatasa. Only 3 minutes left, so hopefully she gets another chance. Here we have her just getting around that first section. Upside down on that one. Managed to ride out really nicely. Here we got that second turn. A little under the lip, but nicely done nonetheless. So the judges having a think of that. She's already almost out the back. That's her brother, Danny, just giving her some words of encouragement, telling her, you know, you got this, keep calm.
They're the best words that you can receive, especially in these stressful moments of the heats. And a 4.23 was locked in for that last wave of Daya. It's her best wave of the heat. She now needs a 7.54. So she's back in the game. There's definitely plenty of sevens out there, but with 2.5 minutes to go, it's a time that is going to tick away for Daya. And Freya Pram is sitting out there with first priority, chasing a 7.6. And as we've been saying throughout the heat, she's a very dedicated competitor, an athlete in general. She's been putting in a lot of preparation for these events. And I just feel like she's hoping for a big tube.
Yep, I think so too. So Freya Pram, a name we've seen quite a bit around here. If I'm not wrong, I think she's a pharmacist when she's back at home.
Yeah.
So just showing how much she loves these events, that she works as a pharmacist and then saves up to come here to Korean Nias.
Yeah, she's doing pharmacology at uni. I think she's in her master's right now, or maybe has just finished her master's or is about to. So she's really close to completing her university degree. But yeah, works as you said, a pharmacist at home. And she's, a woman of many talents. She is so strong. She does a bit of work with Jared Detiri back at home. And he usually partners people up at the gym. So if I have to get partnered up with Freya, because I also work with Jared, I know that I'm going to be sore tomorrow because she is so strong.
You're like, no, not today.
Yeah, I'm like, please, I can't
didn't
do it.
sleep well last night. Oh, yeah, I've had those a couple moments like that when you get partnered up with someone that's really strong or like just much taller than you and you're like dying trying to pass.
I'm like, I can't reach that. Well, 45 seconds to go and Freya is on the ropes right now. 7.6. Daya chasing a 7.54. Emily Burke, she's really just tied up the lead from the start. That's 7.17 and a 6.17. Looking really, really good in her scoreline. Emily from Newcastle. She competed in the trials to see if she could get a spot in the Newcastle Challenger Series, unfortunately getting third. But with surfing like this, if she can continue on throughout these events, she might just see herself in the Challenger Series next year.
Yep, you're exactly right. She had control from start to finish in this heat. So congratulations, Emily and Charlie Hatley. They will be going into the round of 16 that we'll probably see later today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing those round of 16 heats for the women, especially if the conditions just keep getting better.
Yep. All right. So with that, we're going to head over to a quick break and we'll see you guys in the Heat 7.
Cow! Oh mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cane today. Yeah, let's go.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. This is day 4. It's firing. We got a pulse. And in the water right now, we have Shino Matsuda, Hinata Shimizu, Ella McCaffrey, and Imari Hearn. So international heat, we've got 2 Japanese, Ella from USA and Imari from Great Britain. I'm Jana Legati, and I want to welcome back in the booth, Dai Wako.
Good morning. Condition is firing this morning, actually.
Yeah, so on the way here, me and True, we had our morning coffee at Casa Bebas, as we always do, because it's our favorite spot in Nias. And walking back to the competitors area and to this judging area, we bumped into a few of the surfers that were just out there in the free surf, and everyone said the same thing, that it's firing, it's bigger than yesterday, and it's
Right.
much more consistent.
And actually, this morning, there's less people out there.
Yeah, we noticed that too. We took a look, and instead of having the 200 athletes, there was maybe 50.
Right.
So beautiful morning here in Nias Pro. This is heat 2 of the day. Heat 6, we had Amelie Burke and Charlie Hatley taking the win. So we'll hear from Amelie and True in no time. But right now we have last year's winner, Ella McCaffrey, on a good-looking bomb. Big first jam there. She sets it up, wraps it again there. So showing exactly why she won the event last year, Ella McCaffrey.
Right, that was a great first ride from Ella. That was a beautiful 2 solid turns. So definitely it'll be a good number for Ella's first wave. And this is 清水選手1本目のライディング、奥からテイクオフして前に出てきたいが、ここは少しスープで引っかかってしまったようです。Wow, like you said, it's more consistent than yesterday. Yeah, a lot of sets coming through, and looks like last heat was a good heat again.
Yeah, so Amelie just opening up with the 717 and then backed it up with a 6
Wow.
really quickly. And here we go. Looking like there's a set approaching right now. Who will go? Imari Hearn trying to get out of the way of it, but isn't able to really ride out of it. And there we go. A beautiful wave, unridden. It's going to be a good day of action.
So straight away, 5.50 for the first of white. Definitely, it's going to be a keeper. Great start for Ella McCaffrey. And with 20 minutes and 50 seconds to go. So today we're going to start with remaining heat of round of 32 and straight into men's round of 32.
Yep. So this is just a quick replay of Ella McCaffrey, the 5.5. I love that first turn. The second one, not as critical. I feel like the wave kind of just fattened out a little bit as she was on the turn. But, you know, a 5.5 is a great start for Ella McCaffrey. But yeah, you're right. So we will be finishing off this round of 32 of the women's, then heading on straight to the men's QS round of 32, which are 8 heats. Then after that, the women round of 16 and the men's round of 16 is on standby, which I don't see why we wouldn't run today.
Right, because, you know, the condition actually improved a lot. And the focus was saying that yesterday was the biggest day, but you never know, you know.
Yeah, and it also just could be a matter of swell direction sometimes. You know, we're facing straight south, so maybe today the swell had a bit of a shift into the south, so the direction better for Lagundri Bay, and it just comes in much sweeter.
Probably we'll be seeing a lot of actions again today. Hopefully it's going to be a big day of action because the waves are firing. I love to see great actions. But for now, we are in a round of 32 women heat number 7. So pretty much Ella has one wave. Everyone else pretty much waiting for the right ones. But looks like Imari is having a look at this one.
All right, Imari now, first wave of the heat. She's taking a look at this wave. Good one. She almost falls off on that one. Manages to stick through. She sets it up again. Bit of an awkward turn there, but well done nonetheless. First wave right behind Shino.
松田選手、1本目のライディング、さあ一発大きなターンを入れて、もう一発ここで入れてきました。これもしっかり決めてきて、 もう一発ボーナスセクションのターンを入れました。ここで演技を終えます。さあ、このヒートには2名の日本人サーファーがクレジットされています。ブルーに清水ひなた選手、レッドに松田詩野選手。
All right, so Ella McCaffrey with priority, taking a look at this wave. You see her paddling hard for it, looks for the barrel, makes it out, gets a turn in here. Wow, beautiful start or second wave for Ella McCaffrey. First barrel of the morning, and that's how you want to be starting your heat.
Wow, she makes it look so easy on this wave. There's a bigger set coming through today, so she's just one step into the next round. She's having a great heat so far. It's gonna be another good score for Ella. We're still waiting for the last of red, white, and green.
All right, so here are a couple of the replays. This is the last of Shino Matsuda. Love this first turn. Really tight in the pocket. Wraps it around. Sets it up again. Here we go. Good second turn there from Shino. This third turn, just kind of wrapping it all together, showing the judges that she has control of the situation. And behind her, this is the last of Ella. Pulls in, disappears behind the curtains, and then it goes for this big opening turn gouge. So lovely work there from Ella McCaffrey. Pulls off quickly because she wants to get priority over Shino and Imari. So while we're waiting for these scores to come through, a bit of a back info from Ella. She went to the States and came back just for this event. But I'll get right back to that because there's a break in the action, and I'm seeing that our interview with True and Emily Burke is ready, so we're going to throw it back down to them.
Emily, first heat of the morning, first wave of the day, a 717. That was pretty huge.
Yeah, it felt pretty nice to put two turns together early morning, so yeah, felt good.
That was a pretty tough heat. I'm sure you shared it with some friends in Freya, Charlie, and also Daya. That backhand attack was looking really solid. What were some words of advice from the people in your corner?
Just keep it simple, really. Just do my surfing and don't make it too complicated.
You'll be surfing in the round of 16 later this afternoon. We should have a really great day of waves. Are you looking forward to the next one?
Yeah, definitely. It's cooking out there, so yeah, can't wait to get back out there.
Being on your backhand, do you find it hard to navigate out here, or do you just feel comfortable?
I feel pretty comfortable out there. I really like going right, so yeah, feels good.
Well, breakfast of champions in the bang bang for you. I'll let you grab a coffee and enjoy the rest of your day until your next heat.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, straight to live action. This is
清水選手の2本目のライディングになります。少し早いセクションを抜けてから一発カービングターン、そしてこの演技を終えます。Big score drops in. Last of Ella comes in at a 8.17.
Yep, so big score for Ella McCaffrey, 817, and backs it up with that 5-5. She is looking in incredible form. Shino Matsuda, 540 for the last of red. Imari Hearn, 207. Hinata Shimizu, that last wave didn't look like she had too much done. But wow, Ella McCaffrey, 817, first barrel of the morning.
Right.
Backed it up with that turn. So beautiful surfing from Ella.
Definitely beautiful surfing from Ella. But this is the last of Hinata's wave. Unfortunately, got caught behind and comes around the section. She did manage to put one turn in, but not much out the back. So I don't think it's going to be a major score. It's only 2.43 now, sitting in the third place, needing 2.98. But yeah, Ella is having a great heat. Two-wave ridden and 5.50, and already dropping the excellent score this morning, 817.
All right, so what I was saying earlier, just to show you how much Ella McCaffrey loves this place. She told me she was on a boat trip recently with El Saint-Pierre on an all-girls boat trip in the Mentawais. Then after that, flew here to Nias, which is pretty close, actually. spent I think a couple weeks out here just surfing and enjoying the waves in Lagundri Bay. Then she flew home to the States, spent a couple days there, and when she saw that the contest was approaching, she took a look at the forecast and she was like, you know what? No, I gotta go back. I gotta I gotta surf this event. So she signed up and flew back after a couple days of being at home, and here she is, round of 32, and showing that she's well on the way for another win.
Right, this is a replay of first wave of Ella, the beautiful first turn, get the second turn in. So this is 5.50, and then this wave 817, straight into the barrel, come out of it, and then gets a beautiful turn there. So this is a 8.17. It's a pretty long trip from States to here, right?
Yep, it's definitely not around the corner of her house, let's say. It's not a quick drive. So I'm sure she, just showing how much dedication she
Right.
has to not only this sport, but this wave. She loves it here. Every walking around, you can see that she knows all the locals really well, and she comes here on surf trips on her own. And she has a special connection to this wave.
Right, so she's back again, but looks like she's one step into the next round of 16, and probably on the way for another win here.
Yeah, so Ella is part of the North American region, meaning that she actually doesn't get any points from this event, just the prize money. But yeah, she loves it so much she doesn't even mind.
松田選手、2本目のライディングになります。これは少し早い波か。セクションが抜けられず、ここで演技を終えます。現在、レッドが第2位のポジション、5.40 をマークしています。ブルーは逆転に必要なスコア 3.55、残り時間11分10秒になるところです。清水選手、こちら3本目のライディングになるでしょうか。パドルをして、さあ、テイクオフしていきます。小さめの波ですが、しっかりパス面大きなターンを入れてきた。そして2発目も大きなラウンドハウスカットバックでスープに戻ります。そして3発目、綺麗なターンを繰り返していきます。ここで演技を終えます。必要なスコア 3.55。It was a smaller size waves for Hinata, but still managed to put, 3 turns. Definitely it's gonna be a best score for Hinata so far, needing 3.55. So Ella has first priority at the back, and Imari has second priority, needing 3.91 to go into second with 10 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, so Ella McCaffrey pretty comfortable out in the lead. You're right. Hinata Shimizu's last wave a little smaller, but surfed very nicely, a 3.67. So she's currently in second, but Shino Matsuda just breathing down her neck, a 0.70 is her requirement. So not big at all. She practically just needs to stand up. But look at that. Hinata Shimizu needs a perfect 10 to go into second. Into first, sorry.
Wow. A really solid first down from Hinata. But unfortunately, wave didn't have the steeper section after the first section. So, but she surfed really well. That was a 3.67.
You're right, Hinata. Beautiful surfing. Just unfortunately, that wave wasn't really helping her score line, and it's looking like there is a couple waves coming through. The girl's taking a look, but no one really convinced about it. It is Ella McCaffrey with priority. Shino Matsuda, third priority. Mari in second. So Ella taking a look at this one, isn't convinced, doesn't see any scoring potential. She needs to better a 5.5. But Hinata Shimizu, is she here with her sister, her twin?
Yes, twin sister. They traveling together all the time. They're in Kurui and here in Nias. So yeah, surfing together since they were kids. So they were really close to Hiroto Arai's family as well. They all from same area in Japan. Probably Hiroto is a caddy for Hinata, maybe. Maybe her sister is caddy, but yeah. So they are traveling together.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure if it was Hinata or her twin sister had a bit of a priority situation in Krui. But she was well on the way of winning that heat. But
Right.
great surfers, very stylish, both of them. So hopefully she has a bit of recovery from that and is well on the way to the round of 16.
Right. So Hinata now sitting the second place with force priority 3.67 and 2.43. She wants to get rid of the 2.3 because she now only needs 0.70. It looks like.
Yep. So just taking a look now, it's looking like Imari's liking the look of this wave. She will go for it. Let's see what Imari Hearn, our surfer from Great Britain, does on this one. Good first opening turn there for our backhand surfer. Sets it up again. A bit of a mid-face turn there. So the wave not offering too much there on the inside. She's only sitting on that 207 with just under 7 minutes remaining. That's definitely enough time to get back out there. It's looking a little bit like it's a battle for second right now.
Right. Yeah, Ella is in the lead with 8 and 5, so pretty much sit in the lead comfortably. Like you said, it's a battling for the second section. So this is a replay of last of green. Nice first turn, and then gets second turn in, but wave didn't really have the steeper section for her. So comes in 3.13, which is actually best score for her in this heat so far, and needing 2.98 to go into second at the moment, but Shino only needs 0.70 with 6 minutes to go.
Yep, so just taking a look at the next heat, round of 32, heat 8, we're seeing Paige Harab, a winner here in the Nias Pro. Jasmine Studer in the blue, surfer from Bali. Olive Hardy, our West Aussie surfer, in white, and Ayla Hupat in the green. So that's looking like it's a pretty stacked heat there. So Ella is the reigning champ right now here in Nias. She won last year's event. Paige Harab, I think, won the year before that, if I'm not wrong, or maybe 2 years ago. But nonetheless, always has great results every time. So the judges really love her act out here. Jasmine Studer, young and up-and-coming surfer from Indonesia, had a great run in the Pro Juniors in Krui while we were there. So it's going to be an exciting heat. Olive Hardy is Willow Hardy's sister, and Willow is part of the highlights reel that we see every time.
Right.
She got an incredible 10-point ride, unforgettable for me, not only because of, the wave, but because I was in that heat.
Right. You were in the heat.
I was in that heat. I was like, whoa. I wasn't even bummed, I was like, wow. I clapped and cheered for her. That was an incredible wave for Willow. All right, so 4.5 left on the clock, and Ella McCaffrey has dominated this heat from start to almost finish here.
And 松田選手3本目のライディング 0.57 をしっかり塗り替えていきたいところ。綺麗な大きなファーストターンをしますが、少しバランスを崩すが、ここでリカバリーしていきます。この波は一発のターンで演技を終えていきます。A little bit of stumble there from Shino Matsuda, but nicely done, and definitely, improve her situation, and that last ride will put her into the second. But 清水選手、こ この波でしっかり点数を重ねていきたいが、少しトップに上がるのが遅れてしまったが。
Oh, Ella McCaffrey looking for the barrel. Goes to turns instead. Oh, a bit of a fumble for all three surfers in that last exchange. So the girls just, kind of losing their footing a little bit. Now it is Imari Hearn out the back. There we have her. Let's see. Big first turn there. Sets it up. Almost falls off on the way down as well, but manages to stick onto her board and wraps it around nicely there. Wow, so something happening with the girls that just almost all of them had a bit of a weird moment.
But definitely the last of green was a better wave out of 4. Really loved the first turn. She just went up to the lip and tags it in a critical section. So it's gonna be a good score for Imari.
Yeah, Shino only wanting to back up that 5-4-0. So the requirement for Imari will increase, but not by too much. Shino got that first turn in, but then again fumbled a little bit on that second one. So yeah, this is really looking like a battle for second now with just over 2 minutes left. We're waiting for the last scores of red and green to come through to give us a better idea of how this heat is going to pan out. But Ella McCaffrey with priority again with that 8-1-7 and the 5-5. She's looking like she already has a foot in the next round.
Right. She's pretty much getting first priority every priority exchange. And like you said, she's been dominating this heat from start to finish. But last stop, Shino comes in at 2.27. Now she's in the second. Hinata needs 4.01 and Imari Hearn need 4.55. We're still waiting for the last of green to lock in, but looks like it's gonna be a close score for Imari. So 3.83, not enough, but now needs 3.85 with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go.
All right, Hinata Shimizu goes for this one. Unfortunately, small inside one. It just runs away from her. She isn't able to get around that section with a minute left. Shino Matsuda has second priority out the back. Imari Hearn still paddling back out from her last wave. So 50 seconds left. Will Imari and Hinata get one more chance in the last 45 seconds of this heat?
A crucial time for both green and blue. They really wanted to get just one more wave in. 30 seconds to go. Shino is having a look at this one. 増田選手 2.27 を塗り替えたいところ。さあ、縦のアクション決めて、これは少し引っかかってしまったようでこけてしまいました。残り時間15秒。
All right, so Shino now left the door open for Imari and Shimizu to get one more chance. Ella McCaffrey with priority, though, is not going to be letting this one go so easily. So it is looking like Ella's going to be taking this one off the girls. Bit of a victory lap here. Congratulations, Ella McCaffrey and Shino Matsuda. They will be going into the next round. With that, we're going to head over to a quick break and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell 'em, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
welcome back. This is Nias Pro QS 6000. We are now into round of 38, the last heat of this round, heat number 8. We have Paige Hureb in red, Jasmine Studa in blue, Oliver Hurdy in white, Ala Huppert in green. I'm Dai Wako here in the booth with Mark. Good morning.
Morning, mate. Day 4, yeah?
Yep.
You got to check, don't you? Like, hang on. It is. All right. So it's a Tuesday down here on the point. Steaming hot already this morning. It is only sort of 10 to 9, but once that sun's been up for a little bit, it definitely heats up pretty quick. Smart. So, yep, we've got a great heat. Defending, a former champ in Paige Harrop. We've got Jasmine Studer in the blue. Look at that beast rolling through out there unattended. Olive Hardy out of West Oz in the white and Isla Huppert's in the green. So I imagine the Hardy clan and a lot of West Aussies down there in Margaret River are tuning in here this morning to watch Olive do her stuff. Look at this cave. Oh, my goodness. Please come out of this.
Wow, that was really close. That was Isla Huppert.
I think it was, yes.
Just pour into the barrel. That was a big wave.
Yeah, it was indeed. So gutsy stuff, and they are out there. I reckon this morning, Di, when we all woke up and we looked at it, it definitely looked like it had more energy. It looked like there was more waves. And then typically, as the hooter goes and the heat start, you're sort of suggesting maybe not. But for me, that was a pretty solid beast of a wave.
Right. That was, well, we haven't seen that set in the last heat, so.
Oh, really? Okay.
Right. So that was a fast wave that I've seen in the heat. It was like bigger set, and there's proper big tube. Unfortunately, she couldn't come out of that tube, but still dropped 2.5.
Just tell me how that last heat panned out then. What happened? It looks like Ella ran away with it, yeah?
Oh, Ella just dominating the heat from start to finish. She gets mid-5 for the first ride and gets 8 on her second wave, and she was just dominating from start to finish.
Well, she won by 6 points, I see on the list there. That's a convincing victory. So the defending champ, it just seems to get better and better each time she hits the water. I mean, look, she had a 16-point heat the other day in the first heat, right?
That's right. Yeah, in the first round, she got it pretty much like 8 and 7s and gets 16 points in total.
So we're talking about Ella McCaffrey, everybody, the defending champ on the women's side of the QS draw. Said she was here a couple of weeks back, flew home for a spell, started scratching her head and going, what am I doing here? It's cold. The surf's no good. I'm the defending champ. Why did I leave? Promptly jumped on a plane and got back here, entered the event, and through to the round of 16.
Right. And she'll be surfing today again.
Oh, yeah. That is on the
round.
format. Yep, that is on the format.
And definitely looking forward to see her action again.
Yep, she's got the goods. She loves this wave. She fits in well. So we're just talking about Ella McCaffrey again, guys. Really strong. Loves this wave. Who doesn't? So Isla, big old closeout. Not a closeout, but an incompleted barrel that looked pretty sick. It was a good effort. Let's have a look at white now. So this is Olive Hardy. She pulls into a smaller wave that doesn't end up giving her much joy. All right, so while there's a little break, we might throw down to the post-heat interview with True Starling. Actually, it might be Giada. It is. G. Go, G.
Okay, I'm here with Ella McCaffrey, last year's winner, and wow, what a heat. 817 to start off your morning. Tell us how you're feeling and what you think of the waves right now.
I'm feeling good. I was really happy to wake up to some good waves. Yesterday looked really good. The guys got some good ones. The girls at the end of the day got a few, and so I was a little bummed to not be surfing yesterday, but it was nice to wake up this morning and see that the swell was still here and get a couple in my heat.
All right, so you'll probably be surfing again this afternoon. What's your plan for the rest of the day?
Yeah, women's round of 16 is on this afternoon, so I'll probably just go back to my place, rest, have some good food at Hash, maybe get a coffee, And yeah, just rest, relax, and get ready for the next one.
It looks like you have a great community here backing you up. All the locals love you, the Coconut Mafia here at Hash. So tell us about them and just some background information.
Yeah, this is my 4th year coming to Nias. I always stay at Hash, love the family, so sweet. They take such good care of me. And it's been nice to get to know all the locals. All the coconut groms are always ready to give everyone a coconut. And yeah, it's a great community. I'm really happy to be a part of it.
I know you're a much-loved surfer, and I'm sure there's a lot of people watching this. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family?
Yes, I'd like to shout out to my parents and brother watching from home. Thanks for, actually, I think it's still afternoon there, but thanks for tuning in. Thanks for your support. Thanks for supporting my decision to come back here after I had gone home. So thank you guys. Love you so much. And shout out to all my friends here. Thanks for your support from Nias.
All right. Well, it's looking like a great decision. Here's your bang bang. Congratulations, and I'm going to take it back to you guys in the booth.
Right on, and I didn't catch all of that wave of Jasmine Studers, but I heard you hooting and carrying on. What's the result?
7.83 from the two big combo from the Jasmine Studer, and this is Paige Harrop up and riding. Nice off the top and stick to the landing, comes around the section. She wants to get another turn in, and she did. So pretty much one solid turn and one medium turn for Paige Harrop, but Jasmine Studer's last wave was solid. Solid two turns.
Well, can't wait to see the Bonsoy replay. A 7.83 at the moment. It's looking like we are just down a little bit on our. So we'll get to that. We've just got a little glitch with our visuals. Maybe the audio is still rolling out. If it is, stay tuned, everybody. I'm sure the boys will all promptly just fix this up.
But definitely last of Paige Harrop score is going to be a good one.
Last heat of the ladies round for this morning. Men's round of 32 coming up promptly after this effort. Got some blockbuster heats too in the gates. I've just had a little bit of a look through the draw. We'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah. So this is the last heat of the women round of 32. And now into men's round of 32, heat number 1 in about 16 minutes. For Paige Harrop. But
way better though for Jazz Judah out of Bali on Team Peasoy. Getting it done. Dadgy will be pretty stoked. Luke makes the boards. He's down here. He's been doing all the regulation dad duties, the driving, the filming, sending the good mojo and all the tactics, etc. pre-heat. Jazz has been doing a lot of surfing. She's a real power-based unit, and when she gets it right, you know, her best surfing is as good as anyone. So here is one of the former champion Paige having another little look. For me, geez, the waves look better today, mate.
Oh, yeah, it's beautiful morning, and wow, this is going to be a great wave for surfing green. Racing down the line, comes around the section, gets a hit. It was a solid hit, but unfortunately couldn't stick to the landing.
I think the judges would love to see some barrel riding here this morning. I reckon they're holding their biggest numbers for that. An 8.17 for Ella. Was that just off turns, or did Ella get a barrel?
She gets a barrel on the second wave and gets 8. So definitely there's potential for the barrel riding today.
Nice. All right, so there we have it. And a couple of big belts for Jazz Judah. So if you get the turns right and you really attack, the judges can still throw some solid numbers based off turns. But men's rounds coming up, guys, as I was confirming. So I've just had a squiz through the draw. And just to everybody that's listening at home, we've got Eden Hassan. Did a really good job yesterday. He's in the very first heat. The men's up next, up against Irwan Wau, who is a big player here on the point. He's one of the last remaining local soldiers representing Sorake Beach. And most people love him. He's a dead set unit. Elliot Parada-Reid in Heat 2. Tar Stokes, no one's done a better job than him on the scoreboard. A 9.27 die. Zane Asic is also in Heat 2, and he rode 4 waves yesterday, got 4 barrels. He's on his backhand, and he's a weapon of a backhand tube rider. Dylan Wilcoxon in Heat 3. He was another standout from yesterday. Ty Richo's also in that heat. I can see Marlon Harrison, Weston Hurst, and a couple of the Japanese boys in Heat 4. And on we go. We've got a big draw. They're all just stacked heats. So if you're listening in and watching today, guys, my recommendation is you've got to stick around. We have at least 15 heats on our program. Could turn into 19. And if we get the 19 heats done, it'll all be surfer on surfer action for the last couple of days.
We still have 2 more days left in this competition. So we did a big day yesterday and the day before.
I'd make it in 3 days. We did 65 heats, 48 in the last 2. So no wonder why everyone's dragging their feet a little bit this morning. It was a big effort. And here we are halfway through this matchup. Jazz Studer is off to a ripping start, 7.83. She's in blue. Balinese girl, she's only 16.
Well,
Olive Hardy. Olive really, she had a good wave last time. The tube option, I feel, was there, particularly on your forehand. She got around the foam and tried to tag it and just drew the error. Maybe we can see some Bonsoy replays of our first biggest numbers, because I missed the 7.83. And I'd like to see pages again.
Right,
So
I love
maybe,
to. Yeah,
maybe we can queue up a couple of the Bonsoy replays would be great.
So this is probably the last of
this is
blue. 7.83 is the first one. Solid turn and straight into the second. So 2 solid combo from Jasmine Studer. That was a 7.83.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Right on cue. Thanks to the Bonsoy replays. Jazz, power base surfing always looks good. Had a little surf with her around at a not-so-secret wave the other day, but we had a lot of fun. Really like her demeanour. A little quiet achiever. Let's have a look at white now. Olive Hardy on the inside. This is a mini wave in today's conditions. Some of them, though, can be really good. She's just trying to get some runs on the board. So being the size of the wave might keep this score a little bit reserved. You can see the caddies sitting out there in the channel. Wise move to take caddies as well. We've seen a lot of broken boards. This morning's free surf, I did see some of the bigger waves of the last 4 days roll through die. So I think there's still enough oomph in the ocean to damage some fiberglass if you get it wrong.
Definitely. That was a great ride from Olive Hardy. She's only, well, here's a replay, but smaller size waves, but still managed to put big 2 solid turns, actually. Really love the second turn as well. So it's a smaller wave, but still it's going to be a nice number for Olive Hardy to be back in the...
So Olive Hardy is the sister of Willow Hardy, the old man Gene down there. I can see him on the camera duties as well, and he's checking in. He's also got a bright coloured shirt to try and direct Olive perhaps where the better spot would be. Let's have a look at Paige Harrop. She won here a couple of years ago when it was a bit bigger than this die. Wow. She's got a really strong backhand.
That was a huge one turn from Paige Harrop, but at the back, Southern Green, that was a great first opening car, but unfortunately it comes unstuck.
All right, so leaves Jazz out the back with the best number and priority. She is well positioned, 9.5 minutes on the clock. So Olive, she won an Australian junior title, I think, in the under-16 division of recent years. Let's have a look at Pages. For me, she's just been stuck a little bit hitting the lip. At least she's hitting it. Look at this.
Wow, that's great one turn though. It's gonna be a good number for Paige Harrop. And the last wave for Olive comes in 4.83.
Okay, so Paige could just get that happening twice on her waves. You know, that's what she was doing the year she won. She was getting 2 of those big backhand blasts without that little downtime. I feel that is when she does her best surfing. She'll probably know within herself that she probably wanted a little bit more out of that wave and her first wave. Sitting on a 4.17.
Wow.
Olive moves up into second. What are we seeing?
Healthy number for Paige Harrop. About to come in 6.0
to the lead.
Well
done.
Straight into the first place with 6 and 4.17. Now Jasmine has first priority with 7.83, needing 2.34 to go into first. Olive Hardy needing 3.01. Isla Harpers needs 5.34 to go into second.
All right, and if the crew at Surfing WA might have the big TV on there in reception watching our WA charger. She's just dropped into third, doesn't need much to get up. I'll just say good morning to all our team down there and particularly my brother who works there. It's his birthday. On you, Kim. Happy birthday, mate. Hope you guys are listening in. And we're up here steaming hot. It is 9 o'clock.
Must be super cold in
WA.
WA.
Snakey, a good mate of mine, sent me a hit yesterday and he said it's freezing. I'm locked up inside watching it. He wishes he was here. I'm sure a lot of crew are because it's a pretty good show. The drone footage is unreal. Everyone will remember the heights this event reached last year. It was the event of the decade pretty much last year. It was just so insane. So everybody was waiting for a piece of it again this year. It's not quite there, but it's still pretty damn good. This is Isla Huppert's wave number 4.
Needing 5.34. Gets a first turn in. She's sticking to the landing this time and gets a second turn in and kicks out. So that was much better looking wave for Isla Huppert, needing 5.34. I'm not too sure if it's going to be a 5, but definitely it's going to be best score so far for Isla.
Yep, it'll be her best number. Got a little combination of moves. White's on the hunt. Here is Olive Hardy, 3.01 to get into second. Tidy little slash off the top. Little standard wrap out wide now. Decides to kick out. She probably will get the number based off that. But here is Paige again. She's deadly. Gets up there a little earlier this time. So rides out flush. Second turn. You liking this, Di?
Super solid surfing from Paige Harrop. Definitely improving her situation. Get rid of the 4.17.
Yep.
That was the 2 turn that you were talking about from last year.
Well, even more brutal. The first turn that time, she looked like she just wanted to clean it up a little bit, and she did. So let's see how confident Jazz is right now after her 7.83.
She's been waiting for this wave quite a long time. So this is her second wave. Unfortunately, little fumble on the bottom, but still managed to put 1 turn in. So it's going to be her backup score.
So this will still blow up the requirements for white and green. We know there's a good score to come for Paige. So the 2, 3, 4 that Jazz needs currently is kind of fake news, really. Olive's requirement will boost up, and same with Isla's.
Wow.
Jazz with a score to drop. It was one pretty decent hit.
I'm seeing a lot of lines on the horizon now, so hope they're going to be out there by the time set hits.
Well, let's see how
out there now.
Let's see how good your eyes are, Di Wacko. It's Isla Huppert's out the back.
Oh, it's a little bit too far inside for Isla, but there's a few more lines coming through.
Look at this, team. For all the people that aren't here, or you're at home and it's raining and it's cold, it's steaming hot and it's glamorous Sorake Beach, Lagundri Bay, Di. How good is it here, mate?
Wow. Love to see these lines.
I just love surfing this way, mate. I had a lot of time here over COVID, and I was surfing it with probably no more than the amount of people you can see on your screen now for like 6 weeks.
For 6 weeks,
sometimes by myself, seriously. So I'm kind of in love with this wave. And when you're paddling back out and there's no one else sitting out there on a board and you're watching those things coil off, you've just got to pinch yourself because I tell you, I had a lot of those moments, mate. And I just had to try and soak it up and absorb it because I'll never get it like that again. But let's watch Olive.
Really loud the first down. Nice off the top and gets another one in. So this way comes in at 4.30. Now she's in the second, but still waiting for the last of blue. This is Paige Harris' last wave. Nice big first down, a lot of sprays. And straight into second. Wow, that was great surfing from Paige.
Paige will have her best number drop shortly. I'm still confident. And Jazz, this is what she did. It was one turn. Still pretty strong, right in the pocket. Nice recovery there, and then something just went a little bit wrong. Didn't get a good bite of the rail off the bottom, and down she went. Needs a 1-3. She'll definitely go to second. So Olive will drop down a spot. Same with Isla. Paige, I still think this is her best wave. Numbers are starting to come through now. 6.77. So extends the lead. Jazz's number will confirm the accurate positions with 3 on the clock.
You know, Jasmine only needs 1.30, so definitely she's done that job. And now Isla Happert has first priority, sitting in the third place at the moment. But last wave for Isla, 5.80.
We're back. Having a few little technical issues this morning, so if the screen does black out every now and then, hang in there. The boys are all over it. We've got a good production team doing their thing. Isla Huppert is having to think about pulling the trigger. She doesn't, so Jazz Judah says, thank you very much. She's now trying to burn off this her 3.63. If it's a 4.94, she goes into the lead. 16 years of age, folks. I don't know what you were doing when you were 16, but I bet none of you were surfing a 6,000 up here in Paradise and qualifying. She's looking good.
So Jasmine was looking for a way to improve her situation, but last wave comes in 3.30. Not enough for the first place, but still sitting in the second place. Olive Hardy now needs 6.64. Isla Happert needs 5.67 with 1 minute and 45 seconds to go.
Well, Jazz will move up here, I think. That was a pretty good. Is the score in? It doesn't. Okay, so a couple of hits. It was a little bit, the drone angle. The judges didn't reward it too heavily. Let's watch Isla.
This is a very important wave for Green, needing 5, 6, 7, but unfortunately couldn't quite get the first turn in. So now with 1 minute and 18 seconds to go, Olive Hardy has fast priority, needing 6.64.
All right, so that's a substantial number needed for Olive. She's got priority, only 1 minute. So you West Aussies out there, throw your mojo over to Olive. I'm sure Dadsy might be pacing around a little bit outside. I can't see him, so he's changed position. He goes red. Current heat leader trying to upgrade a 6. Smallish wave now for Paige. I guess she just wants to ride in and just refine her act. There's a wave out the back I can see. Where is Olive? I think she might be on this.
Right.
Oh, it's Isla.
So needing 5.67. Nice first turn. Get little bit of stumble there, but still managed to put second turn in and third turn. It was a good looking wave for Isla, and she likes it. So needing 5.67 with 15 seconds to go. Definitely it's going to be not enough time for her to go back out there.
Wow.
It's a crucial moment for Isla.
Looks like it could be curtains for Olive in third with a score to come for Isla. 5.67. I'd still like to see it again. I'm sure we'll know the result in just a moment. We'll probably just hang tight, everybody, and get this score in for Isla. We've got our next heat starting to position themselves out the back. We're about to rip into the men's round, so no hurry. Let's just watch this last wave for Isla. For those playing along at home, see what you reckon. This needed to be a 5.67. Did some pretty tidy work.
Right. It was a great surfing from Isla. 5.67. So pretty much you need 6 to go into... Well, last green comes in 5.27. Not enough.
Up to third, but no qualification right there. So over and out for the time being. Well done to Paige and Jazz. We'll be right back in a minute with men's action.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Righto, everyone online. Welcome back to Sorake Beach, Lagundri Bay, South Nias. We're in the province of Sumatra Barat, Western Sumatra. This is a beautiful scene. It's a hot old morning down here. It's 9:15. It's Mark Clift and True Starling. True, have a look at this lineup.
Oh, Eden Hassan, Harley Walters, Manojo Yahagi, and Irawan Wau. What a heat to start off the men's round of 32. And everyone asking the question there, hey, I wanted to go that.
I know, Manojo had to think about it. Blue pulled back. That was a good-looking wave. No comment just yet. At the start of heats, no priority. We all know that. And the judges just let the boys sort it out. It's the men's round. So the scale will be reset here. True. I saw some big surfing in that last heat. Past winner on a backhand, Paige and Jazz, the two goofies, 1 and 2 through to the next round. They really look strong out there.
Yeah, I feel like the last few heats that I've seen in some previous days, most of the standouts have been goofy footers to me. Even first heat of the day, a 717 and a 617 for Emily Burke. Huge surfing on her backhand. And it seems like the goofy footers are able to just wind up a little bit tighter in the pocket each time.
Here is Manojo starting to put some work together. Down he goes. I remember watching him win a Pro Junior here a couple of years ago, True, and it's pretty strange the way he won it. I'll enlighten you a little bit if there's no waves coming. So the year Manojo won, it was kind of small and inconsistent. There was 3 surfers sitting on the regulation pack. He paddled kind of halfway to the keyhole, super deep, impossibly deep. No, there's no waves there, right? Caught a wave, did a monster air, kept on going, did a second huge air before he got to where the boys were sitting because he had like 4th priority. Got a number, ended up winning the Pro Juniors, and none of us could believe how he won it. And I think he was into total disbelief because it was a freak wave that followed him halfway to the keyhole and actually gave him some joy.
Wow, so he was just in rhythm with the ocean. It was just on his side for that final.
It was something you'll probably never see again because it was just that random. Everyone's like, how the hell did a wave break there? And when I'm looking out our window right now, I can see where Reddy's sitting is super deep in this heat. He's kind of does not want to give up the inside, Eden. Look, if you're too deep, you're too deep. Maybe he saw Manojo that year and he's thinking he's going to do that.
Yeah, Eden is he's pretty good in the tube as well. Maybe he's just hoping to get as deep as possible to maybe get a bit of travel time. We saw him do really well over in Cloud 9 last year as well. So, he's no stranger to big tubes and charging as well. He's he's definitely exciting to watch. But this place is also really interesting as well. Kind of if we're talking about strategies at the start of the heat. Maintaining that inside, most people like to be doing that, to get that inside, to be in the position to get the best first wave. And maybe that's what Eden's doing. He's sitting a little bit deeper so that he can really take control of the start of this heat and put him in the best position to get, the best score straight away and apply that pressure early.
Yeah, let's see if this tactic pays off for Eden. Harley and Irawan Wau is in the green. He's the sole remaining Sorake Beach local. He's really fast and flashy. I've mentioned how much I enjoy surfing with him out here and watching his act. He's got a good board under his feet. He generally rides the PUs, but I did notice he had a regulation. He loves riding the epoxies, but I've seen him out there now this year on PU. It looks like, I think it's a Mayhem. He's been looking really sharp most of it. This is Monojo again. Whoops. Couple of fumbles early in the piece for Monojo.
Yeah, another unlucky fall there for Monojo, maybe just feeling a little bit rattled after that first wave went through unridden. But 19 and a half minutes to go. He still has time to bring it back, and at least he's catching a few waves, trying to just get rid of those jelly legs maybe. It is the first heat for the men's round of 32, so he had that heat yesterday for the men's round of 64 to get him into this round. He surfed enough times out here. He obviously has a special connection with this wave after winning it, the Pro Junior here. So hopefully he can find that momentum through the rest of this heat.
Well, it was just the biggest Hail Mary win ever, but I'll never forget his name because it's a rare name, but the fashion that he won and the Stoke and the Team Japan just got around him on the beach that day that he won that Pro Junior. So I'll always remember Monojo. And a quick shout out to some friends in Bali. Johnny Tucker has taken his act down to the Kanoa Cafe down there. Him and Winnie and a few of the boys, no doubt, parked up in front of the big screen. Morning, fellas. Salamat pagi. It's mid-morning down there. It's only 9:20 here in Nias time. And Johnny Tucker was our friend who started the Bang Bang tradition maybe 5 years ago, and we've continued that. We've carried the torch, the legacy there of Johnny Tucker. And we love you, mate. Miss you. And let's hope the remaining Bali crew can perform and represent well.
Yeah, they're definitely traveling in a good pack, the Indonesian team. And this is Harley Walters, though, looking pretty comfortable on his backhand out at this wave already. Big first turn there for Harley. Gets a second one in as well. Wow. Driving through a third, unfortunately doesn't get the completion, but a fair bit of damage done already.
100% there was. I think someone might be hit.
Oh, wow.
Irawan.
That was huge. He absolutely disappeared on that wave. That was a big pit there. I mean, wow.
I heard the athletes, well, I use the term lightly because they're all hashing his friends downstairs here. I heard them howl, and I looked out and just saw a drainer going on, and I went, oh, someone's in that. Doesn't surprise me one bit that Irawan sat in the perfect spot, found the best wave of the heat so far. Can't wait to see the replay. True. So let's watch Harley first.
Yeah, as I said on that first wave, I mean, that turn there for Harley was so strong, and getting that second one in there, he's just looking really whippy, but this one of Irawan, oh my goodness. In it for a while, completely disappears. He's like, thank you very much. And yeah, wow, that'll be a good score.
And see, that wasn't even a set, right? But those things drain off. Red's got something a little bigger. He's super deep. He's going to have to get on the pump big time. Wow. Wow, Eden. Phew. Could have been, it's so close between a big number and a 2. He pumped his way. Great looking wave. Irawan Wau's wave was smaller, rounder, had an exit. So this will really set the scale now for the men's round. Irawan is pretty popular. He's got all his mates down here watching. The beach is pretty full of local lads. One remaining soldier left in the event. A 6.33 for Harley, and that was including a fall. His first couple of turns looked really good. I think he got a bit excited when he saw a third section on that wave and might have just rushed that third move a little bit true. Either way, a 6.33, insane way to start. Tick, tick. Well done, Harley.
Yep, 6.33. The judges rewarding that commitment of Harley. A 7.5 locks in for Irawan Wau. And yeah, wow, what a way to start for both Irawan and Harley back to back. Surfing different approaches on the waves, which is refreshing to see. Backhand attack from Harley and Irawan just finding the pit.
All right, well, there's a little break. I can't see any lines out the back, so I'll have a quick chat with the winner of the last heat. Former winner out here, Paige Harrop, having a chat with Di.
A bit slower heat for you in the beginning, but look like you found a good rhythm midway through the heat.
Yeah, it was a bit of a slow and shaky start for me. I had the inside, but missed that first big one, and then it was pretty slow, and everyone else got a wave, so I was just getting more and more nervous out there. But and then I could only do one turn, so managed to pull it off somehow. But I'll be looking to do better in the next one.
So pretty much, I talked to every surfers this morning, and they said it's improving. The condition has improving, but how is the condition out there?
Yeah, it's pumping. I was expecting it to be smaller today, but that swell's held around, if not got bigger. That's pretty awesome. And you kind of just have to calm yourself, being one of only 4 people out there. But we're pretty lucky to be here.
You took a win a couple of years back, so you must be stoked to be back here.
Yeah, for sure. This is my favourite event all year. I think it's my 3rd or 4th year now. I think I'll be wanting to come back to this event every year for as long as I can.
So this is your first win, and this is first Bang Bang. And is there anything you like to say?
Just hi to everyone watching, and thanks heaps to all my sponsors. I wouldn't be here without you.
Thank you so much. Good luck in the next round.
Thanks, Di, and thanks, Paige. And trust me, this man just got well barreled. Eden Hassan on wave number 2. So we'll have to rely on the replay, but I think this number will keep him in touch with the top 2. Paige is a very likeable lady, isn't she?
Yeah, she's awesome to be around for sure. She has great energy. Obviously winning here a couple of years back, and hoping to continue on with that flow and that momentum, I guess. And it's cool to see her out here on her backhand and taking that win over Jazz Studer, the 2 goofy footers, progressing on through.
Yep, and she rolls around with Philippa Anderson, another past winner out here a couple of years ago when it's big and barreling. So they did, I think, do it back-to-back years, those 2. They're besties. They travel. They're here. They've got the winning touch. So they know how to get it done. But, the juggernaut of Ella McCaffrey is really setting the bar in the women's round. No disrespect to anyone else, but based on performances and numbers, the defending champ is on track, but I'm sure she's got a target on her back.
Still early days too, just moving to that round of 64. Still a fair few heats to roll through, but she's definitely been looking in form. That last wave of Eden Hassan just locks in at a 4, so it's his best wave of the heat so far. Needs a 2.34 to go to second with 12 minutes to go. Minojo's been a little bit quiet after getting those 2 quick ones at the start. He needs that 5.67. But let's take a look at this replay of Eden Hassan's. Gets in the tube, maybe not as deep as what we saw from Irawan, and that was a big carve though. Eden gets that second turn in. He's such an incredible surfer. He's always exciting to watch because you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, he won his heat yesterday to get himself in this position. So the young fella there, he's a slender dude. He surfs above his sort of weight stature. So needing just a minor number. No serious second scores yet, so all the requirements are kind of not realistic. I'm sure Irawan will be feeling pretty good with his first effort. No one knows the lineup better than him that's sitting out there, so he's got 3rd priority. And I noticed, I had a chat with him yesterday before his heat, and one of the things he came up straight away and he says, Mark, he's gone, no one's sitting in the right spot. And he went out there and won his heat, progressed into this round, and he knows how to get the job done out here.
Yeah, well, being a local, you definitely have a little bit of an extra edge out there for sure, knowing where the perfect spot is to be getting those sets or the best waves that roll through the heat. And that bit of local knowledge is just working in Irawan's favour right now. That 7.5 best score of the heat so far. It was definitely a drainer for sure. So hopefully he can get a good backup and just lock down first place.
Now, we'll have to, I'd like to see it again, actually. The production team might want to queue up another replay of Irawan Wau's first ride. It was pretty sick. Men's round has started, and it started in fine fashion, and we've still got 10 minutes for everybody to add to their totals. I'm sure we might even have a mashup of some highlights of yesterday. Would be good to roll out at some point. So we'll get to that when we get to it. For everyone that's playing along down there in my second home at Lakey, I'm sure the boys at Three Waves have got the screen on. Maybe the crew in Compass as well. Big old wave rolls through, unattended. Some whistling and howlings going on. The lounge jockeys out in front in the athletes area liking. There was a one waver though. And all the boys just sit tight.
Well, it is Manojo Yahagi that has the first priority, and looks like he's having a really good look at this one. He's got to go.
Yeah, this is a chunk. Look at this, Manojo, get in the hole. He does, he stands tall, he gives it a little pump, readjusts his line, comes out, looks at his caddies and gone, there you go, boys, I'm back. Sick, here we go.
Wow, Harley Walters out behind him using his priority. He gets in the tube as well on his backhand. He's traveling.
Oh,
wow,
yeah.
also finds an exit. What a great exchange between Manojo and Harley. Oh, my goodness. This is crazy, crazy stuff right now, Mark.
Oh, what a great read by Harley. You know, he had to adjust his line. Things got squeaky tight. Couldn't see him for a little while, so he was well deep. 2 different tube rides totally. We saw Manojo in a big drainer, just only had to give it one pump and just enjoy the ride, whereas Harley, an adjustment to stay compressed and stay high on the exit, read it perfect.
Yeah, that was 2 great waves, very, very, important numbers to come through for Harley and also Manojo. This is that front-on angle of Manojo.
Oh,
wow. Big tube, completely disappears. That was absolutely insane. Big scores to come through for Manojo Yahagi. Harley Walters as well. He disappears too and also finds an exit. And look at this, best wave of the event so far for Manojo Yahagi. It's a 9.6. Wow, that is a huge score. And you know what? That was a pretty incredible wave. One judge gave it a 10.
Well, third time lucky for Manojo. A couple of fumbles into a ripping number, the best of the event, a 9.6. And when I saw that again, the replay, we've got to see the replay again, boys, of both those rides. I'm sure Harley's in for a pretty good score. But when I saw that front-on view of Manojo, that was shades of last year.
That was huge. It was a big tube. It's probably the biggest one we've seen of the event so far. And he just was completely disappearing. It didn't even touch him.
So sick. That was just such a drainer. And a really good threat as well for this man who's up and at it again. So he's not prepared to just sit around. He wants more of the action.
Ooh.
Presses the eject button first hit. So Harley Walters will drop into second. Irawan, he's been most patient. With a start like that, he really wants to get it back up, I reckon, as quick as possible to release a little bit of pressure because he's really been asked the question, especially once Harley's score drops.
Yeah, Harley's is going to be a good score, potentially.
Harley to the lead.
Yeah, he's got that 6.33 already.
Yeah.
6.5 minutes. Scores for Harley Walters to lock in, but that 9.6 of Manojo Yahagi, that was pretty insane. Best number of the event so far. We might even just see shades of it throughout the whole day today. So big scores starting to lock in for Harley Walters as well.
Sick barrel.
Yeah, just
perfect read. Goofy foot tube riding at its finest. All right, so he will. Here it is, a 7.9. So it is Harley in the lead. Yahagi into second. Irawan Wau now needs only a 2.78. He sat there for a long time. He's probably now feeling a little bit of a threat. He doesn't need much. Eden Hassan, though, has got a whole lot more work to do, but he can still get there as well. So a ripping way to kick off the men's round. Look at that 14.23 two-wave total by Walters.
Wow,
this is Irawan.
This is the craziest heat. Irawan up into this one. He pulls in, stalling there, finds an exit for Irawan. Wow, and he kicks out. He only needs a 4.63. And
he'll get up.
This is crazy. 5.5 minutes. Eden Hassan gets the first priority. He's only got a 4 right now, and with the quality of surfing we've seen from Eden, I feel like we'll see big numbers from him too. He's a pretty determined young man, and this is a front-on angle of Irawan's.
Yep, a nice deep pit. a good thread for the local. Out he goes. So only his second wave. Opened with a 7-5. There is a battle royale going on for these two spots that are vacant because even Manojo, who's just dropped into third, a 9-6 is going to hold him in good stead.
Yep.
Irawan in second would be feeling a little nervous. Manojo needs only a 4-5. And old mate at the bottom is comboed.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just think even first place isn't safe right now with that 9.6 of Manojo. Irawan only really needs a 5 to go to first place.
Look how close it is for first and second.
It's so crazy.
0.13 in it. Yeah, less than a 5 would get Manojo into the lead. So he's there in white. He's got second priority, so Eden's got something to say. Eden needs 2. He's only got 4 minutes. Geez, I'd love to see all those replays again. This heat has just been a banger, so I hope we can see them all again, but I don't want to miss any of the live action either. I want to see both. Here's the best barrel. Let's have a look at it again. Thanks to the production team. So this is Manojo. Look at this drainer. Hey, that's what people come here for. So sick.
Wow.
Yep. He knew it. Right behind him was this one.
Yeah, the 7.9 of Harley, just doing exactly what he needed to do on this wave. And that one also not even touching him. He's looking comfortable out there on his backhand. I was speaking to him a little bit earlier on in the event. He said that he feels comfortable out there. And this of Irawan Wau, I mean, this has been such an incredible battle between all the surfers in this heat. Eden hasn't quite had a big score locked in yet, but he's having a good hard look at this one. Eden Hassan stalling to find a bit of shade. He gets in it. He's racing, trying to find the exit. He comes out of that one as well. So this is a huge battle between all 4 surfers in this heat.
If you don't mind, I'm loving heat 1 of the round of 32 of the men. For everybody that's watching online, welcome to the Nias Pro Day 4. This is what we've come to see. We woke up this morning, we said it's bigger, there's more waves, and then the first couple of heats went a little sleepy, but you can see what all the fuss is about, team. It's kind of on the pump. I think at this stage...
It is on the pump.
We've got 15 heats formatted for today, but there is the potential to add another 4 of those, and I'm sure the boys that get out of this round will want another opportunity to surf the Sarv. So Eden will get out of combo with that wave drops. So sick. What a tube fest. Such a good heat. Heat of the event so far, hands down. And when I did the little intro this morning with Ty Sorake, we both suggested that today's the day.
Yeah, wow, look at this one of Eden Hassan. Completely disappears. You could see on that drone angle how much he was racing in there, and you could see exactly why he was so deep. And he's going to get his best number, and it's going to put himself right back into this heat. It's a 7.63. Eden goes to third. He now needs a 6.47 with a minute and a half to go. It's really anyone's heat right now. Harley holds the lead. Irawan second. Eden third, chasing a 6.47, and Manojo needing a 4.5. This is really, really, really close.
Can you believe someone with a 9.6 is sitting in 4th, folks? There's just under 90 seconds, but here he goes. It could all turn around again really quick.
Wow.
So he's in the pit.
Wow.
He's pumping.
No. Oh, my goodness. That would have been a game changer for Manojo Yahagi. It is Harley Walters having a look at this one.
All right, our heat leader trying to upgrade to 6.33 backhand.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at him just controlling his speed and his line. He's definitely got a great pig dog technique. He knows it. He's looked over his shoulder and said, I'm surfing my way into the beach with the win. Right in front of the drone there.
Oh.
And another wave out the back, and Red gets another tube. So he needed a 6.47. We're going to have to hang in here for these. Everybody's owed a number. Crazy finish to a blockbuster heat, true. And I still don't know who wins or gets through.
30 seconds to go. Wow, this Manojo, his last wave would have been in another 9, really, if he had made it out. Unfortunately, it's a 1.7. He was chasing a 4.6, but scores to come through for Harley and also for Eden. He only needs a 6.47. I'm wondering if it was a big tube, if he got deep, what the wave was like. It's a pretty specific score that he's looking for. He needs a pretty specific wave with a pretty good barrel. And wow, this is crazy.
I'm sure the locals will be a little nervous as well, waiting for a red score to drop. It's looking like Harley will win. Who gets second is in debate here. So, look at this thing again, everybody. This is the Lagundri Bay Cave. He gave it a good pump. He had the right idea. The foam ball just denied him.
Wow, and then this
Harley's
one of
last one.
Harley. Wow, just expertly pulling in there for Harley Walters, looking really comfortable in the pit on his backhand, and he's just checking the watch. He's like, yeah, I think I've taken this one out. Looking to better a 6.33 on this wave. It looks like it's going to do just that for Harley, and this one needs to be a 6.47 for Eden Mark. Oh, my goodness.
No idea yet. No thoughts from the judges, but a banger coming through for Harley. He's going to have another huge number in the high sevens. What's that one?
Yeah, it's a 7.87 for Harley Walters. So he extends his lead. It's his last score of Eden Hassan that is of the most importance.
So this is the 9.6 wave of the event, ladies and gentlemen. Like I was suggesting, it's got shades of last year about that height and the drain, the roundness of that pit. The heat of the event has just bounced down and gone and come and gone. We're just waiting to finalise who gets second.
Yeah, it's this score of Eden's that could really change the tides. He needs that 6.47. He was in it for a while, disappeared. He got a bit of travel time, so we'll see. This next heat is going to be Elliot Pairada-Reid, Kiyoshiro Suda, Taj Stokes, and Zaina Sink. That's going to be a great heat as well, with hopefully some big tubes. But Eden Hassan's last score is so important. It's such a
and for the locals too. Like everyone's got all his mates down right in front of us. The other side of the TV set, everybody, is where the big team players from the point here at Sorake Beach are watching. I'm sure everyone's feeling a bit nervous. I imagine how the team Hassan are going at home, the family. I imagine they're right on the edge of their seats. This is greens.
7.5, I think. Yeah, that's a 7.5 of Irawan Wow. But
Eden Hassan, still no clues off to this number. The boys are having a look at it time and time again. We haven't seen a replay of it, so no comment. Drone footage here, looking straight into the pit at Sorake Beach. Lagundri Bay is just dead set gold work from our drone pilot, Ryan Williams, best in the business.
Oh my goodness, this score of Eden is going to be so close. Wow, needs a 6.47. He gets a 6.73, goes to second place for Eden Hassan. So it's Harley Walters and Eden Hassan moving on through to the men's round of 16. Unfortunately, Irawan Waub and Manojo Yahagi bowing out, but that was such an incredible heat between those four surfers.
All right, we'll throw to a break and be back in a minute with heats 2. That was so exciting.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Well, what an incredible heat was heat number 1 of the men's round of 32. Harley Walters getting the win. Eden Hassan coming in second in the last basically 40 seconds of that heat. Unfortunately, Irawan Waul bowing out as well as Manojo Yahagi. But right now it is Elliot Pairada-Reid out there with Kiyoshiro Suda, Taj Stokes and Zaina Sink. I'm True Styling. And to join me in the booth for this heat is Giada Lagardi. And Giada, I don't know if you saw much of that last heat, but that was crazy.
It was insane. And just to say, Monojo got a 9. Imagine getting 4th with a 9. Like that just must really sink in hard. But just showing the quality of waves that we have right now. People throwing 7s and 6s and 9s now as well. So it's a big day of competition for us here at the Nias Pro QS 6000.
Yeah, we were expecting it to be maybe a little bit smaller today, but we woke up and it is absolutely firing. So it's hard to call anything really right now. I feel like we'll probably see the men's round of 16 later on throughout the day, but far out, that last heat was just so huge. Big, basically everyone had an excellent score. It was crazy.
Yeah, and down here the crowd is just going wild. You hear everyone clapping and cheering. So it's a beautiful day in Nias. You're right. We weren't really expecting this when we woke up, but right now on your screen, Taj Stokes taking a look at this one. He will pull in. He's super, super deep in this one. Unfortunately, gets taken out by the foam ball, so maybe slightly too deep.
Yeah, a little bit deep there. You could see he was racing to try and get out of that one, but unfortunately, yeah, just little bit behind. It locks in at a 1 straight away, but it's the kind of surfing that we're expecting to see in this heat. Taj locked in a 9.27 yesterday. He's no stranger to the barrel either. Yeah, we're expecting big things for the rest of this round for the men's round of 32.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get a little bit more waves like that last heat. That was so exciting. And yeah, we'll be finishing off this round of 32 of the men's, straight to the round of 16 of the women's. And I don't see why we won't do round 16 of the men's either.
Oh, especially if there's waves like this all day. It's hard to walk away from it. It is absolutely firing. And I still can't get over that last heat, honestly. That was so crazy. The 9.6 of Minojo Yahagi was just so big. It didn't even touch him. Like, it was just, yeah, Mark was saying shades of last year was starting to filter through the morning. So bring it on, I say. Let's see some big tubes and some big scores.
Yeah, and actually the forecast was not saying it was going to be bigger today, but there must be just an adjustment maybe in the swell direction. We are facing straight south, so probably a bit more swell in this, a bit more south in this swell. So it's just coming in here super sweet. I'm really, really excited to see the outcome of the day, especially as we reach the lower tide. But talking about great heats, we're going to head over to Mark and Harley Walters.
And I'm down here with the man of the moment. It is Harley Walters. Harley, how good does this sound? You've just won the heat of the event.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty frothing. It was like pretty pumping out there. Just, I don't know, just stoked to get a couple barrels, and all the boys had chances, so it was fun. Stoked to make a couple.
Your backhand pig dog technique is just perfect. Where did you learn to do that?
I don't know, just at home kind of. There's a couple little right slabs around home and grew up on the right point, so feel pretty comfortable out there. But yeah, super stoked to make a couple.
You must have been feeling a bit threatened every time someone took off and you're hearing big numbers drop, because that heat was just so crazy, huge numbers everywhere.
Yeah, for sure. I started with a 6 and I was like, well, it's like an all right start, but then paddled back out and Mon's wave, I had second prior and it was the best wave I've seen, and he just came down and the thing was a crazy one. I thought it was going to be a 10, and then I got one behind it and got like a 7, and he got a 9.6, but I don't know, just, yeah, so frothing to be able to surf pumping waves and everyone get chances.
Everyone did get chances indeed, and I mean, even Minojo, I feel a bit sorry for him, a 9.6 and getting 4th. What a crazy heat.
Yeah, wow, I don't know that. Yeah, his last wave definitely, I thought he was going to I was super scared because if he made that, then he goes to first, and then I thought I was in trouble. But yeah, super stoked to make it.
All right, I'm sure there's some friends and family at home, mate, that are just jumping up and down right now. Would you like to look right down the chute and say something to them?
Yeah, I don't know, just hello to mum and dad and sis and probably Codes watching. So yeah, thank you.
You better take one of these for good measure, mate. Congratulations and all the best through the rest of the draw.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
See you guys.
Thanks, Mark and Harley. And yeah, I'm sure Dakota's watching, just licking his lips. He's probably feeling a little bit sad to not be here in this event. Wishing him a speedy recovery after ankle surgery, and hopefully we'll see him out here next year. I tell you what, if we get waves like this, it'll be, I just feel like everyone's going to come back here because the last 2 years have been pretty pumping.
Yep. So while we were on that interview, Taj Stokes getting an insider there, getting a couple turns in, just in case he doesn't get a barrel. You do want to have some scores on the board anyway. This is at the end a surf contest, not just a barrel fest.
Yeah. That's actually kind of what we saw happen with Manojo Yahagi in that last heat. His first 2 waves, he fell doing turns, and then he got that 9.6 from the barrel, which was huge. And then, unfortunately, didn't make his last barrel. And that could have been like such a change in his heat. If he had maybe got a 5 at the start, he probably would have won that heat. But didn't work out that way, unfortunately, this time for Manojo. But even then, I feel like he'd be pretty stoked getting that 9.6 best barrel we've seen at the event so far.
Yeah, you're right. And what you're saying before is so true. I think the best part about these events in Indo is the consistency. Every year that we come here to Nias, someone gets a 9 getting barreled, and it's kind of a given. It's just the quality of this wave is incredible, especially this time of year. It's high-class surfing right here.
Yeah, it really is. It's entertaining for us to be watching it. I'm sure for everyone at home watching as well, they're probably wishing they were in Arashi, surfing out perfect Nias with 3 other people out there. I mean, it doesn't happen very often. Once a year, actually, for about a week period. And 517 for Taj's last wave. This is his 3rd heat in the event so far, I'm pretty sure, locking in the 927 yesterday. Zayn Asink got a pretty good result last year. Taj up and riding once again. It's a smaller wave, but he's just looking to build the house. Nice connection. Gets a second one in. Unfortunately, coming unstuck for Taj. He'll either have maybe his brother Zeb or girlfriend Gia out there as his caddy. Who knows? I think Ben Lorenzen's coming up a little bit later in the draw as well. So lots going on. Lots of surfing to be done today. We're going to finish the men's round of 32 and go into the women's round of 16. And men's round of 16 is on standby, but I think if we're going to see the waves start pumping throughout the day, they'll be on for sure.
Yeah, especially now that we're starting to see a bit of that offshore trade wind start to kick in. And that is incredible news, since that means that we're going to be seeing bigger and better barrels. I'm getting sent photos and videos from all around Indonesia right now. It's firing, deserts. We've had Mentawais everywhere, but even here in Nias. So lucky us.
Yes, definitely. Maybe we should put the Rashi on and get out there for the women's round of 16. But it'll be great to call that action as well. And 2.33 for last of Taj Stokes locks in with 15.5 to go. No one else has had a wave just yet, so everyone's just biding their time. There was lots of good ones coming in that last heat, and the ocean just taking a minute to regroup.
Yeah, I think today is going to be one of those days where you have heats that are absolutely firing and heats where just nothing comes by with a lot of period in the swell. So it might be just sometimes you'll be unlucky and won't be able to get those waves.
It sucks when that happens too, like you see the heat before you is absolutely firing, and then your heat is a little bit slower, maybe not much going on, and then you go in and you see the heat after start to fire again. It's tough to be watching that if you're in one of those slower heats, but maybe a little bit of motion out there. You can see the men just starting to paddle out a little bit. Hopefully they get an opportunity.
Yeah, and that's something that happened with Ella. She came in from her heat, it ended, and then big like 6 to 8 foot set combined. She was like, I was waiting for that one this whole time and it never came. So we're going to be seeing lots of that today. But right now, this is Elliot Parada-Reed pulling in.
Goodness.
He's in a good looking wave, makes it out.
Wow.
What a start.
That was huge for Elliot. I was like, no, I don't know. And here we go, Zayn Asink. He was one to watch last year out here. Oh, unfortunately, you could see his board just tombstoning out the back of that one. So he goes down as well. Well, he goes down, unfortunately, for Zayn. But Elliot's is going to be a big one. And Kiyoshiro Suda also on his backhand. He's going to go to turns. Big first turn for Kiyoshiro. Gets the second one in. Air drops down. And just the 2 turns for him. But wow, what a wave for Elliot Parada-Reed.
Elias is going to be a pretty good score. I thought he was way too deep on that one, and he must have threaded that one so nicely. So much speed comes out perfectly clean, not a drop out of place.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see that score come through.
Yeah, wow. That is going to be a big number. I think for Elliot, that was absolutely insane. Just over 13 minutes to go. Let's take a look at this replay. Wow, Giada, he was so deep and had so much travel time on this one. That was so insane. Comes out, he's like, yep, that just happened. It's an 8.17 for Elliot. And this last one of Kiyoshiro.
Kiyoshiro goes to the turns. Love that first blast. Unfortunately, here gets a little stuck off the top there, but still gets down the face. So gonna be a good score, but next to that 817, I think it's gonna kind of take the shine away. There we have it. Kiyoshiro Suda's 4.5 for that first big turn.
Yeah, 4.5 was pretty, as you said, Jada, pretty much just for that one turn. He's got such a strong backhand. I love watching Kiyoshiro competing and, how he attacks the waves. Zaina Sink got that 163. Probably would have been a big number if he had made it as well. But that 8.17 for EPR is, that's a really good number, and hopefully starting to see the ocean come alive a little bit more towards the last half of this heat. There's 12 minutes to go. And just off the back of one wave, Elliot out in front.
Taj Stokes now with priority at the back. He has that 517, backed it up with a 233. So I'm sure now he's going to be waiting for a wave similar to Elliot Prada-Reed. Unfortunate for Zaina Sink. He's been such a great performer here in the past, and he really gets some solid sets every time he paddles out. So I'm sure he's going to be a little upset about that last one, but 11.5 stats, plenty of time for another set to come through.
Yeah, heaps of time, and Zane in that third priority. Even in that last heat, we were seeing waves coming through with the last 3 minutes to a minute and a half to go, and there was just lots going on. It was pretty next level, honestly. That was 15.7 combo for Harley. Eden got a 14.36. Irawan coming in third by 0.26. And then Minojo, he had an 11.3 combo, but that 9.6 was the best wave of the heat. Best wave of the event so far. It was crazy. But with 11 minutes to go in this one, Taj Stokes holds the first priority. He doubled in the nines yesterday, getting that 9.27, as I mentioned earlier. So he knows how to ride a tube for Taj.
Yeah, he showed us yesterday that he does, and very talented young man. He is looking like there's maybe something the boys just paddling out, but maybe not too much. Oh, please. I just want one more set to come by.
Yeah, it's pumping here today. There's some big waves. There's some huge waves of consequence as well, and it can either be nines or twos, depending on if you're finding that exit. Looks like Zaina Sink is having a look at it, but Elliot has the second priority. He's going to go at this one. Already gets an 8.17. He pulls in here. He's racing, unfortunately, just a little bit too far behind. The foam ball getting him on that one.
Yeah, you could tell that he knew he was maybe a little too deep. As soon as he got into the barrel, he just kind of jumped forward. After a bit, the foam ball just taking him out. But looking like he wants to back up that 8.17 pretty quickly. He probably saw Monojo's last heat, and he was like, he lost with a 9.6. So I got to get something quick now.
Yeah, that it's so crazy how that happens. You see those big scores, and then even with nines, if you don't get a backup, you're not progressing on through, especially with the quality of surfers in that last heat. It was insane. Taj Stokes up and into this one. He pulls in, finds some shade. He's traveling in it for quite a while. A really clean exit for Taj. Big carve as well to finish that one off. So Taj Stokes gets what I would think is his best wave of this heat so far with 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, he had a lot of travel time, completely covered. That drone angle is just spectacular. You can really see everything that's happening inside. Here is a replay from the beach. So not a big bomb, but a good-looking set nonetheless. Traveled in there, spent a lot of time inside the barrel. Love this one as well. Just wraps it all the way around, hits this section. So that's definitely going to be the second best wave of this heat.
Yeah, that was a huge wave for Taj, getting that travel time. He only needs a 4.24 to go to first. He'll definitely get that. starting to lock in. Looks like it's going to be his best number of the heat so far. It's a 5.83 for Taj Stokes. He goes to first place. Elliot down in second, needing a 2.83. Kyoshiro was looking for 4.91. This is Zane Asink, though, chasing a 7.78. He comes out of the barrel. And Zane, he loves this wave so much, and he was saying he just wanted to keep surfing heats all day yesterday. And this is Kyoshiro Suda, a big barrel, tucks in, doesn't quite get too deep in that one, but that was a solid wave.
Yep, solid wave, but not too crazy deep. We were seeing the nose of his board most of that ride. So Zane Asink, though, 7.78 is his requirement. I think he's going to be pretty close. That was some beautiful surfing done from Zane Asink. Like I've said, great performer in the past. Last year, he got some crazy rides. So this is going to be an exciting last 7.5 minutes.
Wow, yeah. Mark was saying he was a part of that perfect heat with Zave Hux. And Zave obviously taking out with 20 points. And Zane getting a 10 and then a 9 or something like that, and getting second. That's a pretty crazy heat.
Yep, and talking about crazy, this wave is looking pretty good for Elliot Parada Reed. He pulls in. He's in the barrel. He's looking pretty comfortable. Clean exit. He will wrap it around here again. So this will be Elliot Parada Reed's backup for that 817, and I think it's going to be really nice. Couple scores coming in for Zane Asink, a 7.50 for the last of green. Now we're waiting for red and blue. Wow. I don't think Yoshida's going to be that high of a score. He wasn't super deep. It was a solid wave, but it wasn't so deep.
Yeah, not too deep for Kyoshiro. He only needs a 4.91. We'll see. I think it's going to lock in under that, under his first wave. It's a 3.33, so Kyoshiro still chasing a 4.91. This last wave of Elliot will definitely take him up into first place. And 6 minutes to go already, and 817 is the best wave of the heat so far. 7.5 for that last wave of Zane, was huge. That was so well surfed for Zane. And then this is that last wave of Kyoshiro. Found some cover, but yeah, just not quite deep enough, unfortunately, for those big scores.
Okay, so this is the last of Elliot's wave from the beach view. So really nicely done. Spent quite a bit of time in the barrel. Comes in at a 4.77. So the judges kind of seeing that he took off a little bit more on the shoulder. This wave didn't have that much of a long face like maybe his first 817 did. He had to slow down. He didn't really backdoor into it and travel in. He had to slow down, find the shade, and then come out. So that's like a little difference that we will be seeing today with the 4s and 5s and the 7s and 8s.
Yeah, for sure. Wow, what a great day it's been already. I think this is heat number 5 or something of the day. And we've seen some huge scores. The women hitting the lineup early. And this round of 32 for the men is going to be exciting. This next heat will be a good one as well. Dylan Wilcoxon will be taking on Kenshin Matsunaga, Raiha Onu, and Ty Richardson. Wow. Huge heats. This is crazy.
I'm really excited to watch the next one. Dylan Wilcoxon is from the Mentawais, and he was so excited yesterday coming in from his heat. These are the exact type of conditions that he could do really well in. It's his specialty, actually. He is the most barreled person in the world. I claim it because I've seen it with my own eyes, and all the clips he drops from the Ments is pretty insane. So I'm excited to watch him do this again. And on your screen right now is Zane Asink just getting taken out by the foam ball. So isn't able to really ride out of that one. Bit of pressure for Zane now. 4 minutes left. A 7.5 is his best score. Only looking for a 3.50 to get into that second spot.
It's not a big score. I don't know. I feel like right now with just under 4 minutes for Zane, maybe the best option would be to go to turns and try and get a 5 because Taj has the first priority. And if he can just start to just put a little bit of extra weight on Taj's shoulders, maybe he'll rattle some cages, who knows. But I think for Zane, A 3.5 is not a big score. He can do that with turns. So why not try?
On a day like today, on a smaller, like a medium-sized wave with 2 turns, he could get that 3.5. Taj has been surfing a pretty smart heat. You know, he knows that the chances of getting a sick barrel are not super high, but this is Elliot Parada-Reed now, 817. Stands tall on the way out. Beautiful ride there. This is Taj Stokes, 583. Pulls in as well. Really nicely done. And clean exit for him too. So exciting stuff here with just under 3 minutes. Bit of pressure for Zane. Kiyoshiro Suda looking for a 6.5, so a much larger requirement. And we see him now, Zane Sink, just appear out of the whitewash. So it'd be great to see what he did on that last one.
Yeah, Zane will have a score to lock in. His last was just a 107 and didn't go into the top 2. We have this last score, though, of Zane Sink to lock in. Doesn't look like it's going to be the 3.5. It locks in at a 2, though. Does go into the top 2. He needs that 3.5 to move up into second. And, time is ticking away. Just over 2 minutes to go. Kiyoshiro Suda has a 4.5 and a 3.33. He needs a 6.5 to go to second place. And holding second priority. So he gets the second best wave to roll through. Taj might be feeling a little bit nervous right now with a pair of 5s.
Yep, that's right. He'll be waiting for a pretty solid set. You know, Zane, a 3.5 is close to nothing, really, in a heat. So Zane Sink probably still paddling back out from that last one. I know he's probably going to be hunting on the inside. He wants to surf another heat. The waves are firing. He will want to surf this afternoon. So, yeah, a bit of pressure there for all 3 surfers. Elliot Parada-Reed looking pretty comfortable in first place. Taj Stokes, a 7.12. is his requirement, and that's a big ask if no sets come through.
Yeah, it is a really big ask, and hopefully Taj can better that 5.17. I was just having a look at the rest of the draw for the men's round of 32. Heat number 8 caught my eye. Macklin, Flynn, Caleb Tancred, Lennox Smith, Ben Lorenzen.
That's a big heat.
That is going to be a huge heat to round out the men's round of 32. We still have a fair few heats to get through. They're all looking stacked. This next one, especially Dylan Wilcoxon, Kenshin Matsunaga, Raiha Onu, and Ty Richardson, as we mentioned earlier. But it's Elliot Parada-Reed out in front with an 8.17 and a 4.77. Taj has a pair of 5s. He has that 5.83 and a 5.17. Holds first priority with 40 seconds. He is going to have a good look at this one. Hopefully finds a tube. Looks like he'll do just that. It's a big one at that. He's racing down the line and wow, that was so close for Taj. Finding the exit, unfortunately just getting clipped. And then out behind him, Kenshin Matsunaga. This is a big tube. He needs a 6.5. Finds the exit for Kiyoshiro Suda. And I'm getting ready for the next heat with 10 seconds to go. Kiyoshiro needs a 6.5. Elliot looking to defend first. Unfortunately, he goes down. Doesn't look like Zane gets an opportunity before the heat ends.
Wow. Okay. Lots happening right now.
Yeah.
Elliot Parada-Reed is not going to be improving his scoreline, but Taj Stokes, unfortunately, just falling off on the way out of that barrel. That was going to solidify his second spot. But now Kiyoshiro Suda had a great last wave, a 6.5. So this is going to be all eyes on Kiyoshiro Suda. I don't think Taj Stokes will be considered a complete, but this was an incredible barrel. I mean, look how deep he was. He managed to get over that foam ball, tried to exit by punching through the lip, unfortunately falling off there. Kiyoshiro Suda on a bomb, just goes under.
6.5.
I mean, it wasn't a lot of barrel time, but it was a big set.
Yeah, it was a huge wave. I mean, wow, to get that in the last basically 20 seconds, not even. It's coming in at a pretty good score. It's a 7.53 for Kiyoshiro Suda. He goes to second, Taj Stokes to third, Zane Sink in fourth. It was Elliot Parada-Reed taking that last heat out. Don't go anywhere. We have a huge heat for heat number 3. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. This is day 4, and what a day it's been already. We've had already a 9.6 in 2 heats ago, last heat an 8 and a 7.5, I think it was. Incredible surfing went down. Right now in the water, Dylan Wilcoxon in red, Kenshin Matsunaga in the blue, Raiha Onu in white, and Ty Richardson in the green. I'm Jada Ligati, and I want to welcome back Dai Wako.
Wow, what a heat in the last heat. Kyosho got a wave in the last few seconds and getting a score moving into the next round.
Yeah, that was insane. And what nerves of steel being able to just get that last score in literally, I think, the last 20 seconds of that heat. He beautifully rode that wave and made it out clean. Tosh Stokes was probably on the way to an 8 or a 9 as well, but unfortunately just trying to punch through the lip on his exit and just falling off. So unfortunately there wasn't able to back up his score. But I'm very, very excited to watch this heat because my friend Dylan Wilcoxon, my young friend Dylan Wilcoxon, 16 years old from the Mentawai, is in this heat in the red. So I think his strong, or his, how do I say this? His strong point in surfing are barrels. You know, he's from the Mentawais. I've seen videos of him getting barreled, sitting down, laying down, switch foot, all types. So this is going to be the day for him to shine. He just needs to catch the right waves.
Definitely. He grew up in Mentawai, so definitely used to this kind of condition, and he'll be psyched to be out there right now. Definitely this heat is the one to watch. And you know, the condition has been improving a lot compared to this early heat. You know, a lot of barrels, pretty consistent, you know, few sets coming in every heat pretty much. So I cannot wait to see this heat.
Yep, every heat we've had has been incredible. We've had excellent scores being thrown around. People losing with 9.6s.
Yeah.
You know, coming fourth with a 9.6. Mono Joe unfortunately bowing out, but you know, what a way to go out. And I'm just hoping that we get some scores. You see some waves on the inside getting just going through, and no one wants them because everyone wants those sets.
Everyone just looking for the barrel now because last couple heats, you know, those one who's getting through, they're just getting all the barrels out there. So definitely they're looking for those sets. But it's a competition, and you know, it's you have to get 2 good scores within the 25 minutes heat. So it's gonna be interesting.
Yep, and talking about good sets, let's go down to True Starling with Elliot Parada Reed, the winner of the last heat.
Elliot, that was a pretty insane heat. I mean, we've seen back-to-back incredible surfing, and the second heat of the men's round of 32, backing up that first huge one as well. You'd be feeling pretty stoked.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard out there. I just wanted to wait for a good wave. Like, honestly, the result's cool, but I just want to get barreled. I'm going to sit here and wait for a good wave, and if one doesn't come, one doesn't come. But that was my game plan, just wait for a good one. And then I got the good one and then just started melting. I went some bad waves. I made some pretty bad mistakes, but I'm just happy it went my way, yeah.
More about the surfing for you in that heat. I mean, the waves are absolutely firing. How are you feeling it with the excitement? Were you feeling any any nerves? How are the emotions?
Yeah, I had to listen to some like pretty mellow opera before my heat just to calm myself down. We were walking along the boardwalk to get out there and like saw the most psycho one. I don't know who it was, but the dude who got a 9 in the last heat was like the most insane wave. So just doing a bit of nasal breathing and just trying to calm myself down. But yeah, it's pretty sick out there.
Maybe another big day today. The men's round of 16 is on standby for the afternoon, but if it's going to continue to pump throughout the day, you'll probably be on it. You're looking forward to another heat.
Yeah, I'm keen. I'm keen just to finally get some barrels in my heat. I've been coming here I came here last year and lost first heat, and then the next day was pumping, and it was like one of the worst days of my life. But good to finally get a barrel in my heat out here, and yes, keen as for another heat.
I'm sure you have lots of friends and family at home watching. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, cheer to all the Keyhole boys if you're tuning in. Mum and dad, girlfriend, her family, YT 200 frames per second. And don't know if you're watching, mate. You might be at school, but cheer.
Well, another bang bang for you. Hopefully you'll keep it going. Back to you guys.
Amazing. That is such a great interview there. All right. So 2 waves ridden, nothing crazy. Both of them tried to pull in. Unfortunately, maybe just running away from them. I think Raiha Onu was looking like it was a good wave, but I think he took off just slightly too deep. The boys are looking like they're really pushing themselves. They want the set. So now it is Dylan Wilcoxon and Kenshin Matsunaga both out there. Haven't caught a wave, so they have priority over green and white. Exciting days.
Everyone just too excited to be out there, so they have to listen to the mellow music. That not usually happens before you hate.
Mellow opera music.
You kind of want to, high beat hip hop kind of music that you want to listen to before you heat to pump up. But yeah, waves are pumping, so you don't have to listen to the music.
Yeah, just taking it, like just sitting here, my you gets your heart racing and it gets super exciting. So it's we're hoping for some sets to come through in this heat. Sometimes the ocean just goes flat, and that's what happens when you get long period swells. Like you just take some time for those bigger sets to come in. But like Elliot said, that he was willing to lose a heat just because he wanted to get barreled, and that's what really matters today. That's what's going to get you some big scores. I mean, you can try back it up and get some turns in, but if 2 other surfers get those sets, like you're looking like you're going home.
Right. So yeah, that's an interesting interview with Elliot. He doesn't really care about the point. He just wanted to get the big wave out there. He was here last year, but he missed up an opportunity to surf in the best day of the competition. But looks like Dylan's up and riding.
All right, Dylan Wilcoxon now, our surfer from the Mentawai, pulls into this wave. He is looking like he's gonna do a clean exit. Wow, Dylan Wilcoxon, first barrel of the heat. Beautiful style. You can just see how well he weaved through the barrel. He had a great read on that wave. Right behind him,
小野選手、2本目のライディング、これは小さめのサイズながら中部に入ってきます。しかし、少し捕まってしまったように見えます。さあ残り時間16分。このヒートには2名の日本人サーファーがクレジットされています。Wow, fast wave. Dylan gets a clean barrel. Great start for Dylan.
I know I keep hyping him up. I just think he has so much talent. There is a replay. Pulls in, highlines it, and a beautiful clean exit. Not a single drop out of place. Wraps it around, hits this whitewash section, and it comes in at a 6.33. So that is for now the best wave of this heat. The drone angle. I love this angle.
Right. Just he timed everything so perfectly. Wow, come out of it super clean with the extra cut back there, 6.33. What a way to start his campaign in this heat. Definitely 6.33 can't be a keeper for him.
Yeah, so he just turned 16 last month. His future is looking super bright, and he had a great heat yesterday. He won it with again getting really barreled and talking to his dad Ray. He was just stoked to finally get some waves that are to
Right.
Dylan's strength. So I think Dylan can really showcase what he's really all about here, and getting these heats under his belt is going to be great for his future to just get used to having that pressure in 25 minutes. So Dylan Wilcoxon there, 6:33 to start things off.
About 10 minutes in, and Kenshin Matsunaga has now first priority, sitting there at the back, just waiting for the big sets probably. He wants to get a barrel as well. このヒート、小野選手は現在2位のポジションですが、まだスコアをできていない状況。松永選手は現在ファーストプライオリティを持って波を待っています。残り時間14分を切っています。
All right. Ocean, please give us some more. Yeah, so Dylan's 6:33, the only wave or significant score for now. Raiha Onu tried a few times, but wasn't really able to get out of any. Ty Richardson as well early on, so it is now priority Kenshin Matsunaga. Kenshin, you told me yesterday, was comfortable in these bigger waves, right?
Definitely, he's comfortable, and really, it's actually his strength to me is barrel wave. So as we have a break in action, we're gonna go on a break and we're gonna watch some highlights from day number 3.
Welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. This is day 3. We'll be starting the day with the men's round of 96 and then going straight into the men's round of 64 and then 5 heats of the women's round of 32.
The conditions, it was fun, kind of a bit slow, but still good. So ready, so excited.
So don't miss the action today.
Yeah.
Had a beautiful day in Nias. I'm super relieved, super happy.
All right, welcome back to live action. There were the highlights of yesterday, day 3 of the Nias Pro. We started at 7 and finished practically at 6:30. So huge day of competition, 24 heats in total. I mean, why not? The waves were pumping. We want to take advantage. And to everyone's surprise, today is even better. So we will be seeing some great rides. We've already had a 9.6. We've seen 8s and 7s and 6s as throwaways.
Right.
So plenty of action here in day 4 of the Nias QS 6000.
Yeah, it's still 10:30, and we've seen a lot of extras and throwing away good scores. What look like few motion out back. So Kenshin has now first priority. He hasn't got away yet with 10 minutes to go. Looks like few sets coming through probably. Looks like Raiha is having a look at this one. まずは小野選手、この波に乗ってきます。 さあ、ストールをして、しっかりとチューブに入ってくる。さあ、しっかりとアップスをして、これは綺麗に出てきました。ここはすぐキックアウトします。しっかりとしたメイクできる波になってきた。ここで松永選手、1本目のライディング。これは長いチューブになっている。さあ、出てきました。ここもクイックにプルアウトします。Wow,
All right behind is Ty Richardson. He's pumping. He's looking like he just fought through that foam ball. Beautiful wave, Ty Richardson. What an exchange. We're going to be waiting for some solid scores to come through. Raiha Onu, Ty Richardson, and Kenshin Matsunaga. 3 beautiful barrels ridden. Wow.
Another 3, like you said, 3 beautiful barrels. But Ty Richardson's wave, he traveled in the tube quite a long time.
Yeah.
He pump it through really well. Wow. I'd love to see beach angle replay actually.
All right, there we had a pretty big paddle battle there from Kenshin Matsunaga and Raiha Onu, all wanting priority. They all want a big piece of the next set that comes. So big scores to come through. Would love to get replays of all those waves. I love the drone angle because you can really tell Ty Richardson fought like 2 foam balls. He held tight, managed through, had a clean exit. I was a little worried at first. I saw a lot of whitewash on the face of that wave. You know, after those 2 bigger sets, it's easy to get just a foamy one, but he surfed it really nicely.
Oh, those big foam ball. Whoa, this is Ty Richardson up. No, actually, 小野選手、4本目のライディングにテイクオフしてきています。現在、彼の2本のライディングのスコアを待っている状況です。
Wow. All right. Lots of action just now. Lots of scores to come through. We're waiting for 3 big scores of white, green, and blue. Exciting day. This is only heat 3. This is a replay of Raiha Onu's last wave. Nice clean exit. Pulls off pretty quick. So he'll be having 2 scores.
So this is Kenshin's last wave. Slightly bigger size waves and traveling a quite long time in a tube. Clean exit. Wow. At the back. So this is a replay of the last ties. Wow, he was deep in the tube, traveling a long time. But I think we missed a live action, but definitely Dylan was on one of the big set.
There's so much going on here right now, you guys. We're waiting for scores for all 4 surfers now in the water. Just under 7 minutes remaining. The last of Raiha Onu, 617. We're waiting for one more score of Raiha to come in. But here are some replays. So this is what we missed. Live action. Dylan Wilcoxon on a good-looking barrel. Wow. That is insane. Comes out of it. Wraps it around here. So he's going to be backing up that 633 really nicely. Ty Richardson, the last of green, comes in at an 8.83. Pushes him straight to the lead. We're waiting for 3 more scores to come through, and then we'll get a good situation of what's happening here in the round of 32, heat 3.
Well, there's gonna be a big change in the leaderboard because the last of Dylan's such a huge barrel and traveled in the tube a long time and comes out so clean. It's gonna be a huge score for Dylan's. But last of Kenshin comes in at 8.17. So this heat turns into the great heat again. 10 minutes for, no actions. Just, Ocean goes quiet, but it's on now. So a lot of scores coming in still.
All right, 2 more scores to come through. Raiha Onu is going to be backing up his 617. It wasn't a crazy wave, but he got barreled. It was a little bit more on the shoulder with the second priority, but we're waiting for a big score of Dylan Wilcoxon to come in. All right, there we have it. Last of Dylan, a 7.70, straight to first. Now, Raiha Onu needs to back up that 617. We're waiting for the last of white to come through. We're about to reach the 5-minute mark of this heat. What a way to finish things off.
Right, so Dylan's having a great heat so far. His first wave, 6.33. And on the second wave, gets another longer barrel and gets 770. He's in the lead, I would say comfortably, because time is taking 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. So is there going to be another set for all the surfers? Because it's a kind of battling between white and green and blue, but the last of white comes in 4.50. Now he is in second. Tai now needs only 1.84 and Kenshin only needing 2.50. 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go in the seat. So is there going to be another set?
All right, so Dylan Wilcoxon in first, the only surfer with two pretty high scores. The last of Ty Richardson and Kenshin Matsunaga at 8.83 and an 8.17. So they're looking for minor scores to go into second. So yeah, it's looking like Raiha Onu in a little bit of a hot seat right now. 6.17 and a 4.5 to his name, but 3 minutes 45 seconds on the clock. Anything could happen. If a set comes right now, it's gonna be a really nail-biting finish for all four surfers.
Right. Yeah, just like you said, Tai and Kenshin needs really like minor scores, and they have high priority. So Kenshin with first priority, Tai has second. So it's just we're hoping to see more sets.
Yeah, me too.
It's just over 3 minutes to go in the seats. Wow, feels like time goes by so quick now.
All right, so all the surfers are paddling out. It's looking like there could be a bit more action happening out the back,
Wow.
and it's looking like there's a solid set coming through right now.
Definitely. Okay, so Kenshin has first priority, but I don't think Kenshin's gonna go on this one. Looks like Raiha is having a look at this. 小野選手、この波 7.86 は出したい。さあ、これはチューブに入ってきて、しかしここでこけてしまいました。
All right, a bit of an upset there for Raiha Onu. Doesn't make it out of that last one. Kenshin Matsunaga, 2.50. He pulls in on a good-looking wave. This is going to be a beautiful exit there for Kenshin Matsunaga. He's going to be backing up that 8.17 really nicely. All right, he's smiling. He's looking at the caddies. This is a great way to finish off this heat. Will Kenshin's last one be enough to go into first? I'm not sure.
Not sure. Pretty much he needs like mid-6 to go into the lead. But definitely he wants to go in the lead with 2 minutes remaining in this heat. So now Tai has first priority. Wow. Crucial moment for everyone.
Under 2 minutes. Last of Kenshin was a beautiful wave.
Right.
Not a drop out of place. Rides out of it perfectly. He was loving it. You should that big smile pound back out. With a minute and a half, will Ty Richardson and Dylan Wilcoxon get one more chance? Here, there we have it. The last of Kenshin comes in at an 8.40, straight to first place. 1 minute 15 seconds now.
Wow, a lot of pressure to Tai and maybe Dylan as well. So Tai has first priority and he is up and riding in the tube, traveling, comes out and gets the big roundhouse cut back and probably bonus section to hit out the back.
Oh my goodness. There we have it. Dylan Wilcoxon comes out of that one. We have an incredible heat in our hands. Dylan Wilcoxon needs to back up that 770. He's trying to get rid of that 633. Ty Richardson, 520 to get into second place. Last 25 seconds remaining in this heat. So we're owed 2 scores right now for both red and green.
$15 seconds to go in this heat.
This is the replay of our last wave of blue. Comes in at an 8.40. So he goes straight to first. would be great to see the replays. This is the last of green. Ty Richardson, a 5.20 is his requirement. So not a huge set, but nice surfing. Nonetheless, got barreled, got a couple turns in. He knows he needs a pretty good score. 5.20. This is the last of Dylan. Pulls in, stands up. He has a lot of travel time, makes it out. So this is going to be a nail-biting finish.
Wow, the loss of red. It's going to be a pretty good score for Dylan. And Ty did great on the smaller size waves. He only needed 5.20 at the moment.
All right, so the last of Ty Richardson comes in at a 4.10, just under the requirement. So we're just going to wait for the last of Dylan to see where he stands in this heat. 8.87 to go to first. So the last of Dylan, a 7.87, stays in second. What a heat. Look at those scores. With that, we're going to head over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. This is day 4, and what a day it's been. We haven't even reached midday. We've had 9s and 8s and 7s, people getting rid of 6s. And this in the water right now, heat for Weston Hurst, Jin Suzuki, Marlon Harrison, and Rio Inaba. So another great heat in our hands. I'm Jana Legati, and I want to welcome back into the booth Mark Clift.
Wow, I thought I called the heat of the morning moments ago, about an hour ago, but that last heat looks like the heat of the day so far. Huge numbers. Congratulations to all involved. It was just such a great, just a barrel fest. You can see all the boys coming in. I just saw Dylan walk in. All the Mental White crew down there are just pumped and just fully invested in what Dylan's act is looking like this year. He just posted a 15.57 two-wave total to sit right behind Kenshin Matsunuga in blue, who was 1 point better at 16.57. Ty Richo, valiant effort, had an 8.83 and third, and Raiha Onoi in fourth. That was a sick heat. Meanwhile, I'm sure a lot of people are tuning in around the world, guys. You'd be mad not to. We still have, what heat are we at here? This is heat 4 of the round of 32 for the men. So there's 4 more of these. There's 4 ladies heats build right after that, and then for sure they'll roll out the round of 16 of the men.
I mean, why not? With waves like this and scores being thrown the way they are, I don't see why we wouldn't be finishing off the day with another round. This is the Nias Pro, and every year that we come here, we leave with incredible clips. And another exciting day, unexpected. We were expecting it to be a little smaller today, but it has doubled in size.
This is the day we've been waiting for, guaranteed. Marlon Harrison, he's a former winner here. I saw him, look at him in the tube there. He did a lot of this the year he won. He was the first guy to really get barreled off his head the year he won, and he kept doing it heat after heat for a convincing victory a number of years ago. And he's back. He wants more taste of the Lagundri Bay Joy. And, I mean, who doesn't? This is even Elliot Parada-Reed, said it really well. He won his heat, and he goes, I don't even care about my result here. I just want to keep surfing heats.
Yep, that's right. So Elliot, just showing how much they just want to get barreled. He's like willing to lose a heat if he doesn't get barreled.
Oh, look, he wants more heats. he'd be dirty if he gets knocked out when it's doing this. So I'm sure the boys will be pushing hard to get out there this afternoon in their round of 16, all these people that are advancing today. Marzi's number is just middle of the road, a 5.17. So the judges, they know now that there's someone's going to get a 10 today. I'm definitely in the corner that somebody or maybe a couple of people might even get 10s because the waves are there, right?
All right, so on your screen right now, this is Weston Hurst, our surfer, straight out of Lakey Peak. Big first blast there. He's going to set it up, wraps it around here. So beautiful surfing here from Weston Hurst in the green. But I know he's hunting for some barrels too.
16 years of age. He's a demon. Watched him grow up. He's no surprise to me that he's winning events. He won a lot of stuff last year. Where he's headed with his career, I think he deserves a professional career because he's been that good for so long and really flying the flag now for the Lakey boys. Kind of picking up where perhaps Oni might have left off. Oni, we miss you. I wish you were here this year. It was nice having Snoop Dogg in the house and giving us some jungle comments last year. He was fun to be in the booth with you.
Yep, super fun. And there we have the last of Marlon Harrison of 5.17. So a good start. But while there's a break in the action, I'm going to head over to Dai Wako and the winner of the last heat, Kenshin Matsunaga.
前半戦非常にスローなヒートだったと思うんですが、あそこでしっかりとファーストプライオリティを持って1本目乗って8点というエクセレント出してきました。ヒートを振り返ってみてどうですか？
その前のヒートの最後に波結構来てたんで、多分スローなヒートになるだろうなと思ってたんで、でもセット待って乗れたらいいかなって感じでした。はい。
もうファーストプライオリティをゲットしようっていうのは最初からプランだったんですか？
いや、そんなこともないです。なんかあんまプランもないんで、はい。
He doesn't have any plan out there. He just want to get the one of the set, and he knew that it's gonna be slower heat, so he just waited, and get the excellent score. で立て続けにこうラウンドを1位通過して、もう素晴らしいチューブライディングを見せてくれていますが、今日もう一度もしかしたらあると思います。ズバリ今のこの目標はどんな目標がありますか？
いい波乗れたらいいかなって感じで、楽しめたら。はい。
じゃあメッセージの方最後お願いします。
はい。次のラウンドも自分のベストをしていきます。おめでとうございます。
次のヒートも頑張ってください。3本目のベンベンです。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。Cheers, guys.
Winner with a 16.57 two-wave total. Huge stuff. Outrageously strong surfing. He got 2 nuggets and threaded them perfectly. Weston Hurst currently in the lead. A shaky lead with only a 4. Marzi a 5.17. Blue now on the hunt. Who's this?
All right, this is Rio Inaba on his backside. A good-looking wave. He's going to pull in on this one. Really, really good style there. Kind of gets out under the lip. Wraps it around here just to tie the bow on this wave. And right there is Rio Inaba.
Thank you, Giada. Well, I think we're going to bring Dai Wako back in to help me with heat number 4. And I'm sure a lot of the Lakey clan down there are watching their boy, Weston Hurst. I imagine Onky and the team at 3 waves. Maybe Jay and Skinny, maybe Craigo. I'm sure this is on in the Compass Warung as well. Mr. Wilson and Iwan and Co. Waura, sending you guys my mojo. Let's hope Weston can get up. I'm sure his dad's watching at home in Bali and Mumsy as well. So Troy and Uni. Good luck for Weston. He's in the lead, but he's going to have to delete both those numbers, I believe, to progress through. What a day it's turning into, Dai.
What a day. It's been pretty much the best day out of the 3 days. Well, we're seeing a lot of excellence and throwing away the good scores.
And I've already said, I reckon for sure somebody, at least one person today gets a 10. I think the waves are there. At some point today, it's really going to crank. We've seen a lot of great heats. It's just, in the athlete area, sitting down in there, on my break, just the vibe and the adrenaline getting around downstairs is just super high.
Everyone knows it's going to be an epic day for the competition, and everyone just super psyched to surf out there. Pretty much everyone, well, cares about points and prize money, but pretty much all eyes
You
on
want
the
more
set.
heats. You want more heats.
Yeah.
I even spoke with Marlon Harrison, who's out there in white just before he went out, and he said, I'm just shaking because the surf's so good. And he was trying to come. I watched him wax his board, and he just about dropped his wax a bunch of times because he was just, he had the shakes going on.
You know, Elliot tried to listen to the mellow beat music to calm
Himself down. Yeah. And I just saw Varun Tanjung. He's got a heat coming up soon, and he was like, oh my god, he was just losing it, and he only just got here.
Well, you can tell why all the surfers getting hyped out there, but looks like motion out the back. So Jin Suzuki with the first priority. 鈴木選手、こちら2本目のライディングになります。セットの波にテイクオフ。そして素晴らしいボトムターンからチューブの中。これは綺麗に抜けてこれるか。抜けてきました。Wow.
Perfect amount of pumping. He got on the hoof really early. Let's have a look at White now. This is Marlon. He's kind of way downtown as well, so he's got a bit of work to do. And, of course, he reappears, the former champ. So sick. Geez, that wave of Jins. He waited a long time for this wave, about 11 minutes. Just can't wait to see the replay again. Everybody, if you can hear us, get to your devices. You've got to see these replays. That one at Jins was one of the best rides I've seen all day. That was so sick.
It's going to be a great score, but this is Westernhurst up and riding on his backhand. Nice stored into the tube. Come out and gets to turn in, but unfortunately comes unstuck, but out the back.
Oh, there is a nugget out the back, team. Oh my God, who's in this thing?
稲葉選手、大きなチューブの中に入り、これは綺麗に出てきました。What a
Are you
hate.
kidding me? Are you kidding me? The point is on fire, folks. We woke up this morning, we saw bigger waves, and we went, yep, today's the day. And I wasn't posted on the first couple of heats, but you're like, I think it's actually slowed down and it's more of the same. And I'm like, nah, it's there. And here it is. And it's firing out here at Sorake Beach, everybody. Lagundri Bay in South Nias. We're owed some big numbers. Jin Suzuki, I reckon a gigantic score. Here's the replays, everybody. Look at how quick he got on the pump here, and he had to. Non-stop pumping. There was a lot of work to do. The foam ball gave him a little tickle up a couple of times, and he still just held true to his line. A convincing exit, and here's White as well. Marlon. All right, so
out the back.
It's cooking, brew. And here's the last wave of Western. So we've just seen another ride go on in live time over our shoulders. Western gets out of the barrel. He's got a heavy back foot. He does some big blasts. He's going to have to pick the pace up a little bit here.
Wow.
How was that takeoff for Blue?
That's a really airdrop takeoff, and that's one of the biggest sets. But that's way for Jin Suzuki comes in at 9.73.
Yep, I was almost going to suggest it could be a 10, but it's still the biggest score of the whole event. We've seen a 9.6 for Manojo earlier today. We've now got a 9.73 as the new benchmark for today. But I'm still confident someone's going to lock in a 10 at some point.
But that last of, Blue will be the big score as well. But last of White comes in at 6.93.
So Marzi, he's doing some work. He's in the lead. He's the only one that's got two good numbers. He's got to be a bit nervous with Suzuki's 9.73 on the scoreboard. That's no bigger numbers than that in 3.5 days of surfing. Lagundri Bay once again. This is a little bonus today, folks, that the forecast wasn't showing that it was going to be bigger and better today, but
so Jin got another wave straight
so
away.
That's a replay of his last score. So owed a number by Jin, so he'll go into first. But yeah, the athlete area downstairs, just out front of the Hashem family surf camp, it's rocking. It's full house down there, and everybody's just standing room only. Everybody's staring out at the lineup. It is steaming hot here. It is 10:49 on a Tuesday morning. Just about forgot what day it was. It's just been such a great trip here so far.
Well, last of blue comes in at 8.17. That put him into the lead now, 8.17 and 4.87. We're still waiting for the last of Jin Suzuki.
You know what? I reckon he got a lot of points off the takeoff.
Right,
The way
definitely.
he dropped into that pit. It wasn't the longest tube. It was still a gnarly barrel, but it was all about the takeoff and the commitment to just throwing himself over the edge and kind of reconnecting,
Right.
you know, in the perfect spot. Three-quarters of the way down that wave and just held it for real and got himself an 8.17.
Wow, he took it off so late. Pretty much his board and body in the air for a second.
That was so sick. I want to see all those replays again. Bonsoy, if we can queue up some replays, there's a lot to love about this heat. And pretty much, you know, this is the fourth heat of this round. Everybody that's got a surf coming up are just licking their lips. They're walking in with 2 and 3 backup boards as well. Everybody knows it's starting to do its best work out in front.
Well, Jin Suzuki's last wave comes in at a 4.87, puts him into the lead.
Team Japan, 1 and 2. So Marzi heard that just then. His head dropped a little. He's got priority. He only needs a 6.12. He's in white there, folks. He won this event probably about 4 or 5 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. Marlon Harrison out of the Goldie. Westonhurst is going to have to pick it up a little bit here at this stage. He needs almost 9 points. He can do it. I'm confident the big fella on his backhand has got the goods. He's going to have to do it in the next 9.5 minutes. Needs a huge number, an 8.67. Marzi needs a 6.12. Team Japan looking pretty strong with 14 and 13 point total. So here's all the replays, everybody. Get to your devices. Check it out a second time. This is the Harrison score of a 6.93.
Nice surfing from Marzi.
Oh, take us through this one.
Wow, this is a 9.73. Laughed up bottom sand. He pumps it through. Probably he needs to pump for like, 6 or 7 times and coming out of it so clean. Wow.
If he didn't stay so aggressive in the tube, he would have got gobbled up, right? And here is white now. Again, Marzi. So how's this drone footage, everybody online? These are just killer images of one of the best waves in the world when it does it. And that's the takeoff we're talking about, right? Rio Inaba. How's how pumped he was. That was an 8.17, everybody. The indicator was throwing up some moments as well that suggest somebody should get out there soon. Look at that up the point. Whoa. Anyway, Sorake Beach, everybody, is the location of the madness that's going on here. Day 4 of the Nias Pro. It is in Lagundri Bay. It is on the southern tip of the Nias Island, located just off Western Sumatra. It might take you a few flights to get here, but at the end of the day, when you park up on the point, you get some gold like this, you certainly pat yourself on the back for making the effort.
Definitely worth traveling a long time to get here. But definitely the surfers in the next heat see the 9.73, so they are all psyched now.
Oh, there's some real adrenaline and real hype going on just out front of where we're sitting. With everybody that's rocking up with boards in the next couple of heats, everyone's giving everybody else high fives and a lot of hugging going on, and everybody's just so into it. So for the second year in a row, the Nias Pro is lighting up. Our next heat in the water, Made Joy. We've got Varon Tanjung, Dom Thomas, Takuya Hongo. We've got Teddy Billy in the heat number 6. He's won a couple of heats to get to this point. He's won 3 heats, I think.
Right.
Diego Cordero, the goofy footer, representing Italy in heat 7. He's been going big time. He's up against Jay Okalupo, the Prince of Cloud 9 in John Mark Tokong, MCB, Mike Clayton Brown, Macklin Flynn, Caleb Tancred, Lennox Smith, and Ben Lorenzen to round out in heat 8 is going to be a worthy way to finish this round. So there's a lot of joy up ahead, everybody. It's only heat 4 of this round. We've got 4 more blockbuster matchups coming at us, and then we are going to put the ladies out there and see what they've got, and they are chuffed that they're getting a couple of bites at it this morning because we've already served 3 ladies heats this morning.
Right.
All right, they'll get their round of 16. That'll be 4 heats done. to put us to a surfer on surfer program from that point on for the women's draw. And for sure, the round of 16 of the men's, it's on standby, but everybody wants to get back out there again today.
Well,
So
definitely, because it's an epic day. Probably the best day out of 4 days of competing.
the day before we started was pretty good
Yeah,
as well.
right.
Remember that? There was a lot of free surfing going on. One must have seen
Mm.
200 really good barrels that day. It was around about this size, but that's before we pulled the rashies on. This is the best day with when everybody's duking it out for real with points and bucks on the line. All right.
Wow, so time is ticking down to almost 5 minutes mark in this heat. Jin Suzuki is sitting the lead with 9.73 and 4.87 pretty comfortably up front. Aurel Inaba is in second, so Mazi Harrison needs 6.12 to go into second, and Weston Hurst needs 8.67 to go into the second. So is there going to be another set?
Some nervous times for the Harrison and Hurst clan. I'm sure Troy and the crew down there, maybe Jace, are watching. I'm sure it's down tools in a lot of spots. Everybody's soaking up the action. I know a lot of my mates at home, and Webby and Willow and crew and Billy Hangen. Loved having him on commentary with me the last few years, and I got here and everybody's like, where's Billy? That's what I'm asking as well. Billy, we miss you, mate. You and Oni were a great inclusion to the team. But it is what it is, and we're here doing it, and it's a boiling hot Tuesday. Not a cloud in the sky out there, and the sun is ferocious. The waves are cooking, and everybody's into it. I hope you're enjoying the images that we're getting all around the world. Nias is a dead set famous wave for an obvious reason. When it's doing this sort of program, it's up there with some of the best you see.
Well, can
Look at
see
this
the
thing.
lines out
Yeah,
there,
there's
but
something coming through right now. Nobody wants it. Look at these waves they're leaving.
wow, no takers on this one, but
Okay.
still, wow.
I really want to bank a few of those for me and just put them in the back pocket for later. Look
Wow.
at this thing.
So this is Mazi up and riding, needs 6.12. So this deep
He's got
barreling,
this.
and he gets out.
He got
So-
it. He got it.
Wow.
So
Wow.
Marzi, he's a polished campaigner. I've seen him win QSs before. I've seen him win here.
さあ稲葉選手、このライディングでスコアを伸ばしていきたい。しっかりとここも抜けていきました。Wow, back to back. Great waves, great surfing from Rio and Mazi as well.
Oh, it's out of those two for second right now. And Weston's got a little bit of work to do. He might even end up comboed once these scores drop because they were sick rides by both. Jin Suzuki, he'd love to get rid of his 4.87. He's got the hugest number of the whole event. But they're coming at him hard here in the back 3 minutes. Really big scores about to drop for Marzi, and Rio was gone for an
Wow.
eternity on his backhand.
Little bit of paddle battling between Rio and Malin out there. But it's crucial to get higher crowdity. But
Right about now, those two are sweating
Right.
hard. You're in the water and you're sweating. The rashies on, feel like having a wetsuit top on. The sun is just beating down heavy, but they're probably just so into this. You see them come in, you try and do a post-heat interview with crew, and they're like, just give me a minute. They sit down, they drink some water. You got to give them a couple of minutes to cool
Right.
down before they can get up and actually speak.
Definitely. Definitely. They pretty much hot in the water as well, but they're too excited to be surfing out there, and it's quite long paddle actually. Once you
It
get
is. That's hard work. Doing that, they will both be huffing and puffing right now. Seriously, you sweat your sunscreen off when you're in
Right.
the water doing this. The numbers coming through are gigantic.
Wow, 7.67 for the last of Rio. That puts him into the lead actually. So Marlon Harrison now needs 7.68, but we are still waiting for the last of White. Wow, it's gonna be a good number
It was
for
pretty
Mazi.
sick. It was pretty sick, right? So I think he could get it. Does Jin Suzuki drop into third? I think he's about to. He does. Suzuki with a 9.73 is now in threat of dropping out of the draw.
Wow.
He needs a 5.53. We've already seen Manojo Yahagi drop out got fourth with a 9.6, right? Could a lightning strike twice in the same place. Jin Suzuki's got a 9.73 and he's got a minute 40 to stay in the event. Oh my goodness, Marzi and Rio right on cue. Got the numbers they needed. Huge score lines. 14 points for Suzuki. He's in red. He's got priority. I can see some lines starting to stack up.
Wow.
Absolute crunch time now for Jin, yeah?
1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Time is ticking, but Jin has first priority.
Here he
and
goes.
He gets this one into the barrel. Traveling quite long time. Comes out clean. So needs 5.53. Wow, it's going to be really close.
Well, that's the sort of wave I want to see from the judges' point of view. Again, there's been some better tubes go down in this heat. Guaranteed he doesn't need the biggest number. It's got to fall right in the middle of the judging scale. For those playing along at home, you've seen what's going on here. Make up your own mind. I'm just going to sit on the fence on this one and just let the judges do their job. But another just, oh, look at that. Okay, so look at the front on view. That was sick. That was
上
sick.
のライディングでこれで 5.53 が必要な状況でしっかりとチューブを抜けてきました。
Marlon Harrison could be under threat. He's sitting in second, so it's his neck that is on the chopping block here.
Wow.
So stand by for another photo finish here, ladies and gentlemen. But I believe Jin Suzuki, that tube looked pretty good. The replay from the front on.
Right.
He disappeared for a long time, yeah?
Might,
Still up to the
yeah.
judges, though. So we'll just hold with these numbers. The heat's done in 7 seconds. Westonhurst didn't have the best outing, but he's still going to be in the Pro Juniors. So we look forward to a lot more out of Weston. Marzi drops into third because old mate Jin goes back into the lead with a 7.1. Team Japan 1-2. Over and out for Heat 4. We'll be back in a minute with Heat 5.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
I'm back. We're back. Here we are. Everyone's back to Sorake Beach. There's just gigantic surfing going on all over the place here today. Tuesday morning, Jin Suzuki with a 16.83 two-wave total. Huge numbers. None better than the 9.73 today. Rio Inaba, you can see him in second. Team Japan right there. Marlon Harrison, a valiant effort. Included a 15.26 two-wave combo, two-wave scoreline, an 8.33 and a high 6, but wasn't enough to progress through to the round of 16. There's just epic moments going on everywhere, and I'm welcome back into the booth with me is True Starling.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, wow, huge heat totals in that those last couple of heats. And honestly, throughout this whole day, we saw the 9.6 earlier from Minojo Yahagi. That was the best wave we'd seen of the event so far. Then that last one of Jin Suzuki, a 9.73. This is shaping up to be a pretty incredible day.
Well, it already is for mine. It's the best day of the event so far. It's a little bonus day. The modules were showing it wasn't supposed to be this size, but a good mate of mine down there in Koori, Dino from Lani's, he messaged me yesterday and said, it's still macking here. You've got more on the way, and here it is. Right on cue, it's fallen right in the lap of Sorake Beach with a direct south swell. So ideal conditions, ideal swell direction, primo size, and there's a lot of goodness going on. All right. Oh, I had to take a bit of a breath after all that. Who have we got in this matchup?
Yeah, we have Takuya Hongo out there with Made Joy Satriawan, Varun Tanjung, and Dom Thomas for heat number 5 of the men's round of 32. Far out, Mark. There's been some big heats today. It's been so exciting already. We're going to shape up for a pretty big afternoon as well. We've got the women's round of 16. The men's round of 16 are on standby, but I don't see any reason why we won't go into that.
Nah, you can't stop when it's doing this, right? So stand by for a big day, everybody, and a little bit of downtime in this heat. Once again, I'm just going to put a shout out to my brother, Kim Clift. Hope he's watching there in Surfing WA with all the other team, Laney and all the ladies and all the team down there. Happy birthday, Kim. this is day 4 of the Nias Pro, guys. Love you guys. My team there at Trig Beach. I'm sure they're tuning in. Double thumbs up to you guys.
That's pretty special. It's my sister's birthday tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah.
Get some shout
Siblings.
outs. Get some shout outs to Jess tomorrow.
Well, not much coming through so far at the start of this heat. We've seen some pretty consistent sets rolling through pretty much all day so far. It is 11 o'clock Nias time, and
I know, I'm boiling already.
yes.
Sweaty moments out there when
Yep.
you're outside.
Yep.
If you're not in the AC, you're sweating. If you're in the lineup, they're probably sweating. If you're in the direct sun, it's your shirt just sticks to you.
Yes.
You know, there's no combating it. You've just got to be in the shade. It's pretty hectic. 'Cause-
Everyone's attached to their water bottles here, that's
Oh,
for
look,
sure.
We're located 1 degree north of the equator here, everybody. Hence, most days look as windless as right now, because you're in the doldrums, right? You're almost in the lowest latitude place in the world. You're in the tropics. Look at all the coconut trees in the background. It generally sort of drops some rain every couple of days, so the place just turns into a sauna, and that's kind of what we got out there right now.
Yes. We actually have Made Joy, who is out there. He is part of the Indo team, and he got a 5th here in Nias last year, going down to Ryaru Ito in the quarterfinals, part of the Legion board riders, one of the Padma boys. And Made Joy turned 21 a couple of days ago as well. There's it's been a eventful of birthdays between here and Krui, but a 9.73 from Jin Suzuki in that last heat was pretty insane. He's going to have a chat with Daiwako.
素晴らしいライディングを披露してくれました。9.67、このヒート、この大会のハイスコアだと思います。いかがですか？
そうですね。まあ、とにかく最高の一言です。
もうあの波はもう待っていたという感じなんですか？
そうですね。あのぐらいのうねりのサイズは待っていて、まあ正直そのうねりが大きくて、まあちょっとなんか種類が違うっていうか、すごく右側で溜まってるものと、すごく大きくて伸びてくる2種類が個人的にはあるなと思って。でもまあ、フロントフッターなんで、はい、パンプできるんで、あれはもう行くしかないと思って行きました。
Well, he knew that wave was kind of little too deep for him, but he's a natural footer, so he know that he can do a lot of pumps in the tube, so that's how he made that 9.67。あのチューブの中、どういう感覚、気持ちがあったのか、ちょっと教えてください。
そうですね。もう乗ってから完璧にバレルの中に包まれて、まあ、試合じゃなくても抜けるしかないんですけど、なんかずっとテールに、スープが乗っかってるっていうか、もう、今にもすごい、こう、食べられちゃいそうな感じがずっと続いて、わ、抜けれないって、出口が遠いって感じだったんですけど、もう気持ちで抜けた感じです。
He had a feeling of the foam ball is just running after him, but he just knew that he needed a lot of pump, and wow, that's how he made that excellent score. では今日もしかしたらラウンドオブ16もあると思います。この後どう過ごしますか？
そうですね、もうこの後はさっきのチューブを振り返ってリラックスして、とにかくこのニアス最高なんで楽しみます、ゆっくりして。
Yes. まずは1本目のベンベンと、はい、最後にメッセージの方お願いします。
はい、そうですね。ニアスはやっぱり波も最高なコンディションで、すごく特別な波がブレイクしていて、大好きな波なので、自分の楽しいサーフィン、好きなサーフィンをして、このまま頑張ります。応援の方よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
All right, well done, Jin. Huge total. Waves, highest single wave score of the event. I'm sure there must have been a 10 involved in that to post a 9.73. Worthy winner. He kind of ended up a little shaky there for a moment. I've got to say true. He dropped into third there for a little moment, and then he got a 7-1 right at the end. It wasn't the biggest wave, but it was a dead set. It was a dead set drainer. Tippy Jabber, you got to win. You got to win heats to get a bang bang. He's coming up himself. All right, so Jin Suzuki worthy, but there was moments there where we're thinking, oh, does someone else with a 9 drop out here? But he didn't. It was such a good response.
Yeah, wow, that would have been pretty crazy. We've seen so many huge heat scores, a 9.73, getting a 7.1 at the end. Nerves of steel, really, from Jun Suzuki.
Well, look, it was a really strong answer back because Rio and Marlon both posted huge numbers in the 8 range to get, and Jin was sitting in the lead. And then all of a sudden he's dropped to 3rd, and these two move up, and Marzi was the one that was in 2nd. And then Jin's responded with a 7-1. Marzi's gone to 3rd. And Weston didn't have an ideal heat, but he is still in the Pro Juniors. So we saw him have a great campaign down there at Cruy. He made the final of the Pro Junior boys. He went through the draw fairway in the Opens down there. So there's a lot to like. He's only 16, and between him and Dylan flying the flag for the Groms, I'm loving what you guys bring.
Yeah, it's inspiring to watch, that's for sure, for the Indonesian surfers, especially the men. Seeing as we're in the men's round of 32, they're just pushing each other to be better and better. We'll roll into the women's a little bit later, which we'll see some pretty awesome surfers out there. I think Suri will be in heat number 4. We'll see Kia in heat number 2. I'm sure we'll see a couple of extra Indonesian girls out there. Thank you. And yeah, I mean, big heats coming up for the women's round of 16. We finished the women's round of 32 a little bit earlier today, so I can't wait to roll into that.
Waves approaching. Look at these mid-sized waves that nobody wants. Geez, on any given day, a wave just rolled through, folks, that kind of barreled pretty hard. It didn't have the height these guys want. There's 10 minutes off the clock right now. We've got 1 point in the red column. Ouch. Well, I just saw a pretty good wave roll through that I would have taken pretty much any day of the week. It was so sick. But these guys have got to make these calls. Nobody's budged from their game plan. They want sets. They saw that last crazy heat. Marlon Harrison got knocked out, everybody, with a 15-26 two-wave total. He could consider himself really unlucky. I spoke with Marzi just before he went out, and he said the surf was that good. He was shaking. And he was watched him wax his board, and he just about dropped his wax like 3 times because he couldn't control what he was doing.
I'm just so excited.
So excited.
Everyone is just, come here and they're like, wow, it is firing today. Especially yesterday, we weren't expecting it to be like this.
No.
As we've been saying throughout the day, throughout the morning. And it's just, we're pretty blessed to have woken up this morning with the ocean just providing once again and surprising us all.
And that's it, right? All the modules and surf forecasts, they're just a guide. The ocean does what it wants, when it wants, and you can never be 100% rock solid on forecasts. Hence, this is a couple of days late, or at least a day late.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you've showed up. You're entertaining us on day 4. This heat has gone a little bit sleepy, but Takuya has guaranteed there'll be no restart in this matchup because he's scored a 1. And everyone else is like, oh, damn you. They probably could have got a restart had we got to the 15-minute mark with no waves ridden. But there's 1 on the scoreboard, so we're down to a 13-minute heat. And given what we've seen earlier today, True, I still feel there's enough energy in the ocean to give everybody the 2 required waves they need.
Yes, I agree. There's still plenty of waves to come through. I mean, we saw an incredible day of surfing yesterday. So while there's a little bit of a break in the action, let's take a look at highlights from day 2.
Everyone, this is day number 2 of Nias Pro. We're gonna be starting off with remaining round of 128 of men's and straight into round of 96. Today we are gonna be running 25 heat.
This condition was good, still pumping, and all the surfers pumping there.
Let's go.
rolling out here. Heat 5, who would have thought so with all the stuff we've seen going on this morning, but I have seen some big paddling going on right now. The team out there are sitting pretty deep. But the deepest of them is this fellow. It looks like green. I think this is Dom Thomas threading this thing and comes out. Well done, Dom. So the party has finally started here in Heat 5, but geez, it took a long time, True.
Took a while to get to it. This is Made Joy into this one, looking to get back to the quarterfinals. Big carve for Made Joy as he goes straight up and out of that wave. So he'll lock in his first score. And first of Dom Thomas to lock in as well. Both pretty important numbers, leaving Varun out there with first priority.
So I imagine Rizal and the crew in Bali are watching this, and they'd be pretty nervous about now. Boys out there in white. Obviously, he's got priority. He needs something to happen pretty soon to leave himself enough time to get a second wave. The boys have probably all had clear game plans, get sets at all costs. You've got to get sets. This heat's kind of had a little bit of a hiatus for 15 minutes, so either having to go to plan B or just keep with the belief. So here is Varun.
Yeah, Varun into his first wave. Finds some shade. Gets to exit as well. And you can see him just carving for a connection there for Varun. He locks in his first score, first of Dom Thomas, a 5.5. And scores to come through as well for Made Joy. So it's been a sleepy heat, but it's starting to wake up a little bit right now.
Yep, we've got a heat on our hands now. We're going to get some numbers that will at least give us a platform to get the back end of this heat together. And two surfers have got to progress regardless of what is offered up. So you want to be one of those two at all costs. You want to surf more heats, which is what Elliot Parada-Reed said. When I spoke with him, he came and he said, I don't even care about my result overall at this event. I just want to keep surfing heats.
Yeah, which is totally fair enough. And here we go. This is Dom Thomas once again stalling to get into the pit, disappears, finds an exit again for Dom Thomas. Pretty carbon copy wave from that last one. Gets a nice wrap in, and he kicks out, looking to back up a 5.5 pretty quickly with just under 9 minutes to go. Smart heat surfing from Dom.
Yep, got two waves back to back. He's already got a 5.5. That won't be a huge number, but look, in a low-scoring matchup where wave catching at an absolute premium, really good work. It'll be a strong lead once his second number drops. Made's wave was a bit too small to extract much love out of the judges. And Takuya in red, he's got a little bit of work to do as well now. He's got priority, but he's only sitting on a 1. So we'll get some numbers, some requirements in a moment that'll give us a better look at the leaderboard here.
Yeah, first of Varun locks in at a 4.5. Scores to come through for first of Dom Thomas as well. And this next heat is going to be heat number 6. It'll be Hiroya Miwa, Hiroto Arai, Teddy, Billy, and Xavier Bryce. Wow, that'll be a good heat for heat number 6 of the men's round of 32. We have some big heats to finish off this round. Heat number 7 is going to be Diego Cordero, John Mark Tukong or Marama, Mike Clayton Brown, and Jay Okalupo. And heat 8, this one is going to be crazy. Macklin Flynn, Caleb Tancred, Lennox Smith, and Ben Lorenzen. That's
program
a crazy
is
heat.
just a treat, isn't it? So here's Dom threading here his last wave. The score is still in debate. It's about to drop. It's not huge, but it is a decent backup, and it's in at a 4.43. So a 9.93 total. Grand total of 2 rides is leading. Varun Tanjung, a mid-range 5 needed to go into first, and some pretty low numbers needed by both Made and Takuya. So the stage is set. We're down to 7. Sleepiest half of this heat, but a win's a win. You've got to get down and win dirty sometimes and just claw your way through, because I'm sure there's going to be more joy on offer here at the point throughout the day. Let's have a look at it. It's 20 past 11 Tuesday morning. Hongo will be desperate. He needs only a 3.51, but it's kind of not a realistic number when you sense that everybody's going to get at least another crack at it.
Yeah. At least he's got that first priority. It puts him in a really good spot when the sets roll through. It's not an if, but a when moment.
I reckon it is. He's going to have to do it twice, though, I feel. 6 minutes. You've got to be thinking with the energy that's out there and the waves we've seen today, we're in for a bit of goodness in these last 6 minutes. You'd like to think so.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. This has been the slowest heat of the day that we've seen so far. 5.5 and a 4.5 has a 9.93 combo for Dom Thomas. And, this heat, it's not a question about the surfing, more just the waves. And that might have been Axel and Zave.
So that's the world famous keyhole, everybody. So you walk along the little yellow brick road to get out there. You pick your time to jump off on a high tide and a big swell. That's kind of pretty gnarly business getting off that. I know a lot of the locals and a lot of people here, when it is washy and there's swell, don't even put their leg ropes on until they get off the rocks, and then put their leggy on in the keyhole and paddle across.
Ooh.
This is better, looking way better for Made. Surely he comes out of this thing. So this is Made Joy Setrioan. He's a very popular fella. Used to be part of, for a couple of years, our beach commentary team, along with Made Dera, Oni Anwar. We miss you, Oni. We miss you, Billy. But we're doing it now, and we're watching Made do his best to get out of this heat. I think he's going to do it well. I think this is going to be a big number.
Yeah, I agree. That was a big wave, and Made getting pretty deep. He got the travel time as well, which the judges are obviously looking and assessing that throughout the day. We've seen some huge scores already. Let's see what Takuya Hongo can do. He's straight up into this one, stalling, gets completely covered. Doesn't find an exit though. Wow, looks like he was right there. Maybe just getting the foam ball a little bit.
Maybe got on the stall a bit too heavy or something. Yeah, I don't know. Did he get a little bit greedy? Maybe the wave, maybe the foam ball. Just.
It looked like he was almost there.
It did, didn't it?
So 5.9 for that last wave of Made Joy. Puts him up into second. It's the best wave of the heat so far. Only needs a 4.03 to go to first. And we've seen some huge scores throughout this whole day. So no surprises really that we're having a heat with smaller numbers. Not a testament to the surfing, just more the ocean going a little bit sleepy.
All right, well, we got 3.5 to sort this out. I really hope everybody gets at least one more good set wave. This is Made's 5.9, everybody. This is the wave of the heat. So in the scheme of things, it was kind of about a half-size wave on what's been rolling through here today, but he needed it. Wave catching game is starting to become the theme of heat number 5. And this last wave here for red. I wonder what went wrong for Takuya.
Yeah, wow, that was really unlucky for Takuya Hongo. A 1.3 for that last wave. He needs a 7.43 to go to second. Varun chasing a 4.24 with priority. So he gets a next wave and hopefully some sets to come through. We've seen it happen more often than not in these last 3 minutes. Sets roll through and the leaderboard starts to take a shift.
Yeah, that last heat, for instance, went everywhere. Jin Suzuki, who was leading for most of the heat, went to third via Rio and Marlon picking up some 8s. Rio then picked up a 7.10 and went back to first, and Marlon dropped into third. That all went on in the last couple of minutes of the heat. So I'm sure Takuya is going to have to keep his belief alive. Varun could do it a little bit easy with just a mid-4. He's only caught one wave, Varun, but he's got priority. You can see him out there in white. I'm sure his dad and the crew down there, his gang, are sending their mojo to Varun. He's on the move now. His body language suggests there's a set coming. Where is he?
Wow, maybe some sets to roll through. Varun using priority, pulls in, completely disappears, finds an exit for Varun, and he likes the feeling of it as well. With just under 2 minutes to go, this is going to be a pretty important number for Varun and also Made Joy.
Oh, Made's going to need another wave. He's only sitting on a 2.83 as his backup, which is a non-event in these sort of conditions. So he's desperate for a wave. He's got third priority, so that's not ideal when you're down to 90 and the boys surrounding you have first and second priority. Hongo in the red, he's desperate for another wave as well. I kind of like this ride. It was good. Long tube, comes out, waves to the judges. Pretty certain that he will move up, and numbers are starting to indicate likewise.
Yeah, he'll probably go to the lead. It's a 6.5, so Varun takes first place. Dom Thomas from Newcastle. Down in second, Made Joy looking for a 4.03, not a big score. And Takuya chasing an 8.63. That is a big score, but we've seen 8's been thrown away in heats. And anything can happen in this last 50 seconds of this heat. Dom holds that first priority, though. He's in the driving seat right now.
All right, well, unbelievably, when we look at the scoreboard here, they've only caught 2 waves apiece and the heat is almost done. So the numbers still give us a clear winner, and somebody that's going to move through in second at this stage is Dom. Made might dip out here. Same with Takuya. No movement for these boys with 20 seconds to go. You can see the caddies paddling across out the back there, about to park up and do their duties for heat 6. The boys in the coloured rashes are just about on the spot as well for the next heat. 10 seconds to go. There's some paddling, but there's not much movement behind them. So it's going to be commiserations to Made and Hongo in the red. But well done to Varun, takes the win, and Dom Thomas moving through also to the round of 16. We'll throw to a quick break and be back shortly with heat 6.
Cow! Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go.
Welcome back. Nias Pro QS 6000. We are into round of 32, heat number 6. We have Hiroya Miwa in red, Roto Arai in blue, Teddy Duckbill in white, Xavier Bryce in green. I'm Daibako and booth with Jada.
Hello, Dai.
Hello.
And I'm stoked to have you in this heat. We've got 2 Japanese surfers up against Teddy, Billy, and Xavier Bryce. Wow, I'm really, really excited to be watching Teddy. He's, like I've said quite a few times, a good friend of mine. We grew up in Bali together. I've watched him grow up surfing Bingin ever since he was a small grom up till now in the round of 32, heat 6 in the QS 6000 here in Nias. I know Kian Martin is his caddy right now, and he's going to be cheering him on all the way.
Yeah, Teddy must be used to this kind of condition, practicing in Bali. Lots of barrel there too.
Yep, especially Bingin. Bingin is a little bit of a machine wave. It's a left-hander, but perfect barrel. And there we have our man right now, Teddy Billy in the white, finding shade, coming out of that one. Good turn there. Unfortunately, just pushes a little too hard and falls off, but he did most of the work out the back. A bit of a smaller one, but a good start for Teddy.
That was a beautiful wave. Good way to start this heat off. Like you said, it comes unstuck on first turn, but definitely he's done the job at the back, pointed the barrel, and comes out clean. Well, it comes in at a 3.50, not a big score, but still, it's a good way to start this heat off, and try to be busy in the water, but sometimes ocean goes quiet. Yeah, we've seen so many excellent scores and great scores today. This is one of the smaller ones, but still, you can get a tube ride.
Yeah, it must feel good nonetheless getting a nice little barrel there. But yeah, compared to some of the other rides we've seen all morning, that was one of the smallest ones we've seen. So, the judges really saying, now we want to see that on the set.
And definitely there's going to be a bigger sets coming through at least one set in one heat.
Yeah, unfortunately, the last heat, Mate Joy bowing out in third. He had a great run last year here in the Nias Pro. He got one of the best waves we've seen, a 10-point ride, and we see it in the highlight reels every time we go on break. Congratulations, though, to Varun Tanjung and Don Thomas. So they were killing it out there. Bit more of a quiet heat, that last one. So I'm hoping it means that we're going to see some bigger sets come in here in this heat.
Definitely, it happens. One heat, so many waves coming through, but one heat off. But definitely, we will be seeing a lot of waves coming in this heat. We are hoping to.
Yeah, so it is currently 11:30 in the morning here in Lagundri Bay. We had just hit the low tide not too long ago, but there is not a big difference in the tides today. So low tide was at 11 just half an hour ago. The high tide is at 4:30 this afternoon, but only a 0.3 difference in the tide. So it's going to be pretty similar throughout the day. Hopefully now, though, with that incoming tide, we're going to see a bit of a push. That's what I'm hoping for. It was a bit of a trend in Krui that as soon as the tide switched, it got a little bit more consistent. And here in Indonesia, that actually tends to happen quite a bit. So hopefully we'll be seeing that today. We've already had so much action.
Wow, so much.
But we want more.
Definitely, because to me, it's like a best the day of the competition, just pumping out there on an epic day. A lot of excellent scores locked in. We've seen 9.7, 9.6, 8 throwing away the sixes. So a lot of big actions so far, and we're still 11:30 today. So there's more action on the way.
Yep, so we will be finishing this round of 32 of the men's and heading straight into women's round of 16. And I don't see why we won't be doing the round of 16 of the men's as well. This is the best day of competition we've had. So it's going to be another big day for us here. But with conditions like this, it just makes it easier.
新井選手、ポメライディング、これはかなりディープなところから攻めていきました。少し奥すぎたように見えます。
Wow, that would have been a 10 if he made it out of that.
Definitely. That was a little too deep for Hiroto Arai.
So Hiroya Miwa, a bit of a new name for me, but we will get straight back to that as we go to a post-heat interview with Varun Tanjung.
All right, winner of the last heat down here with me, Varun Tanjung. I'm sure the plan was to get more than 2 waves, but that's just the way it went, right?
Yeah, it was a tough one, actually. Just watching the heat before me, it was firing. Like, I've seen so many good waves. And then same thing happened to me yesterday. The heat before me was firing, and then my heat went flat, and then again today. So it was pretty tough, but had to adapt. And yeah, stuck to progress.
All right, well, it's steaming hot out there. You are going to get another surf this afternoon because congratulations, you're through to the round of 16. So what do you do between now and then?
Definitely just going to go hide from the sun, go in the AC. Probably hang with my brother, Sinar. It's his birthday today. Shout out to Sinar. So yeah, got a good crew here. And yeah, I just love it here. It's one of my favorite places.
Yeah, me too. I agree. Salamat ulang tahun, Sinar. Listen, you travel a lot and hang out a lot with Bronson, and him becoming the world junior champion and you being in that gang. How inspiring is that to have watched one of your best friends do that?
Yeah, it's so inspiring. Just seeing my best friend, my brother, just go so far to win the world title. See all the hard work he does, and I'm just right along by his side right there. So I know I have the abilities to do that and go all the way, win this event, hopefully. And yeah, it's just very motivating to see how far Bronson's come, and hopefully I'm next.
All right, well, definitely in the slipstream there of Bronson. You're looking really good, mate. I'm sure your dad at home, Rizal, and your mum and the clan in Bali. Would you like to fire up and say something to them?
Yeah, thank you, Mom and Dad, to my sponsors as well. Everyone back home supporting me, it means so much. Very motivating, and yeah, let's do this. Let's go all the way.
Congratulations, everyone. All the best for the next round.
Thank you. Where's my bang bang?
In my pocket. Grab it.
Always, where's the bang bang? I had that with Mate Joy when he
Right,
won his
right.
last heat. I was like, I forgot it actually. So yeah, congratulations, Varun Tanjung. I'm so happy to see you go into the next round. These conditions for Varun are ideal. He is
Definitely,
a bit of a
right.
barrel hunter.
Mhm.
I've said it a few times. When he has some of the best wave selection I've ever seen, and he's always on the best ones. Whenever we're on a surf trip around Indo, I had during the pandemic a few surfs with him out at Desert Point, as well out at the Padang Cup. Sorry, not Padang Cup, out at Padang Padang, and he is just such an incredible surfer and especially barrel rider. He has the read on his waves is really good. So he will always be on the best ones.
Definitely a little bit of shocker for Varun then just in his heat because not many waves, didn't come for him. But definitely he'll be surfing this afternoon after the round of 16 of women. So another big heat for him. Making a round of 16 is really huge for him for the ranking. So definitely a great job for Varun.
Yeah, round of 16 is a pretty big deal, especially 6,000.
Right.
It's not easy. The level is so high, and we've seen it. People have been throwing 9s and 8s all day. And talking about people getting high scores, the heat coming up is pretty stacked.
Wow.
We have Diego Cordero, John Mark Takong, also known as Marmar, Mike Clayton Brown, and Jay Okilupo.
Yeah, that's another big hit. Diego scored a big score yesterday, and Joe McDougall, he's from Siargao, so he loves going into the barrel. Wow, so it's gonna be interesting heat, heat number 7. But in this heat, it's been really quiet so far, last 10 minutes or so, or maybe 20 minutes even.
Yeah, so it's been a bit of a slow one, the last one as well. So I just have a feeling that means that it's a bit of a calm before the storm.
Definitely, and hoping to see some more actions for them. It's only 2 waves ridden so far.
Yep, so we will be finishing this round of 32 with Heat 8. We'll see Macklin Flynn, Caleb Tancred, Lennox Smith, and Ben Lawrenson. And just as we're saying it, Hiroyo.
三輪選手、こちら、しっかりと波を待って、この波にテイクオフ、そしてチューブライディングを決めてきました。このヒートには2名の日本人サーファーがクレジットされています。ブルーに新井宏斗選手、レッドに三輪弘也選手。レッドの選手、最後のライディング、綺麗にチューブを決めてきた。このライディング、いいスコアになってきそうです。But yeah, finally we get to see Hiroya getting barrel on his backhand. This is Xavier Bryce up and riding. Gets a little shade and really nice carve, and it gets the third turn in. So that's beautiful combination from Xavier Bryce. He doesn't really want to wait for a long time. It's been over 12 minutes in.
Yeah, so 12 minutes 45 on the clock. That leaves space now for Teddy Billy and Hiroto Arai. Looking like maybe I see something coming out the back. The boys were paddling, so hopefully this means that there's a big bomb coming. Never mind what I said. Nothing.
Well, last of red comes in at a 4.67. So it was beautiful wave from Hiroya getting a tubes, but like I said before, it was a smaller size wave. So this is a replay of the last of red.
Yeah, you're right. So beautiful wave completely disappeared behind the curtain, but you're right, smaller wave compared to what we've been seeing today. Xavier Bryce there finds a little shade as well, but most of his board was outside and visible throughout that ride. He got some nice turns in there, but on a day like today, he will be wanting to throw that score away because it's all about getting barreled.
Yeah, it's pretty much all about getting a barrel from this morning. So last wave for Xavier comes in at a 3.67. So it's kind of stuck in the 3 and 4 point range at the moment. Hiroto has second priority. Teddy has first priority with 11 minutes 25 seconds to go.
Just looking out, I can really feel the offshore wind right now. This
Right.
feels like southeast winds, or known as trade winds here in Indonesia, and very common this time of year, and very useful because when you start feeling these winds come up and you see some swells in the forecast, you know you're going to be getting some good combinations.
It's right offshore. We just need the set to roll through for all the surfers with 10 minutes and 50 seconds to go. So pretty much everyone has first wave. Just waiting for the second wave to come in.
Round of 32, heat 6. All right, not too much happening out in the water right now. 10.5 on the clock. It's anyone's heat for now. Priorities with Teddy. Second priority, Hiroto Arai, our surfer from Japan. He's done the rounds in the QS. Teddy Billy, young gun. He's just coming up now. Had unfortunate injury lately, but he's looking like he's stronger than ever, and took down some big names in the past heats. He had some stacked names, and he managed to just power through. Hiroto Miwa, a new name for me. Hiroya Miwa.
So he's been, competing in the surfing industry for a long time, and he works at Wave Pool in Japan.
Oh, wow.
He's really good in the air, and he was surfing at Stab High a couple weeks ago, but this is Hiroto Arai. 選手2本目のライディング、これはチューブではなくマニューバーへ切り替えています。さあレイバックターンからボトムターンに行き、そしてここでもう一度カーブを入れてきます。この後は完売になってしまったのでキックアウト。
All right, right behind him, Teddy Billy coming out of a tube. Big cut back here to tie the knot. Gets out of it in time, so he'll be backing up that 350. Hiroto Arai, unfortunately, doesn't really take advantage of that first section.
Right.
Just went around it, so maybe seeing not that much potential. But those were probably going to be some of the best scores in this heat for now.
And it looks like set coming through for them at the back. So a lot of paddling going on right now. So Hiroya has first priority. Having a look at this one. さあ、三輪選手2本目のライディング。これは大きなボトムターンをしてからチューブに入ってきます。さあ、これは抜けられるのか。しっかりとこれは抜けてきました。さあ、ようやくセットが入ってきた時間帯になります。But finally, we've seen the sets coming through. Out the back, Xavier Bryce by himself with first priority.
Yep, so it's clear for Xavier now. Next bomb that comes through, it will be his turn. Teddy Billy's last wave, a 6.33, goes straight to first. Hiroto Arai's last one comes in at a 2.33. So here's the replay of White. Pretty deep in there, a lot of time in the barrel, comes out, wraps it around here just to tie the knot, show the judges he's under control. So 6.33. I'm excited to see the last of Hiroyo. Here we go.
Well, late drop, but managed to pull into the barrel just in time and get cover for quite a long time, and it comes out. So that's a beautiful ride. It comes in at 8.33, last of Hiroya.
All right, so that is the best wave we've seen in quite a long time. Bigger than Teddy's. That's why he got 2 points more. But yeah, beautiful ride from Hiroya Miwa. I'm sure he's buzzing right now. He's in first. Teddy Billy, 6.33 for the last of him. Xavier Bryce with priority out now. He'll be begging for a set to come through, as well as Hiroto Arai.
Wow, so Hiroya now in the lead. さあ、三輪選手、最後の波で 8.33 をスコアし、現在第1位のポジション。第4位の新井宏斗選手、7.50 で2位のポジションへ進んでいきます。このヒート少しセットが入ってこない時間が長く続きましたが、ここに来て、少しずつですがセットが入ってきているように感じます。残り時間6分30秒になるところですが、この後 セットが入ってくることでその差を広げていきたい。そして新井選手は逆転をしていきたいところ。
Okay, so 6 minutes left. Will we have a nail-biting finish?
I got a feeling that we will have another set. I'm hoping to see some more actions, definitely.
And you know who else is hoping for that? I'm pretty sure all 4
Right.
surfers in the water right now,
Definitely.
because who wouldn't want to be getting barreled off their head right now in Nias with 3 other people out?
Right. That's so true. And even, after hearing that what Red gets for the last wave, he gets the barrel 8.33. So there is an opportunity still out there to get excellent score.
Whew, I'm feeling it.
So all the surfers just paddling towards out the back a little bit. Hiroto is kind of having a look at this one. さあ、新井選手どうでしょう、この波はいかず。
All right, a smaller inside wave. We see that everyone's kind of antsy. Everyone's moving around. There's movement happening outside. Xavier Bryce with priority. Teddy Billy second. It looks like Hiroya Miwa.
ヒロヤ選手、さあこの波かなりディープなところから入っていきますが、これは抜けられそうにありません。彼現在 8.33 そして 4.67 を持っている状況なので、この 4.67 を塗り替えてその差を広げていきたい。
All right. 5-minute mark.
Wow. So a lot of things can happen in the last 5 minutes. So, and we've seen a lot
Yeah.
that happens.
Yeah, we have, especially today. Sometimes there's just a pulse in the water and just big bombs coming through. We saw a couple very last second rides, so
Right.
this is a crucial moment right now.
So Xavier has first priority. Teddy has second priority. Probably Teddy wants to get rid of the 3.50 to extend his lead or moving into the first. But Xavier needing 6.17 and Hiroto Arai needs 7.50 with 4 minutes to go.
There we have Hiroya Miwa asking for the time update, just under 4 minutes. We're getting to the pointy end of this heat. Will these boys get one more chance to showcase some great surfing? All right, just taking a look right after this heat, we'll have the heat 7 of the round of 32 men's. We have Diego Cordero, John Mark Takong, Mike Clayton Brown, and Jay Okilupo. After that, in heat 8, we'll have Macklin Flynn, Caleb Tancred, Lennox Smith, and Ben Lawrenson. We'll be heading straight into the round of 16 of the women's. The first heat coming up, we have Ruby True, Annie Dos Santos, Kira Buckpitt, and Taylor Green. Heat 2, Kaya Hewer, Lucy Dara, Osha Curtis, and Rita Suzuki. Coming up after that, Philippa Anderson, Shino Matsuda, Amelie Burke, Jasmine Studer, and Heat 4, Ella McCaffrey, Hanasuri Jabrick, Paige Harib, and Charlie Hatley. So looking like there's a bit of movement happening out in the water. Priority is with Green. He is going to take off on this one. Xavier Bryce, 617 is his requirement. He pulls in. He's looking really good. Unfortunately, just gets taken out by the foam ball. Now, all eyes on Teddy. Teddy decides to go on this one. Wants to get rid of that 350. Pulls in behind the curtains. He's deep inside the barrel. Weaves through that section nicely. Wraps it around there again. So, smaller looking wave, but he will be heading back out there. I think he's going to improve on that 3.5. Unfortunate for Xavier Bryce, wasn't able to ride out of that one.
That could have been a really great score for Xavier Bryce, but unfortunately he just went down in the tube. But Teddy's wave so that was a great surfing from Teddy. He got the barrel, he got the carve. So is he going to replace the 3.50? I'm gonna say yes.
Yep, so it's looking like Teddy does update his scoreline. This is the last of Xavier, so it was looking like a really good wave. Unfortunately, you see there the foam ball just kind of lifting his board up and just taking him out, but Teddy behind 527. Beautifully surfed. You can tell him really changing his line to be able to ride out of that one. So 527 for the last of Billy. He updates his score line. Now all eyes on Hiroya Miwa and Hiroto Arai out the back.
Wow, with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. So Hiroto now is 9.27。新井宏斗選手、現在第4位のポジション。必要なスコア9.27。本日9点台はいくつか出ているので、いい波さえ来れば出せる点数ではあります。残り時間50秒。So time is ticking.
Yep. All right. Time's ticking, and it's looking like there's some waves coming through. The guy's paddling out. 40 seconds on the clock. Whew. What a moment.
What a moment. But そう、新井選手、この波乗ってきた 9.27 が必要です。さあ、チューブの中に入っていき、これは綺麗に出てきた後に、ラウンドハウスカットバックをして、ここで縦のアクションを入れてきます。これは素晴らしいコンビネーションになりました。
All right, so that was the last of Hiroto Arai looking for a 927. I don't think that will be the one that he's looking for. 5 seconds left. And it is looking like Hiroya Miwa and Teddy Billy go straight into the next round. Congratulations. Unfortunate for Xavier Bryce and Hiroto Arai bowing out. But with that, we're going to go to a quick break and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. What a finish on that last one. Congratulations to Hiroya Miwa and Teddy Billy. Straight into action. Oh, Diego Cordero just taking off a little late. Wasn't able to ride out of that one, but he is in the red. John Mark Takong in the blue. Mike Clayton Brown in the white. And Jay Akulupo in the green. I want to welcome back True Starling.
Thank you, Gia. I'm looking forward to being back in this heat. Jayot getting the first 9 of the event yesterday, and then it was just setting the tone for everyone else. It was so crazy, but Diego's been ripping. Marama, of course, had a blinder of a heat in his last one. The ocean was just loving him, and Mike Clayton Brown from Port Stephens, he's had an incredible run this event so far as well. This is a stacked heat.
Yep, and this right now is Jay Akulupo looking for shade. Sorry, John Mark Takong looking for shade. Fun little barrel there. Quick up and out. He had a great heat yesterday, so he knows what he needs to do to get those high scores, and he's been seeing it all day, and I think that won't be too much of a big one.
Yeah, I think just a small score to start for Marama, and I think good way to start his heat straight away. That last one you mentioned, it was a little bit slower. Obviously, still some good scores. A 2.83 for that last wave of Marama. So yeah, smaller tube, but hopefully some bigger ones to come through. We know how good he is in the barrel. He is from Cloud9. He's actually won that event 4 times. He's had a second there as well. He got a 3rd last year in Cloud9 and then a 13th here at the Nias Pro last year. I think have a feeling that my friend Jerry Deegan is watching, and I know that he's looking forward to seeing Miramar do well.
Yeah, so Marmar yesterday just giving me a little bit of insight from Cloud9. I haven't been there personally, but I know it's an incredible ride.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he says, once it reaches a certain size, though, it doesn't handle a lot of swell.
Mm.
So he says it's similar to home, but just holds a lot more.
Yeah, no, he's one of the best I've ever seen out there at Cloud9 in not last year, the year before in 2023 when Miramar won. It was probably one of the craziest finals I've ever seen. He was getting so tubed, doing some of the biggest airs I've ever seen. And for him to come here and this is basically just his bread and butter right now. He is, going to be so deadly in this event. He had that 13th here last year, as I mentioned. I know that he's hoping to get a little bit deeper into the draw. But right now he's got Diego, Mike, and Jay to battle against. And it's a big heat.
Yep. Diego has been on a bit of a roll here in Nias. He's been posting up some huge heat scores, and his backside is just so strong. He grew up surfing Snapper Rocks, so he feels right at home here and has been surf guiding in the Mentawais for quite a bit. Now he's on a boat. I know he's spent the last couple of months there, so he's just been used to that Indo perfection, and everyone can surf good in good waves. Let's say that. But Diego, I just see him this year with that extra bit of power and a little bit more comfortable out here. So it's an exciting matchup.
Yeah, everyone has just been blowing, like pretty much everyone left in the draw, and everyone even prior to that, there's been some huge heats where people have been getting knocked out. And it's been, so incredible to watch all these surfers just go to town out there, really, and just get some big tubes. A 9.6 earlier from Manojo. I still can't believe he got knocked out with a 9.6. That heat was so stacked. And then we saw that 9.73 as well from Jun Suzuki. I mean, there's some big scores being thrown down today, and I feel like once the ocean starts to come back to life a little bit, we'll see that continue. We have just had the men's round of 16 be called on as well.
Yep. So, I mean, we were all pretty much expecting that. You can't walk away from conditions like this. And looking like there could be something coming out the back. The boys taking a paddle, readjusting their lines. And we'll be hoping for some more waves in this heat. I want to see another 8. I want to see a 9. And I want to see the first 10.
Yeah, bring it on. We just, with the 9s, it's got 9 from Jay, Okalupo, 927 Taj Stokes, 96 Manojo, and then the 973 from Jun Suzuki. And then what's next? Just keeps getting a little bigger and bigger. Like, let's see a big one.
We're so close. Can't wait to see that first 10. And, we saw last year this wave just has all the potential to give us that 10 as well. So exciting stuff this afternoon. It is midday now. So it is hot out there. And while there's a bit of a break in the action, we're going to head over to a post-heat interview with the winner of the last heat. Take it away.
非常にスローヒートでもうこの波という波を乗ってエクセレント 8.33 出しました。今のお気持ちどうですか？
今回が、5回目ぐらいのニアスになるんですけど、やっと、ヒートでいいチューブの波見つけられて本当嬉しいです。
This is actually his 5th trip to Nias, and the 8-point right wave, that was one of his best wave here in Nias, and he's super happy with that. 8点乗る瞬間、どういうことが頭を巡ってたのか教えてください。
最初はそのままグラブしてプルインかなって思ったんですけど、なんかその瞬間的にボトム降りた方がいいなって思って、で降りてから入ったらこう綺麗に長く巻いてきて、で出口見えなかったんですけど、最後ポンって穴が開いてそこから出れて、あれは最高でした。
出た瞬間はやっぱりもう最高な気分ですか？
いや、めっちゃ最高でした。
素晴らしいライディングでした。So he kind of couldn't see anything in the tube, but he just suddenly see this big exit and just he went for it. He got out. He was super happy with the result. で今日この後ラウンドオブ16あるそうです。どう過ごしますかそれまで？
そうですね、この後またゆっくり部屋に戻って休んで、また次の波に合わせて、いい波ゲットしたいと思います。
では、1本目のベンベンになります。これをしっかり食べて休憩してください。最後にメッセージお願いします。
ライブ見て応援してくださってる皆さんありがとうございます。今日はもう一回、あると思いますので、また応援のほどよろしくお願いいたします。
次も頑張ってください。
All right, thank you so much, Dai, and congratulations, Hiroya. So first time here, and it's looking like Nias is treating him pretty good. So while we were at that interview, John Mark Takong gets himself a 4.83, just keeping busy on the inside, catching a few scores. You know, we are about to reach the 16-minute mark of this heat, and not too much has happened.
Yeah, it's been a slow one. Marimar's just been slowly building the house, a 4.83. Hopefully we see the Ocean pick up a little bit in its consistency, maybe a few lines rolling through now. Mike Clayton Brown and Jay Okalupo to fight it out for who is on that next wave.
Yeah, so this is a replay of Maramar. Beautiful surfing there. He came out of it really clean, not a drop out of place. Wraps it around there. So doing his best imitation of Cloud9. But you're right. So priority practically is between Mike Clayton Brown and Jay Okalupo since they haven't caught their first waves just yet. So blue and red have to give them the right of way, even though they don't have a number next to their name.
Yeah, 15 minutes. It's these slow moments that would be a bit nerve-wracking for these surfers out there. I mean, hopefully we start to see a little bit more motion in the Ocean. A 4.83 and a 2.83. Maramar is playing a smart game so far, picking up a couple. You never know, that 4.83 could just be his backup score. We saw this happen a lot yesterday, and then in a couple of heats today as well. In the last 3 minutes, Ocean just started to come alive.
And it did happen in the last heat as well. So Hiroya kind of getting that 8 on the very last end of the heat. I think it was in the last 6 minutes, and a couple waves came through. But yeah, so it's going to be a little bit of a trend today with that long period swell. We're going to have a couple heats that are just going to be really slow and then just bombing and pulsing on the other few.
Yeah, feeling like, do you think it'll get better this afternoon? We've seen the afternoons get a little bit better. Do you feel like that'll happen?
Yeah, I think it'll probably be a little bit better. We just reached the bottom of the tide at 11 or 11:30, and with that incoming tide, we're gonna have hopefully a couple more waves come through. There's not a big difference in the tide as well. The low tide's at a 0.5, high tide is 0.8. So it's going to be really similar conditions throughout the day. But hopefully with that little push, we'll be seeing a pulse.
Bring it on. More surfing to come. We thought we were going to have a chill day today. But we are going to be running a fair few heats. We'll have the men's round of 16 on. I think we will be just running the quarterfinals tomorrow. So 8 heat day potentially tomorrow, unless it's absolutely firing. But huge, another big day today. Finishing off the women's round of 32, then going into the men's round of 32. And we have the women hitting the lineup again very shortly. And then the men will be back out there.
Yeah, we were just taking a look at the women's heat draw. I think that heat 1 is going to be pretty interesting if we get some good waves. Ruby True, Ando Santos, Kira Buckpit, and Taylor Green. So they'll be hitting the lineup soon. Ando Santos, a bit of a... I would say it could be a bit of a favorite here. She has spent quite a lot of time in Nias. I know she comes to this event every year, and she's pretty well known for how good she is at finding those barrels. I remember the first time we went to Afulu together, she came along with her filmer, and she was just in between her heats, walking around and getting her motorbike and finding some crazy slabs all around that area. Afulu is only an 8-hour drive from here.
Only.
But another quality wave that there will be a bit of an international contest there, but not WSL.
Yeah.
So I know a few people will be heading over there. But yeah, Annie was there. She scored some waves and snapped a few boards and came straight to Nias after that and was just stacking some clips for her video that I think she dropped later on that year. So yeah, so go on Annie's page and I'm sure you'll find the link to that. She is a bit of a barrel hound. We've seen her on a couple episodes of the Maps to Nowhere with O'Neill.
Yeah.
So she's definitely one to watch. And as there is a bit of a break in this heat, let's go to a quick bonsai ad.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
So still not too much happening out there. Had a bit of a break there. As you saw the highlights reel, that was from last year here in Nias, where 10s were being dropped like they were 0.5s. And I think it was Winter Vincent taking the win, Ella McCaffrey in the women's side. It was, for me, one of the best events I've ever witnessed. So hopefully today is going to go close to that.
I remember seeing highlights on Instagram and everything was just popping off from last year's event, and I feel like today we've had maybe a couple of moments where it's been pretty similar. We've had some huge scores, so I mean not as chaotic and as huge as it was last year, but definitely still some exciting tubes and some big barrels going on. But this heat, as you mentioned, Giada, it's pretty slow, 9.5 minutes, and it's a 4.83 and a 2.83 for Marima that has him out in front, but nothing else locked in for the other three surfers.
Yeah, it would be a little upsetting for the other guys if this is how they're going to bow out. I'm sure we're going to see one set come through. John Mark Takong, even though he has that 4.83, he will be wanting to improve on that. And unfortunately, during the break, there was an interference called red on white since Mike Clayton Brown didn't have priority yet. He hadn't caught a wave. I think Diego kind of got in the way a little bit. So there will be an interference there. Unfortunate for Diego. He was on a really good roll. So Mike Clayton Brown's last wave, a 0.77. Just a quick up and out.
Wow. That's really unlucky. That's it's really, those moments they really knock you pretty hard. Diego's been looking so strong, as you mentioned, Giada, this whole event, really in form. One of my actual highlight heats was Diego taking on Caleb Tancred in, I think it was a round of 128. They just went back to back to back to back. It was probably one of the most exciting heats I'd seen. And I was looking forward to seeing how far he could go in the draw, but it's those interferences that can really ruin some dreams.
Well, honestly, with how this heat is going, if he catches one good one, he could probably pass.
Yeah.
But just 7:40 on the clock. It is now priority with Jay Okalupo. Hasn't caught a wave just yet, but it's looking like maybe a wave coming through. John Mark Takong, as the time winds down, that 4.83 looking pretty good.
Yeah, Mike Clayton Brown, though, he is taking off on this one, stalling to get in the pit. He finds some shade and an exit for Mark. Big swooping carve. And that's a good looking barrel there for Mike Clayton Brown. So he'll get in his second score and maybe just trying to catch a few waves right now, so noticing how slow it is.
Yeah, so as you saw the last of White, he had to really drag himself and slow down to get into the barrel. It wasn't one of those that there was a stretch of wave and he just had to pull in. So could potentially won't be a big score, but it'll be something because practically Jay Akalupo sitting on nothing, and so is Diego Cordero. So there we have it. Mike Clayton Brown 3.5 last wave is in second, but 6.5 on the clock, and we're hoping for a bit of a pulse soon.
Yeah, fingers crossed that a few waves start to roll through. Jay has been sitting there with almost 20 minutes with first priority. He's got that in his favor because the next set that comes through is going to be Jay's. He just needs to capitalize on it. We've been talking about this whole event, how comfortable he is in the barrel. That's a big thanks to how much time he spent behind the rock at Snapper, even at Kira on those big cyclone days. So he's no stranger to being in the tube, but right now it's just about finding the tube, and hopefully he can do that in the next 5 and a bit minutes.
Yeah, nerves of steel. Jay Akalupo has not budged for almost 20 minutes. He sat out there. He has priority now. Here's a bit of a replay for the last of Mike Clayton Brown. So you see him here stalling. He really puts the pressure on the back foot to slow down, gets a bit of shade, gets some turns in to get maybe an extra point or two, but a 3-5. So it looks like now Jay Akalupo on a good looking wave. He's going to have to start. Nice first opening turn there. Wraps it around here. Will have to finish this one off. And he does. So pulls off a bit of action now behind him. I think that was John Mark Takong. There he goes, appearing from behind the curtain. Nice first turn. Lays it back into the second one. So a couple waves coming through. The boys realizing, okay, the bomb is not coming. We need to get something up.
Yeah. And how is that, Marama? He just found the quick entry into that one and then got the exit as well. And those 2 turns after it were absolutely huge. There was no doubt about him coming out of that barrel. That was so crazy. 4.5 minutes to go. Jay has his first wave. Needs a 4.27. I really liked the turns from Jay, but definitely looking to find a backup. Hopefully pick one up under the priority of Diego and Mike. But it's the score of Marama that will probably be, well, it's definitely going to go into his top 2 because his backup's a 2.83. So scores to lock in.
Yeah, so Jay with 4 minutes is probably scratching to get back out there and back up that wave because not much at all in this heat.
Wow. That is so crazy from Jay. I mean, he couldn't really have done much more. It's been a really, really slow heat for waves. His score's starting to lock in. It's a 2.97 for Jay. He goes to third. He's looking for a 1.31 to move up into second place right now. And it is Marama's last score. Still yet to lock in with 3.5 minutes to go. This has been a really grindy heat.
Yeah, it has. I think we haven't seen a heat like this just yet, especially such low scoring waves and no waves ridden at all. So the last of John Mark Takong looking like a pretty good score for him. And it will be getting rid of that 283, extending his lead a little bit more with just 3 on the clock. That 483 is looking really good next to John Mark Takong.
Yeah, that was, wow, he just navigated this heat so well. It's a 4.83 again for last of Marama. And I think at the start of the heat, we were saying it's probably smart to just catch a few waves. And he has a pair of 4.83s, and that has him in the lead. So really well served heat, kind of just navigating the fact that he's feeling like the ocean was going to be a little bit slower in that one.
Yeah, and it just shows the type of connection he has and that he's really been watching it. So behind, it is Mike Clayton Brown finding shade, comes out. One of the biggest waves we've seen in the last 25 minutes. Wraps it around here. So he will be getting rid of that 0.77 really nicely. Behind him looks like Jay Akalupo. Yep, comes out of that one, points to the sky. He was feeling it. He'll paddle back out. So what a way to finish this heat. 2 waves ridden from white and green. Under 2 minutes left. We're going to have to wait for their scores to come through and see what the situation is now.
Yeah, it's starting to pulse a little bit, which is good for everyone. This is Diego right now, pulling in on his backhand. He has an interference. Does he make out of this one? It doesn't look like he will, unfortunately, for Diego. It's been an incredible act this whole event. Unfortunately, just not finding an exit just now.
Yeah, that was it's very unfortunate for Diego. You're right. He was on such a good roll, and I feel like he could have gone really far in this event. So yeah, Diego Cordero just getting that interference, maybe not too sure that how the priority works before they catch waves, or I don't know. Big learning curve for Diego Cordero. Definitely enough time to come back next year. We're still waiting for 2 important scores of green and white. So we're down to 1 minute, and the waves are finally coming through.
Wow, nervous times for everyone in this heat. Jay has a score to lock in, needs a 1-3-1. Mike also has a score. He needs a 6-1-6 to go to first. Not a big number with 40 seconds to go. Is there going to be another opportunity for someone to take off? Marimar holds the first priority. This has been a really scrappy heat. It's a 5.53 for that last wave of Jay. He goes to second. Mike looking for a 5.01 now with 25 seconds.
Okay, so Jay Akalupo scratches onto this one, takes a look out the back. He wants to get rid of that 297. Big first turn there. Love that second one. Beautiful surfing from Jay Akalupo there. I think he will be improving his scoreline. Now he needs a 3-4-0 to go to second. Mike Clayton Brown's last wave comes in at a 5.43. Okay, so Jay, could he have done more? Was that enough? Let's see.
That was crazy. A 3.4. I think he gets it.
I think he gets it too. We did see a bit of splashing there in the water. He's not convinced. I don't think he knows how small his requirement is. That second turn was a big blast.
Yeah. You could see he's looking out the back there, seeing if there's a better wave. You can see this big first turn, lays into it. I think he gets it. Gets that second connection in. A 3.4. It's not a big number. I mean, it's going to be really close. Has that 5.53. Last wave of Mike Clayton Brown was a 5.43. So he goes to second. Marimar is still out in front off the back of a couple of 4s. But it's this last of Jay. It's going to be really close. Oh my goodness.
It's super, super close. I think he just gets it. Last of Jay, a 3.90, goes to second. He will be surfing again today. And with that, we're going to head on to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, we're back. Welcome back to the Nias Pro, everybody. Day 4. Lagundri Bay is kind of cooking. The sets are still there. It's a steaming hot lunchtime down here at the point. We are watching Heat 8, and it is a good buddy of mine out of West Oz, Macklin Flynn in the red, Caleb Tancred in the blue, Lennox Smith, and this fella here in green is Ben Lorenzen. So it's 4 ripping Aussies about to do business big time. We're going to have a special guest in here to have a chat with the Secretary General of the Peace. It's a big title. He's a big lad. And he's in the booth with us right now. So let's welcome in Di Wacko, but also Tippy Jabrick. G'day, Tippy.
Hey, how are you, Mark? And also Di. It's been good week, yeah, for everybody actually.
Good week. You had many waves yourself?
Yeah, one or two here and there. Trying to get a couple before sleep is always a good one.
Di, how's your week been in general? Having fun?
Having super fun here, just watching all the actions and just like TP, get one or two waves for myself.
I had a couple on our lay days before we started, and I'm going to hang around for a week after it, so I'll get some then. But enjoying it, I love Nias. I love watching this wave, mate. It's just such a good spot, Tippy. So congratulations to you and the team for getting the events up and running again this year. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always on the map. Nias and Krui for sure. This past couple of years, Krui been there 7 or 8 years, and this one is going to be our 6th year. So, consistency is there, but trying to get funding is always a tough one. But this year we get really good support from the sports and youth minister, and they take over and they said we want to push more surfing, and we want to push more surf area in Indonesia. So that's really amazing. Yeah.
All right. Well, we're just regrouping in here. It's nice to have Tippy in here and having a chat. So the waves have been pretty firing today, Tippy. We've seen some epic scores go down. We've seen a couple of little lully moments, but day 4 is definitely the best of it, I reckon.
Yeah, I think today has been really, really fun. Yeah, we saw a couple high 8s, a lot of high 8s today, and then that's also showing the level of the wave and also the level of surfing today. Yeah.
Well, we've seen a 9.73. We've seen a 9.6. We've seen a lot of ripping performances. Here is Ben Lorenzen again. So we've got 4 Aussies in this heat, Tippy. Big players, big hitters. You can see their names on your screen there. This is Benny Lorenzen. Going crackers. He's been on a tear. He had a pretty good campaign down there in Krui as well. So for you, what have been some of the highlights? What were some of your better moments so far here at this event? Your daughter's getting through, right?
Yeah, my daughter, she got 2nd yesterday, so I'm pretty happy with that. But you know what? I think one of my highlights of doing all this thing is to see a lot of familiar faces. They used to come here as a junior when they were younger, and then now they still keep coming back. It shows there's a reason to come to Indo. Not only doing the comp, but also they have this I don't know, they have this confidence of keep coming back, and yeah, something like that.
Oh, everyone loves Indo, right?
Yeah.
Everybody loves Indo. The water's warm. The waves are epic. It's cheap. The beer's cold. Sometimes the barbecue, boss.
Yeah, I don't know. We travel around, to Australia and everywhere. I think here we go. This is a replay from Ben Lawrence, and he's a surfer from Sunny Coast, yeah?
Yeah, he is. You've been liking his act this week and last week, Di?
Definitely, he's being on fire. His backhand is just on point, sharp, solid. So
yeah, he did some really good tube riding yesterday to get into this round, right? He threaded some real good quality backhand tube riding to be here. But we've also seen a 9.6 today by Manajo
Yanagi.
Yahagi. Jin Suzuki scored 9.7.
9.73 for that man, Jin. And Manojo, oh God, I've got to feel so sorry for him. He got a 9.6 and still ended up 4th. That was a killer heat, right?
I know.
That was such a bummer for him. He just couldn't get it back up. He kind of fluffed up his first couple of waves, and it proved pretty costly there at the end. But I think some other big stories coming out of this one. Tippy, Teddy Billy, he's got through 4 heats now. He's a much improved grommet out of Bali. So there's always good stories, and there's always the next generation coming through, right?
Yeah, he's showing how it's to be done here in Nias, and he's doing good. I think he's coming soon, no?
Dylan Wilcoxon, he just got through his last heat actually, Teddy. Dylan Wilcoxon is another one, 16 years of age, and not just getting through heats, but blowing people away with just epic performances. Westonhurst as well is another one I've got to throw in the mix. We'll just see if this becomes a set, because we'll stay with the live action if possible. Nobody gets this one. The boys are all fussing around. A little too deep. Hang on. Benny Lorenzen's out wide, folks, and he's well in the pit. We were just talking about how good his backhand tube riding is, and he's gone, all right, you want to have a look at it? Check this.
That was a
sick.
great wave. But out the back, I
There's
think
another
someone's on the wave. That's a Caleb Tancred. It was too deep for him.
Oh, if he makes that, buy a lottery ticket. That was pretty deep. But
Here's another one.
here's
Looks like
another
it.
one. Oh, my gosh. Macklin Flynn. Apart from Ben Lorenzen, who just happened to be in pole position out wide, paddling back to the peak, was just in the box seat for that drainer. Sometimes that happens even in your free serve, say, Tippy. If you sort of get to that point, sometimes you just slow up your paddling a little bit, because if a wide one comes, the crew that are inside give no chance.
There's a lot of vultures out there.
I'm not talking about this week. I'm talking about other weeks when we free serve here.
I know.
Yeah, I know. There is a lot of vultures. All right, we are ready for the post-heat interview, so let's have a quick chat with John Mark Tocon.
Yeah, we can't help but look over our shoulders here. That was a great exchange and some big wipeouts, but that last seat was a little bit slow, Marama. You got the job done, though.
Yeah, well, on my last seat, it was like my plan, okay, I already know that it's been like slow. So I was like thinking like, okay, I'm just going to get like to a good score, which is I got it. And I was like, just keep it busy. And then when the boys get some sets or anything, and then that's the time I can wait for my priority and wait for the good one. And, at least I already get a backup points, let's say 4. And then when the sits came, probably get maybe like 7 or something. But it was so slow. But it's a good thing I just keep it busy. So I got like 2-4 and just helped me to move it to the next round. Yeah.
You're looking really comfortable out there, shades of Cloud 9. You're surfing in the round of 16 a little bit later on today. Are you hoping that it's going to start pulsing in that heat, and how are you going to attack it? What are we going to see?
Literally, I'm just going to be, present there and try to be connected in the water and, talk to the waves. And yeah, so just keep it to my plan, just stick to it, relax, and I'm a little bit hungry right now, so I'm just going to go quickly get some lunch and get ready for the next one.
And just quickly, I know there's lots of people supporting you at home. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Oh, yeah. Just want to say thank you to all the people that watch on this event, and to my family, friends, to all my sponsors. Without you guys, I don't think I'll be here right now, and the waves is pumping. Thank you all.
Well, we'll let you grab some lunch and maybe wash it down with a bang bang as well. Well done. We'll send it back to you guys.
Maybe it can be my lunch.
Back to you guys.
Well, Marama's a cool customer. I really like him. I've been trying hard to get him on the microphone in here for an interview, because I want to hear from the Prince of Cloud 9 and give the Philippines a bit of a pump up. But he's been dodging the mic a bit like you sometimes, Tippy, but it's good to have you here. Who's this?
Macklin Flynn. I've been riding.
Yeah, he's been busy also, surfing like at the indicators a little bit yesterday.
He put up a great clip I saw this morning. Have a look at that thread by Lennox Smith. So as I was suggesting earlier, guys, it's a ripping 4 Aussie exchange going on here. Macklin Flynn, if you haven't checked the Instagrams, guys, he put up a great clip of himself surfing indicator yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
If you get the right one out there, it is dead set perfect. It's almost twice as long as this wave when it starts barreling. Tippy, ever done any time out there?
No, but I always like mind surfing it,
So you've been well tubed out there then.
So this is
Macklin.
Yeah, the replay from Macklin. He's that's his second wave actually. His first one is just a 0.23, but I think that's going to be his keeper right there.
Yep. Well, it puts him back in striking range. And this one from Lennox, he had to get things started as well. Did you like this?
Yes, he comes out of the tube so clean and gets the bonus cut back right there. So definitely this is going to be a great first wave for Lennox Smith.
And back to the Marama story, mate. It's nice to have throw a little lifeline to the Asian region, to the Filipinos that have been joining this event. Not only just Marama, but also Noah and a few others have tested the waters. So it's good to have those crew on board as well, yeah?
You know what? Like back in the days, our region was like still under Australasia, we call them. And then I think WSL like separate into like Asian region, and then now there's a double like a region. So it's not only good for us, the Asian surfers, because we also get the opportunity to surf against like big names like the Aussie guys who came here, because at the end of the day, this is a qualifying series to get into the Challenger. So it's good that we have this double region, and hopefully we can have more quality event in the QS schedule and programs, because at the end of the day, as a surfers, you want to surf good wave. We don't want to surf scrappy wave, but that's sometimes with the sports. Sometimes you have to go to all those places. But I have to say, in Asia, we do have really good wave destination. Not only Indonesia, but places like Cloud9 and La Union. Philippines, Taiwan and Japan also. So super happy to see the surfing grow in our region.
Some big numbers in for Lorenzen, the beneficiary of being wide on that last set, an 8-1-7, a great backhand thread. Really dynamic top to bottom backhand surfing as well. The 7 from Lennox is going to serve him well. Macklin Flynn staying in touch with that 6-1-7. So the stage is set now. Caleb Tankred's been left a little bit behind here. He's got half the heat to regroup, but we've watched him have a great campaign down there in Korea and here as well. So another good story coming through here for Caleb.
Definitely, Caleb's been surfing since the first round in this comp as well, and been dominating actually. So I'd love to see his actions with the 12 minutes and 5 seconds to go in this heat. But looks like there's some motion out there.
Yeah, looks like somebody's paddling for that one. Looks like white and green, but
Benny again.
Yeah.
So let's see how his backhand tube riding looks again. He ducks his head. He's got a good thread going. He's still keeping it real. And out he comes back into the sunshine. A sick wave again for Benny Lorenzen. With an 8-1-7, he's going to have a huge lead. That was just epic.
Caleb Tankred up and riding in the tube, traveling quite a long time, and gets a bonus cutback right there and gets a rebound from the big white water. That was a great ride from Caleb Tankred. Definitely, he's going to be back in this game. Now sitting in the 4th place, needing 5.78.
Exactly what Caleb had to do. He had to get his scoreline moving in the positive direction. He's done just that. Benny Lorenzen's going to be hard to track down now once his last score drops. Another sick tube by Ben. And how good is this drone footage, Tippy?
Yeah, I have to say, Ryan been doing a really good job here, during Korea and Nias Pro. So here we go. This is Benny Lawrence, and a little bit of a fading there, and then getting that shades eventually.
Well, this is the judges' view, all right? They base their score off this view, Tippy. They don't rely on the drone footage because not every wave gets filmed by the drone, right? So they look at this, they whack their numbers down, and then sometimes they have a bit of a debate if the numbers need to be reviewed, but they don't rely on what we get to see. It's just a bonus for all us viewers that we get the drone footage. So that's how the scores roll. And look at that, a 7-9-3. Lorenzen, huge lead.
Huge lead by Benny Lorenzen with an 8-1-7 and 7-9-3.
Here goes Mac Daddy out of Gracetown, the Flynn family. There's a whole lot of them. Look at him just standing tall in this barrel. He had such a good result last year over there at the Philippines, mate. That was without coming to Korea or Nias last year, and he just about qualified. He just missed out on making the Challenger Series. So he's gone, you know what, there's no way I'm missing Korea and Nias this year. So here he is. That was sick footage.
I know, that was crazy from Macklin. So Macklin is from Gracetown.
Yeah.
So where do you serve? Like North Point or South Point?
Everywhere. Everywhere. They surf everywhere. The Flynns are all over it, mate. Wherever's pumping that day, that's where they are. They're that sort of family. So here's the judges' view. Do you like this, Tippy?
Yeah, it's looks like a perfect North Point right there for him, no?
There was no bobbles in the wave, but North sometimes gets that perfect, but every wave out here is about that perfect. So North is a deadly wave, and him and his brother Ace Man's been throwing me hints that he wants in on this tour next year. He's a really good goofy footer, his brother. He's so sick.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Especially from WA, it's so close to come to Indo, like it's halfway from Perth rather than coming from Gold Coast or Sydney, but I don't know. I think it's worth it for him. He got a lot of barrels on this event.
It's so close to Bali. Even you made it down this year for the Margie's Pro.
Yeah, it was good time to see all the boys there. Justin, Majak, and Mark Lane, and then
Johnny Diamond,
you, Billy. It's been a great event for from my family and myself, to be back there. Look at this drone footage from the top dive.
It's such a beautiful setup.
Yeah,
just looks like two perfect points with the indicator up there in the background and the point for real down here. You can see what the headland looks like. There's a fair bit of accommodation here to kind of suit every budget, which is a good thing, Tippy.
Yeah.
And I'm sure so many hardcore surfers in the world have been to this wave because it's on most people's hit list, right?
Oh, for sure. Since I was young, I have a dream to come to Nias since I was a Grom, and I have the opportunity to come to this event during the ACC event. And I think I was only 16, and that's in '94.
That's when Ant-Man won.
I know, it was
Cool.
crazy.
Yeah.
I remember like when we have to travel here, it's a bit more challenge to come because you have to come with a Smack airline. Look at this one, a Smack airline right here.
This is Benny Lorenzen doing a great thread. This is the 817. Macklin Flynn's just moved into second spot with a 7.5 as well. So his backup's looking pretty good. Lennox Smith's got a little bit of work to do, although he's packing a 7. He's still in fourth spot. Di, what does Lennox need to do given the numbers there?
Well, he needs 6.68 to go into the second, but he has fast priority, so he's gonna pick anything comes next. But this is a reply of probably last of Ben. Imagine. So this could be a 7.93.
Yeah. So that was the the flight cam from the Kemenpora. So that's our main sponsor for this event. And this is Macklin, your boy.
This is so good. Look at him. Just threading. Didn't have to do a lot, but enjoy the view and count the numbers as the judges drop him a 7.50. Someone else is in the tube. It's Mac Daddy again.
Wow.
So here he goes, and a bit of rail work this time to try and delete his 6.17. 4 Aussies going neck and neck, battling this one out. A 7.01 needed by Tancred. His last effort was a 6.67 to stay in touch. Lennox Smith, he's not on the priority billing, so maybe he's got a wave as well. Yep, Lennox is owed a number, as does Macklin.
So last year, Mark, if you remember, the wave was pumping. There was a lot of high score. There's even a Xavier Huxtable get a 210 on that one heat.
He did. Yeah. That heat was incredible, Tippy.
I think that set the bar for Nias. Here we go, another flight cam angle.
This is Lennox's last wave, I imagine. So there's some footage from in front of the wave, just following him closely. So just Riser there mixing it up and giving us a different perspective. So we're owed away by Lennox. If it was a 6.68, he'll delete Macklin out of second.
But Macklin also having another wave to come.
You're right. True. Yeah, last year, look, Tippy, I've got to say congratulations for getting the event up and running, because the amount of feedback I got when I got home from just everybody said, Clifty, how was that Nias event last year? And I went, oh. And I got that all year. It wasn't just when I just got home. That went on all year.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons why we want to have why we have this quality wave is also we're working closely with WSL and trying to get the schedule right for our swell season. Imagine if we're doing it in a different season, we might not have this kind of condition. And Lennox get a 8.07.
Wow, Lennox into second. Macklin now needing to answer back with a 7.58. Tancred's dropped off the pace a little, but we know he can sort of produce an 8.4. He's been shredding. 4 Aussies just going neck and neck. Look at these numbers, everybody. This is just another ripping heat. And right on cue for the last heat of the men's in this round, the swells come to life again. So
yeah, I think this morning you can still see the pulse because there's a lot of water moving, but now it's really nice and steady because the bay is they really I don't know, you can feel if there's a push coming in. You can see 2 indicators, one on the left way outside, and also the right indicator here. And today we can see a lot of white water out there.
We've also just passed low tide. It was at 11 o'clock today. So it's now 12:30. So the tide's starting to push back in. Could be having an effect on what's going on out here at Sorake.
Yeah, for sure. One of the other thing that I want to say is also, we would like to say big thank you to all the locals here, supporting this event and, let us, have a surf here for this competition. And I have to say also the locals here also, stepping up their games, Kevin, Irawan, and a couple of the other locals, they keep pushing and they're making good results also. So it's good.
And even for another region, like Team Mentawai are starting to follow now. And there's more of them here this year than there was last year. Dylan's experiencing success. Kia is going really well in the women's. So you're dragging up people out of remote areas to come, and also in enjoy contest surfing and feeling some success and seeing what all the hype about pro surfing is. So good on you.
Yeah, I think one of the other reason why we all doing this, because we want to have opportunity to for the locals to surf on this, high level of surfing, get some spotlight on them, like, the spotlight now is on Kia, on Dylan, because this is a platform also to make your names,
Right on. Well, this has been a great heat. I'm sure you're glad you sat in on this one, Tippy, because there's been some epic moments again, and we're about to finish with the flurry here. Priority and the heat leader, Ben Lorenzen, he's a ripping goofy footer, and he's found himself another gem, Tippy.
Yeah, he's been so on this one. Look at that one.
Oh, my God.
That technique.
Oh.
That's a great technique there.
Oh, my God. Feel the stoke, folks. Oh.
That was good.
If you're tuning in, welcome to the big show here at Nias. The day is just producing yet again. The way he went into that and then got on the pump, he just had such a perfect read. Look at him.
Wow.
Are we going to see the biggest number of the day?
Yeah, it's going to be a huge
It could
score.
be. It could be because
he was really like kind of like weaving and like making sure that
that's crazy. The judges are going to love this.
Wow.
That was mental. Look at his stoke, folks. He just about threw a bombie over there towards the caddies. They're all giving him high fives. He's not even interested in paddling back out right now. That was so sick. Oh, my God. Benny Lorenzen could be BOG, the best on ground once his score drops. That was sick. How's his score line? He's already got an 817 and a 793.
Yeah. Ooh.
He's already throwing around away a 617.
Oh, my God. Couple tens, and it's a 993, the highest score of the day.
There we go. That's what we said. And I was thinking maybe they're going to throw the big bomb because nobody's gone into a tube like that today. It's as deep as we've seen, but the entry into that pit. Let's have a look at this again, Di.
Wow. He's just so technical in the tube, especially on his backhand. He stay composed. Wow, that was well served from Benny Lorenzen. That was a great ride. 9.93. Wow.
What's it going to take to get a 10? Open a bang bang in a tube, or what's it going to be? That was. I thought the big bomb was coming, but yep. How many 10s did we get thrown in there? 3.
3 10s and a 198 and 195. So big numbers there for Benny Lorenzen. He got an 18.10 total score.
Wow.
That's big.
Well, have a look at the numbers. He's throwing away a 793. He's throwing away a 5. So, wow. For someone like Macklin Flynn, he's just kind of in the wrong heat at the moment. But here he is. He stands up. He's got a good air game. He wants to boost here.
You need a 7.58. He's
out the back. This Caleb Tancred needing a score 8.40, but just couldn't stick to the surfboard. That was unfortunate for Caleb.
That could be the numbers that he's looking for right there on that wave.
All right, so Benny and Lennox will move on through. Commiserations to Macklin and Caleb and Tippy Jabrick. Thanks for coming in, joining us through that heat, and we'll go to a quick break and be back with the women's action.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Di.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint. Agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Here we are, everybody. That was just a dynamic heat. That was the best heat of the day, and I keep saying that every time I'm here, but looking at the numbers, it was, because we've got an 18.1 total by Ben Lorenzen. Did you see any of that, True Starling?
Oh my gosh, didn't I? What? That was an insane heat. That 9.93 of Ben Lorenzen, I was down there just going, what just happened? That was so insane. It was so big. I just...
Did you see the drone footage? Were you watching a screen?
No, I watched it live, just
I
straight
know,
from here.
but how he went into the tube, right? It was
No hands.
no hands, but super high, like could have, and then got on the weave. When you watch the drone footage, you know, I thought the boys are going to throw 10s. It almost went there.
I said that. I was like, this is a 10.
There's 3 10s involved in that
so
number.
Crazy. Wow.
So right now, best on ground this morning is Benny Lorenzen, even throwing away a high 7 in that scoreline as well. Lennox Smith did a great job to resurrect himself. He was sitting in 4th for a long time. Macklin Flynn had a commendable performance, but just he got overpowered by Lennox and Benny and Caleb.
Look at this.
Things
is
didn't
the
go
drone
right. Here we
footage
go.
Of the
This is it.
9.93 of Ben. This is so insane. That was just
Thanks, boys. Maybe we can even see it another time.
literally, that was so huge.
It was that good. Let's do it again. There's no waves coming through. I'd love to see it all again because Ben Lorenzen, the entry point into that wave and the thread he got was just killer.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Here it is again. Have a look at his entry here.
Honestly,
Hey?
that was the craziest barrel of the day. And the score's reflecting it, a 9.93.
Have a look what he does here.
Yeah, the exit off that one just jumped straight off of it. That was just, amazing. Great surfing from Ben. Lennox got some huge ones as well. But we have turned the page. We are into the women's round of 16, and this is a stacked heat. Ruby True, Annie Dos Santos, Kira Buckpitt, and Taylor Green. This could be a final.
All right, so let's go through. What do we know about Ruby?
Ruby is from the northern beaches of Sydney, a part of North Narrabeen Board Riders. She's an Olympic skateboarder, qualified for the 2024 Olympics.
All right.
She's also an X Games medalist, so she's a dual elite. She got to the round of 16 or maybe the quarters in Cruy from memory. And yeah, she's a great surfer, a goofy footer, so she's on her backhand out here. And she charges, so hopefully she can pull into some big
Another
pits.
goofy footer, Ann Dos Santos. What do we got on Ann?
Yep, Annie is, she's representing Brazil, but she's lived in Australia since she was about 5 years old, also on the Northern Beaches at DY. And she absolutely charges. She has been dropping some pretty incredible clips. I think she surfed Jaws at one point. She's not scared at all. Hats off to her because she's fearless and she's also a very savvy competitor.
All good things. What about Kira?
I'll just go through it. Kira, she's from Culburra. Her dad is out there as her board caddy. She's currently living in Ulladulla, but this is Ruby True on her first wave.
All right, so let's see what she's got this time. I'm pretty sure I had a chat with her yesterday after winning her heat to get to this point. Doing some pretty strong top to bottom surfing, which is a good way to get the judges' attention, and we're on out the back here as well. I think there's a quick up and down for Kira. And I also had a chat with Taylor yesterday because she won a heat. What stats? Do we have any stats on Taylor?
Taylor is representing New Zealand. I don't exactly know what part of NZ she's from, but I know that she spends a lot of time on the Gold Coast. She's traveling with Safi Vetti, who is probably her caddy out there. They actually had a heat together yesterday. Unfortunately, Safi bowing out. But yeah, Taylor's an incredible surfer. She's got some really strong combos in. She's pretty fearless. I know she was looking forward to this heat. And then I was saying before, Kira's living in Ulladulla at the moment. She actually she's had about a year and a half of competing. And she's had 2 ankle injuries on both of her ankles. But this last wave of Ruby True, really strong first turn. It comes in at a 4.83. She drives through that second one. So a good start for Ruby. She was dropping big numbers yesterday. But yeah, about a year and a half off competing for Kira. She also got electrocuted at one point.
That was her, yes.
Going through going through it all with Kira was was a pretty random time for her. But yeah, her dad Mick is here. I'm sure that her Mama Jazz is watching back at home, and her brothers Ben and Bo potentially as well. But 19 minutes to go. Just a 4.83 for Ruby is the best way with the heat.
All right, I remember the highlight reel from Kira also at Cruy when she put together a 9.27, I think by memory, and a high 8, threw away a 7 and a 6 in the same heat. She set the benchmark pretty high down there, so I think everybody watch this space. There's a lot of young lady surfing is just getting so much better over the years, and this Asian region dual sanction with Aussies and Kiwis, it's got to be one of the hardest QS events in the world. No disrespect to any other region, but when you look at the mix of the nations that are represented here, it's damn hard.
Yeah, it is. It's not easy, but it brings out the best in everyone, which is, I guess, the bonus for anyone that's watching, because you just start to see the cream rise to the top. And at this stage, it's Ruby True with just the one wave. She's part of that Northern Beaches high performance program. I know she's been working with Matt Cattle for quite a while, who is also from North Narrabeen. And Ruby, she's looking the goods, but someone who did, a pretty much near perfect wave, a 9.93 for Ben Lorenzen. He is down there. He's going to have a chat with Daiwako.
Wow, you must be so stoked or must be shaking because you got 9.93. Tell us through about that wave.
I don't know. I wasn't really thinking too much when I was paddling into it. I sort of just knew it was a good one, and then I was like, oh, maybe I'm way too deep. I took one pump and almost lost it, and then got my rail, and so stoked I made it. It's such a fun wave. It's the best heat ever. It's so fun.
You pretty much almost landing on your friend after that 9-point ride.
Yeah, I was talking to Cam before the heat. I said I'd do a cannonball onto you if I got a good one. So
well,
I'm pretty stoked when I got that one. So.
But did you feel like it was a heat or freestyling out there?
Definitely felt like a heat. Even when I had a good start, I had a 5 and a 7, and then got the 8. I was still Lennox had a 7 something, and then got an 8. I was the pressure's still on. I still got to perform on my next wave, because there is 10s out there. Most sets, it's definitely capable of getting really big scores. So yeah, I had that in mind. It wasn't just a free surf, but yeah, I'm just stoked I got another one. I was so happy.
Well, you were dominating starts to finish, and you got throwing away 5 and 7. So pretty much one of the best seat.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. So stoked. It's it's probably one of the best waves on. It is the best wave on the QS, but yeah, it's definitely a world class wave. And yeah, I'm just stoked to get another heat out there and another opportunity this afternoon. I'm super excited. Hopefully it stays good, and yeah.
Yeah, right. You like you said, you'll be surfing this afternoon, and you get this ban and just have a good rest. But would you like to say something to your friends, family, supporters?
Yeah, mum and dad and my friends and family, and Rusty and Grace Finance as well. Ryan, if you're watching, I really appreciate you helping me out, and yeah, my girlfriend as well. And yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in.
Well, good luck in the next round. Cheers.
Di, and thank you, Ben. Yeah, 18.1 heat total. That's the highest one I think we've seen so far. That was, next level from Ben Lorenzen. We have had a few waves. 4.17 for last of Kira Buckpit. Scores to come through for Annie and Taylor Green as well.
Yeah, so we'll have to rely on a few Bonsoy replays to catch up with the action that went on during that interview. But everybody's starting to get their campaigns rolling now in Heat 1 of the round of 16 for the ladies. Here is Red dropping into another one, so it is Ruby True on her backhand. Wave number 2 gives it a good swack in the pocket and gets a nice fan of spray flying around, repeats it. Kicks off in the channel, giving herself plenty of time. Here we go, White.
Kira Buckpit, nice connection in the pocket there. She's driving through a second turn, leans into her rail, and she'll kick out. That was live action from both Ruby and Kira. Plenty of scores to lock in. First of Taylor Green, a 2.33. Scores for Annie Dos Santos to lock in as well with 14.5 to go.
I think. All right, so no big numbers here, not yet. We still keep our eye on Kira's score. Here's some replays flying around again. Ruby's last wave. Judges still having a think about it, so they're probably having a look at some of the other rides in this heat to see better or worse. If so, by how much or by how less, to try and drop it perfectly into the scale. Same with this one here for Kira. What did you like best about that wave?
That was a great first turn, and then this second turn as well. It was a really nice 2-turn combination. So I think it'll go into a top 2 for now. I'm sure the women are hoping to just catch a few waves, and then maybe those bigger ones that come through, they can really find a tube. First of Annie, 3.33. Last of Ruby, a 4.5. Kira has the score to lock in as well.
Yep, so once again, right in that ballpark area of what we've already seen. Kira's might be similar. The judges are still, they've always got to compare rides and separate scores. They do have the beneficiary of having a TV up there for replays, a 4-2-3, so lots of same, and not much different going on in this heat. It's still wide open. Anne and Taylor are totally in the hunt here as well. If they could just get some mid-range numbers and start to upgrade their totals here. Good news is there's still 13 minutes for them to do that. So when we look through the draw here, if you don't mind, True, you want to just have a look at that and just identify some names that you think, or some heats that are probably the moments we should really be watching for in this round.
Honestly, Mark, I think every heat.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
I honestly can't go, oh, yeah, I think this heat in particular. I think they're all incredible. We've got Kia, Lucy, Osha, and Rita coming up in the next heat. Kia got an 8 yesterday for a good tube. I feel like, she'll probably try that again. Osha's obviously spent a lot of time here. Lucy's a big charger. And Rita, she's wearing the Bonsoi leader jersey. That's heat 2. And then Philippa Anderson, who's won here before, Shino Matsuna, Amelie Burke, and Jasmine Studer. They're all 3 very, very powerful goofy footers as well. And then this last one, Ella McCaffrey, last year's winner. Suri's going to be out there charging. Paige Harrob's also won. And Charlie Haitley knows how to put a good backhand combination down as well. It's not, what heat is the one to watch. It's
watch them all.
Watch them all.
All
Put
right.
aside the time.
Good advice. Let's have a look right here. So blue now. This is Anne. Upside down first hit, looking pretty spicy in the pocket. She's diminutive in stature, but she surfs big. She's already tried to stall and get barreled a number of times in this event. And we've got a surfer out the back as well.
Yeah, Taylor Green looks like she may have got a little barrel, I think, out of the corner of my eye. Nice second turn there for Taylor. She gets out of there. So scores to come through for both Annie and Taylor. With just over 11 minutes to go. I think Ruby has a score to lock in potentially as well.
All right. Well, this is really good news because the score lines, I believe, are going to get really close now. So makes it for exciting towards the back end of this heat with 11 on the clock. Numbers coming through. Ruby's is in. Oh, maybe she wasn't chasing away, but Anne gets her best score, surely. That was classic.
Oh, nice first turn. That was a really strong connection. That second one as well. I mean, she's such a powerful, goofy footer for Annie Dos Santos. She's definitely not scared. So no surprises there that she's just attacking every section, and Taylor Green on the one behind it.
All right, let's see if she did get a barrel or not. All right, the nose of a board and a front foot was still in sight. So still a bit of shade with some nice rail work here. I really liked, out of what I just saw there, I liked them both, but I really liked Anne's first turn. Was probably a point of difference in this whole heat, so I think Anne is potentially going to get the best number. But the judges are going to take note that Taylor did take the tube option.
Yeah, it's a 5.33 for Taylor Green. She goes to third place, needs a 3.07. Annie only looking for a 5.07 to go to second. She might just get that with 10 minutes to go. And scores are looking really, really strong so far for Annie. Starting to lock in. It's a 6.83. She goes straight to first. Taylor Green up and into it for that first turn connection. That was a strong turn there. Driving through a second one with heaps of speed. Taylor Green gets a third turn in there, and she's going to just milk this one again for a fourth turn. She only needs a 4 to go into second place right now. That was she surfed that wave with a lot of speed, getting it under the priority of Kira and Ruby.
Well, she'll go to second, you'd be thinking. Anne, great job. The judges really are putting a lot of respect on her first turn, went top to bottom, kept it really close to the breaking part of the wave. The majority of those numbers came from that first effort there from Anne. So they're sending her that clear message. More of that, please. If you do it twice, I'd probably even throw an excellent number at something like that because that was A-grade surfing. Here's some replays again. So let's have a look at Taylor's last effort. Kind of got up there for a move, another little, I don't know. Compared to Anne's, I don't think there was a move that was quite as brutal. There was lots of it. lots of rail work. She's a powerful surfer. I still think she's going to go into second. Stage is set for another great finish here. 8.5 minutes. Judges still having a second, third look at this wave, no doubt up there. There's a lot of numbers that are all very similar, and they're going to have a big bearing on the outcome. So they want to make sure it is the better of these, the 4 ranges that we've been seeing, because that's all she needs to get through. But a good looking wave now for White.
Yeah, Kira tags that first section. Driving through a nice carve there is Kira Buckpit. She stands a little bit tall there, does well, navigates this third turn, and she gets out. So scores for Kira to come in. Maybe not her strongest surfing on that wave. She's needing a 5.1. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough.
Well, I can just see the policey rolling through on their push bikes out there, and it's steaming hot, and they've got their long uniforms on with their helmets on, riding push bikes. Surely there's a bit of sweat under the brow with those dudes. Numbers starting to filter in. Let's have a look at this. Ruby True has dropped in, she's in third.
Yeah, that last wave of Taylor Green, a 6.07. She goes straight up into the lead with some really fast, whippy surfing for Taylor Green. Annie Dos Santos drops to second. She needs a 4.57 to go to first. It's Ruby True with a priority. She's chasing a 5.34, and Kira Buckpit looking for a 5.94 on her last wave. We'll see with this score. Ruby was dropping some 7s yesterday with some big backhand belts, so if she can replicate that today, then she'll be into the quarterfinals.
Yep, so that last wave of Taylor's, well done, 6.07. Lots of surfing done on that wave, about half as much surfing as Anne's for a very good score, but a bit under Anne's number because Anne got that real top-to-bottom blast in, so the judges are keeping that in mind. Here it is again, so Kira's number is in. It's only a 3.63, so they want to see a little bit more out of Kira and do a bit more vicious surfing in the pocket is probably the message they're sending her. Although it was a good ride, it's just not the same quality as Anne and Taylor so far. So they're setting the benchmark here for this round. And at this stage, Anne's top-to-bottom move for me is the best manoeuvre of this heat. And the judges are going to really have to just remember that for the whole round.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm sure they'll be able to look back on it throughout this heat, throughout the rest of the afternoon. We are going to go into the men's round of 16 after these 4 heats of the women's round of 16 to round out the day. But with just under 6 minutes, Ruby True holds a priority and she's chasing a score. It's a 5.34 and, she's a quality surfer, a dual athlete. She's very competitive by nature, obviously, and I'm sure that she's prepared for any challenge thrown her way.
They're on the hunt here, True. There's definitely something behind this wedge. They were all wanting a piece of this next swell. Priority sits with Red. Green has a look at it. Red takes it off her. Here we go.
Ruby up and into this one. Needs to go big on that first turn. She does. Driving through the second one, she's got heaps of speed. Big hook in the pocket for Ruby True, and she kicks out just 2 turns.
Someone's in the tube out the back.
No one making it out of that one. It looks like it might have been Annie, unfortunately, just getting clamped.
Wow, I think Anne's going to drop down into third spot here. A 5.34 needed by Ruby. I think that was just A-grade surfing on a set wave. She waited her opportunity, cashed in her priority at exactly the right time. Although Anne has done the best wave of the heat, I think Ruby on her 2 numbers is going to overtake her here. What are your thoughts on that last wave of Reds?
I thought it was really strong. I thought it was good surfing on a good-sized wave. So I think we'll see a decent score come through for Ruby. I feel like she'll probably move into second place. You just never know. I mean, if Annie had to come out of that tube, then we really could have seen a big shake-up. With 4 minutes to go, this score of Ruby, a 5.34 is all she's looking for. And with surfing like that, I think she might get it.
And, Annie's, she just wants to get tubed. So she's taken it on a few times in this event. Hasn't probably got the tube she really wants yet. But let's see if Taylor Green can extend the lead here. She's got a nice bowly wave, and she did a lot of that stuff yesterday to get into this position. Gets a nice mid-face carve going there as well. Out she goes. First turn was great.
Strong first turn for Taylor. she gets that second one in as well. I mean, she's such a fast surfer. She always does her best work when she surfs with speed, as we've just seen from that 6:07 and then this last wave as well. So priority goes to Kira Buckpitt. I feel like that 5.94 might grow. This last wave of Taylor, wow. Huge connection there for Taylor. That second turn was just a great combo. And big scores, important numbers to lock in. Last of Ruby True is looking like it's going to be her best. It's a 6.33, so Ruby goes to second place. Annie down in third. She needs a 4.33. Kira Buckpitt now chasing a 6.93, basically a 7. This last of Taylor Green is probably going to go into the top 2.
Yep, so wicket exchange. The commentary from the beach announcer will be hitting the lineup now. So Anne will realise, going to have to get something going on in 2.5 minutes. And back to what I was saying about Anne, she wants to get barreled, right? And she's done really well. She's done exactly that here in the past. So she wants to progress through heats by getting barreled. But with a 6.83 for that kind of 1.5 turns, the judges, she probably needed to maybe do a bit more of that. She's been clamped in that last tube. That's going to cost her second position at this stage. She might still have time to turn it around here. She's got second priority, needs only a mid-4. So her turns are good enough to advance, is what I'm saying. So she's tube hunting because she's seen that many of them today. She's probably just gone, I just got to get barreled. Sometimes you don't.
Yeah, sometimes turns is enough. A 6.83 for Annie's was definitely one of the better waves of the heat. Last of Taylor Green, it's a 7.1. So best wave of the heat. Taylor extending her lead.
She's on again.
Wow. She's in rhythm.
Tiny a wave now. She realises that. She's got a healthy lead. In fact, surfer in red in second needs almost 7 points to track her down. So she's feeling it with just 90 seconds to go here. Does Anne get another crack at it? I'd love to see a really good set wave, or a couple of them roll through right now. I'd love to see them all have a little opportunity here. Even Kira, we know how good she is. Wouldn't rule out a 6.93 from her if she gets the opportunity. So here is Ruby.
Ruby looking to better a 4.83 on this wave. Strong first turn, gets a completion. Oh, really solid second turn as well. So 2 good turns for Ruby. She needs to, well, I don't know. It might better the 4.83 for Ruby. It was a smaller wave, though.
Yeah, look, that's what I'm thinking, because she sticks to that top-to-bottom theory, right? Connected twice. Although she fell, it might take a bit of gloss off it, but I'm still thinking Anne's 4.33 might just blow up a little bit. If it does, it wouldn't be by much. So 40 seconds, though, is a real issue now, though, for Anne and Kira. Kira's still got priority. She's still lurking. There's no movement out there from the 3 competitors. I would suggest there's no waves coming.
Last of Ruby, it's a 6.7.
There we go. Judges are loving what she does.
Yeah, it is Annie now chasing a 6.2. Kira looking for an 8.8. 20 seconds to go. Annie is going to have a look at this one.
Needs a 6.2. It's a small wave. Going to have to just absolutely blow it to pieces. And it draws the air, a little bit of scoreboard pressure there, just proving a bit too much for Anne. Still, either way, it was a very good heat. We lose 2 really strong competitors in Anne and Kira, but it's congratulations to Taylor and Ruby. We'll be back shortly with Heat 2 of this round.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go.
We are back with heat number 2 of the women's round of 16 here for day 4 of the Nias Pro. We just saw Taylor Green and Ruby True progressing on through to the quarterfinals. And this is Lucy Dara up and into her first wave. She's wearing the blue rashi right now. Lucy is from the south coast of New South Wales. Gets another connection in there. Wow, really strong surfing. Looks like Kia up and into her first wave as well. She gets out of that one. We do have the Bonsoi leader jersey out there for the Bonsoi Asia Super Series. Giada.
Yep, and that's exactly right. There's a new twist to the Asian Regional Qualifying Series. We are introducing the Bonsoi Asia Super Series, where the top-ranked Asian male and female surfers are wearing this yellow jersey, similar to the CT, and the one that's top-ranked at the last QS 6000 of the year will be taking home $5,000.
Wow, huge. I think it changes from event to event depending on who is leading the rankings of the Asia Series. At the moment, it is Rita Suzuki. She's looking in her first score. It's come in at a 2.67. First of Kia and Lucy as well to lock in. Lucy got some good work done on her backhand. It was a very exciting first heat for the women's round of 16. This is going to be a good one as well. Hopefully some good sets rolling through. Osha Curtis has priority. She spent a lot of time here in Nias, and she's basically, this is like a second home to her. She's up and into this one, looking for the barrel, finds it there, comes out. Osha driving through a good carve, and she kicks out. So Osha's got her first wave to lock in as well. So first of Lucy, 4.83 scores for Kia and Osha to lock in as well.
Wow, what a great way to start off her round of 16 heat. Osha Curtis finding some shade, wrapping it around, just tying the bow on that one. So there we see all girls paddling back out for now. As we wait for the last 2 scores to come in, it is Lucy Dara with that 4.83 who is currently in the lead. So congratulations to Taylor Green and Ruby True on that last one. Unfortunate for Ani Dos Santos and Kira Buckpit bowing out.
Yeah, it was a really, really close heat. Ruby True ended up getting a 6.7 and making that requirement a little bit larger for Annie and Kira. But this is Lucy. She was trying to pull in on her backhand, but adjusted pretty quickly. Gets a good first turn connection. She was patient off the bottom for it. Just the one turn for Lucy Dara. She is an absolute charger.
All right, so the first of Kia here, an 8.67. We would love to get the replay of that. We missed that for sure. But wow, 8.67 for the girl on your screen right now. Taking a look at this one. She knows how to find a barrel. There she goes, standing tall. Will she make it? And she does. Wow, this right here is Kia Hewer. Falls off on that one, but does not matter. That was a good-looking wave. Right behind her, Rita Suzuki looking for shade. Unfortunately, just in front of it. She's going to go to turns. Big opening wrap there. Sets it up again. Wow, what a heat.
Wow, an 8.67 for Kia's first wave. That is huge. Osha still has her first score to lock in. She's just made it back out with priority, and I think there might even be some sets rolling through. Kia has another good score to lock in. This is already just going crazy, this heat.
Yeah, so actually Kia Hewer is from the Mentwise as well. She has been dropping some crazy clips. She's been really hunting those rights. They've been scoring out there, so you know, it's all starting to pay off for her. She is a bit of a barrel hound and so young as well. So such a bright future ahead of her. And she must be feeling so good. An 8.67. And I'm sure that backup is going to be pretty close.
Wow. Hopefully we get to see this 8.67 because that was a really, really, that's a big score. The biggest score we've seen for the women today so far. And Kia, she's just picking up where she left off from yesterday. A 5.3 locks in for Osha Curtis. Lucy has a score to lock in as well as Rita and Kia's last wave. She's 16?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. 16 years old, absolutely charging. That was crazy.
Yeah, so Kia showing her mental iron side come out, and it's incredible to see them get this chance and opportunity. They really thrive in these types of conditions, so I'm stoked for Kia. The last of Lucy Dara comes in at a 6.33. You saw her go for the barrel in that first part, but just readjust herself and get some big blasts. So we're still waiting for the last of red and yellow.
Yeah, wow. Kia's last wave, her first wave, an 8.67. Hopefully we get to see that at some point. Scores for last of Kia locks in at a 7. So she's just gone straight out to a very commanding lead, nice and early in this heat. 8.67, backs it up with a 7. She could probably just sit there for the rest of the heat and be in a good spot.
Yeah, she can sit there and just wait for the next bomb to come through. And by the looks of it, she is not afraid to go for it. So, yeah, just taking a look at the requirements right now. Lucy Darrow in second, a 9.34 to take the lead.
Wow. Last wave for Frita, 3.23. She goes to third, but at this point, yeah, as you said, Giada, it seems like it's a bit of a battle for second.
Yep.
Wow.
All right, so this is the replay of the 8.67. Comes out of it, wraps it there hard on her rail. That was a beautiful wave there. She's feeling it, kicking back out. This is her 7 that we saw standing pretty tall, that you see her kind of duck out for it. So beautiful wave there. Kia Hewer, an 8.67 and a 7. What a heat.
Wow. She could just sit in caddy corner and just have a chat if she wanted to right now. That was...
Come in for lunch.
Oh, yeah, honestly. I'll order for her now. That was absolutely incredible. 2 back-to-back, just, wow, honestly, blown away by Kia's efforts and her barrel riding right now. That is just beyond her years. And, yeah, battle for second. It's a 7.93 that's required for Rita to go to second. Oshia chasing a 5.87 to go to second place. And Lucy Dara, 6.33 for one turn. It's a pretty big turn at that. She's not scared coming from the South Coast, as I mentioned earlier. They have some pretty good slabs around there. So I have no doubt that she would be having a look at those. And someone who did pretty well in that last heat getting the win was Taylor Green, throwing down some big turns. She's there with Mark Clift.
All right, everybody, I've got Taylor Green down here with me, winner of the last heat. An unusual heat, Taylor, but you got the win. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely a slow heat. Like, the heat before us was barreling a lot, and I was, like, definitely wanting to have the opportunity to do that, but it changes up a bit out there. It can flurry between barrels and turns, so I'm happy to get it done.
All right, well, you do have another surf tomorrow now. You're through to the surfer-on-surfer action in a 6,000. It's got to sound pretty good to be in that really high end of the draw now with only 8 ladies remaining.
Yeah, for sure. I'm frothing. I've never made it out of a round of 16 before, especially in a QS 6,000, so I'm frothing.
All right, well, Indonesia just has so many good things to like about it. You've been here before. You've been here all this week. What's your go-to Indonesian meal?
Probably a nasi goreng.
Keeping it simple, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, who have you been hanging with here this week?
My big sis, Safi. She's a legend. She's been looking after me the whole week, and it's been a fun trip with her.
All right, for you, what's the best thing about travelling through this Asian region?
Scoring waves like this.
Keep it simple with the answers. I've also got a nice little treat for you for winning the heat. So I'm going to shake your hand, Taylor, and just say really all the best for tomorrow's surfer-on-surfer heats.
Thank you.
Cheers, team.
A big thank you so much, Taylor Green, traveling with Safi. So a great team there. Love to see them walking around. I see them at Bebas quite a bit as well.
Yes.
So that's our spot.
The best. It's the best morning ritual. Literally the saviors, those coffees. So good.
Especially on these big days.
Yes. Yeah. Love it. Those freshly made cookies are daily little treat.
Oh, my favorite. They're just also a really good pick-me-up in the afternoon.
Yeah.
You know, like you're just there. It's hot and you just get approached by one of those cookies and you're like, whoa.
You're like, that one has my name written all over it. Oh, well, we've got 14 minutes to go, and right now Kia is on her way to a very convincing win in this heat. An 8.67 and a 7. Very impressed by the level of surfing from Kia. Lucy Dara, a 6.33 and a 4.83. She's sitting in second. Needs a 9.34 to go to first. Rita Suzuki wearing the Bonsoi Leaders jersey. She has a 3.23 and a 2.67, chasing that 7.93 to go to second place. Anosha Curtis, a 5.3 in her first wave. She's holding priority, looking for a 5.87. And this is the best 2 waves of the heat so far. That's, I believe, the 8.67 of Kia. Wow.
Whoa.
Incredible.
What a wave there for Kia from start to end. Beautifully done. Kia Hewer, she looked like she was super deep there. This right now is Lucy Dara, the 6.33. We saw her kind of try to go for the barrel, but decides the better of it, sets up her positioning, and blasts that lip there. Just a 1 turn, but a 6.33 just to show the quality of the turn. This is Kia's 7. Again, threads through the barrel, makes it out. Falls off here, but it doesn't even matter. I mean, she did all the work outside.
Yeah, she got everything done, and 7 for that last one of Kia. She can just sit there and not catch another waves if she wants to. 15.67 combination. That's a highest we've seen for the women so far. And she's been dropping 8s pretty much every heat.
Yeah, and just 16, she is showing that she wants a piece of this Nias cake. And with surfing like that, she could go straight to the final. I mean, I haven't seen any other girls really getting barreled like Kia has.
No, I haven't seen that yet either. She's been just pretty fearless. Yeah, honestly blown away. I need to get some barrel riding tips off her. Maybe I'll ask her, but she's just surfing beyond her years right now. Obviously growing up in the Mentawais, she'd be surfing lots of waves similar to this, right?
Yep. So she has recently, if I'm not wrong, had a really good run at rifles, or maybe it was bank faults. I'm not too sure. But yeah, if you go on Kia's Instagram, you can just see her getting absolutely shacked at this right point break. And I saw that Surfline and Stab reposted some of her clips. So, it's some high quality surfing there from Kia. Most of the time that I've been there, she's paddling out there and always has this big smile on her face and is stoked. Even when it's like 6 foot plus, I'm like, wow, you're really brave being out here. And she just has no fear. So it's great to see this up and coming generation of surfers. I know she's out here with the Kandui crew, and Rafa probably caddying her right now. He's also a really bubbly personality, probably cheering on her like crazy. Yesterday, I think he was out there, and when she got that 8, he was screaming and cheering so loud that Kobe was like, wow, you're a frother, eh?
Kobe Clements?
Yeah.
That's so funny. That sounds like such a Kobe thing to say too. He's probably one of the biggest frothers I know as well. So for him to say that is pretty big. But yeah, big cheers. Should be going down in the caddy corner right now for Kia.
I mean, that's part of the caddy.
Job.
Yeah, the job. It's to cheer your friend on and make sure that they're hyped up and pumped up for the next wave. So
if you're not a hype man or a hype woman, don't be out there.
Yeah,
give someone
no
who's
caddy duties for you.
Yeah, literally. Wow, that was crazy. Well, we've got 10 minutes to go, and 7.93 required for Rita. Osha still has that one wave. It's a 5.3. She only needs a 5.87. Holding that first priority. Obviously, Osha spent a lot of time here. She was saying yesterday, I think this is her 6th time coming here to Nias, and she said it's like a second home here for her. Everyone feels like family.
Beautiful. Yeah, I think I saw her here last year. She's here with her dad, if I'm not wrong, and they were out in the lineup catching a few waves. I don't do the free surfs anymore, but last year I was definitely trying. But they were definitely out there in the crowd. A bit of they stand out because they catch quite a few good ones. There we have Emily Burke paddling out onto her next heat. So had a great performance this morning. We finished the round of 32 of the women's, I think, 717 was her best score. She literally started off with that. So excited to see if she's into the barreling scene.
Yeah, she's definitely not scared. A lot of she's from Newcastle. A lot of the Novocastrians is what we call them. They're not scared. They kind of are ready to go anything that's pretty solid. I think that's Holly Williams, who's her board caddy. For the event, Emily's going to take on another Newcastle local, Philippa Anderson, and then they'll have Shino Matsuda out there and also Jasmine Studer. It's going to be a really tough heat.
Yeah, so Jasmine is one of Kia's good friends. I know Jasmine is here with her dad, Luke Studer, and she's probably trying to get as much inspiration as possible from Kia right now, and is going to be wanting to do something similar. I know Jazz is also a bit of a charger. She spends a lot of time in Penang, Penang. The last I saw her last year, she got invited or did the trials of the Penang Cup.
Wow.
Which will be coming up in July. So a big event here in Indo as well. Hopefully this year we'll see Bali's diamond light up in July and see that event roll out.
Yeah, that would be so awesome to see. That is Jazz on screen there. You can see she's repping the ankle brace. Hopefully she is, back to almost 100%. I think she had some sort of meniscus or something like that injury.
Yeah, so she's coming off of an injury. As you see, she still has a knee brace on. Not 100% yet, but, in Krui, she was showing us that she was not letting that stop her. She had some great heats at the Pro Junior. I think was a finalist, if I'm not wrong. We'll have to double check that. But, yeah, so she's out here for more. She'll probably do the Pro Junior for this event as well. So best of luck to the girls in the next heat. So this ocean kind of just slowed down a little bit for us in this heat. We started off with a bang, the 867, the 7, and Lucy's Dara 633. But since then, not too much happening.
Yeah, the ocean having a little bit of a moment. Osha doesn't like the look of that one, so Rita is going to go it. She tries to pull in, but unfortunately just a little bit too late to that one. So Rita, she's chasing a 7.93, loving the commitment. She probably needs to do something like that to really nudge for that score.
Yeah, I agree. She has to do something pretty big. A 793 is a big requirement, especially with Lucy Darrow, second priority out the back. She is looking unstoppable. Her backhand is so sharp.
Yeah, she's incredible to watch for sure. It's I love watching Lucy surf. I mean, she got second in Australian junior titles last year down at Wollongong, which is from around near where she lives. And she was just such a force to be reckoned with. It was so incredible to see her each heat. And, even when she came in, she was obviously bummed. Like, she was stoked she made the final, but bummed because she wanted to win, and she still had a smile on her face. I saw her after her heat loss in Krui, and she was still, still smiling. And I'm still just appreciative of the lessons and the learnings that she had in that event. So she's, still quite young. And these are the first 2 QS 6000s that she's ever done.
I mean, at her stage, this is all just learning curves. And already being in the round 16 of a QS 6000 is huge. There we have a spectator close by taking a look at all the action. But yeah, so she's just learning and slowly as the years go by and she gets more heats under her belt, she's just going to perfect her heat strategies. And the way she's been surfing already, I think she has a bright future ahead of her.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's, even for Osha, both of these ladies, they're still quite young, still in the juniors. Osha was saying, do I go to Krui or do I stay at home and do the Oki Grom comp? And I'm like, wow. Like, she's still a junior, and she goes, what, Krui and Nias, and she's like, she loves coming here, and she's just like, you know what, I'm going to go there and do the QS 6000 at Nias and try and make a couple of heats. So 4.5 minutes.
I think she made the right choice.
I think so too. It looks very cold at home, but this is the 8.67 of Kia.
Wow.
She just
crazy.
Yeah. Stomped it, really.
16 years old. Wow, what a wave. This is the 7 love how she stands up in that first part and just ducks out there just in time. That is some incredible surfing from Kia Hewer. There we have no one on it. They've let this one go.
Wow, we've just seen priority switch. Osha Curtis loses priority. Wow.
Oh, that was a bit of a priority mistake there for Osha Curtis. With this 3.5, all the girls are out there. The next set, if it comes, she will definitely not have the right of way. So unfortunate there for Osha.
Wow, that's a big mistake there from Osha, unfortunately. 3 minutes to go. We've seen the ocean come alive plenty of times in the last 3 minutes of heats throughout the day today. So hopefully that happens for Osha. But wow, now going to fourth priority, needing that 5.87. It is Lucy Darragh using first priority, needing to better a 4.83. She's on her way with that good, strong first turn, gets a second one in. That angle from the drone just following her there, and 2 good, strong turns for Lucy Darragh.
I love that wave from Lucy, and I really enjoy her style. That first turn was a big blast, and she just wastes no time. I mean, she's very calm in between her turns. She has this calm, cool, collected style to her. So I love what she's doing right now. I think she's definitely going to be bettering that 4.83.
Yep, I agree. This first turn was so strong, Giada.
Here we go.
Whoa.
Boom. Super critical. Sets it up again. Bit more open face there, but the wave, she's just kind of following what the wave is offering. So
wow,
nicely done, Lucy Darragh. There we have it, 7.17. So she extends her second spot. Rita Suzuki now in combination. Osha Curtis in 8.20 is her requirement. So big scores.
This is crazy. Rita looking to break a 3.5 to break that combination, and Osha at 8.2 with just under 2 minutes to go. She's had that one wave, which was a 5.3. It was a good wave in this heat. It's Osha's only wave, so hopefully she can get to her feet and at least get to third place or even challenge for that 8.2 on a big set.
Yeah, so there we have Lucy Darragh. She's comfortably in second, but not giving up with 1:20 left on the clock. She wants to get back out there, have control of the situation.
Wow, 7.17. Lucy Darragh just looking in form. She now needs an 8.51 to go to first because that's her best wave of the heat so far, with some strong backhand surfing, just going nice and vertical. And Rita looking for a combination of 13.5. Osha chasing an 8.2. Unfortunately for Osha, it's time that is the enemy right now with 50 seconds to go.
Yeah, what a heat. I mean, it did slow down towards the end, but that first part was just a flurry of waves. 8.67, backed up by that 7. Lucy Darragh getting that 7.17 and that last moment. But wow, what a heat.
Exciting surfing for sure. I mean, Kia just putting on an absolute show in this heat. 8.67 and a 7. I just can't believe, the level of surfing that she's showing. Looks like Osha Curtis has to let this one go with 10 seconds to go. Rita looking to break combination, needs a 3.5 or above to do that. Good first turn there for Rita. Gets a second one in. Unfortunately, just comes unstuck, and looks like no one else getting away in the final seconds of that heat. Oh, but lines coming through. Wow.
All the other girls are probably begging for the heat to start. But yeah, with that, head over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 3.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
All right, guys. So, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. We currently in the water have Heat 3 of the round of 16. In the blue, we see Shino Matsuda. In red, Philippa Anderson. In the green, Jasmine Studer. And in white, Emily Burke. I'm Jada Ligati, and I want to welcome back Dai Wako and our very special guest, Wayana.
Hello.
So, we had a great last heat. Kia Hewer getting so barreled, getting the top 2 scores of that heat. But right now, Shino Matsuda already starts off with a 4.67. All right, so Wayana, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So this is my first proper year on the QS. I did a few events last year, but it was just for a ranking, and this is, I guess, my first year adventuring, going overseas and by myself and stuff. I just finished school last year, so yeah, bit
All
exciting.
right. So this is Shino Matsuda's first wave. What do you like about it?
The first turn, I like how she got up it. It was pretty fat, but she still hit it pretty vertical.
All right, so tell us about yourself. How old are you? Where are you from? What your day-to-day just looks like?
So I'm 18. I just finished high school last year. I guess at the moment I'm just working heaps and making money for QS events.
All right, so coming into this event, this is your first time doing these big events, and I'm sure there's probably big names that you've seen competing in the past before. How do you keep your nerves down, and how do you approach it?
I try not to think about who's in my heat. I just think anyone can have a bad heat and anyone can have a good heat, so it could be my good heat, but we haven't quite got there yet. But I know it's my first year, so I'm not being too hard on myself.
All right, and where are you from? How old are you?
I'm from Byron, and so I just mostly stick around there, but I'm 18. Yeah.
All right, and what are some of the names in the women's draw that you saw before joining this event that maybe inspired you a little bit?
Honestly, there's obviously like Paige and Philippa, like they're older and they've got a lot more experience. That definitely, gets me thinking, wow, there's some really good surfers. But honestly, all the girls are amazing. I know all of them can rip and put on a good show.
Wow.
Yeah, that was sick. Exactly that.
All right, so on your screen, that was Jasmine Studer, our surfer from Indonesia. Also, I think 16 years of age or 17, if I'm not wrong. So she is good friends with Kia Hewer, probably trying to get inspiration from Kia's last heat because she did so well. So Jasmine just one big blast, but it was looking pretty good.
Definitely, it's gonna be huge. Good score for Jasmine Studer. That was solid and really like a powerful surfing from Jasmine Studer.
All right, so leading up to these events, what was your training days at home? Like, what did the normal training day look like, knowing that you had these events coming up?
So most days I would wake up early, surf, probably go to the gym, and then go to work. And if I can, surf twice, but it was, it's pretty exhausting to surf twice, go to the gym, and go to work. So as much as I could, but yeah, surf.
All right, and where were you surfing the most in Byron?
At the moment, I guess when I was at home, probably Talos. It's my favorite beach, but wherever it's good, I guess. Could be anywhere.
And tell us a little bit about your contest history. What are some of Pro Junior events that you have done and maybe won or not?
So I did do a few over the past few years. I've done the Narrabeen and God, I can't even remember. I think my earliest one was the Oakberry Gold Coast one, but just honestly, I've been doing maybe one or two a year for the past few years, just trying to balance school.
And what inspired you to start competing at this level?
Like QS events. I stopped doing running, and it kind of opened up more opportunity to just focus on surfing. So yeah, I guess it was changing my focus.
Can we know why you stopped running?
It was.
Or
it
what
was-
type of running were you actually doing?
I was doing track, like cross country and steeplechase athletics. So I went to nationals and competed, but it was a bit much. So I decided to focus on the surfing.
All right, so not only a big athlete, but you also probably an incredible surfer. And all right, so back to this heat. Jasmine Suter, just for that one turn of 5.50. Shino Matsuda now in second of 4.67. Philippa Anderson unfortunately wasn't able really to whip into that last one. I think she was the one who got that bomb. We could hear the
Right.
whole the crowd just like going, ooh.
She kind of mistimed. I thought she was gonna go into the barrel on that one, but and unfortunately for her, she just couldn't maybe engage the rail into the barrel. But you just missed Tudor's last wave, just one big turn and gets 5.5. That is a good way to start this heat. There's still like a lot of barrels out there, and here is first wave for Amelie Burke, up and riding,
Whoa.
big solid backhand turn, and it gets second turn in. So this is going to be another good number for White. さあ松田詩野選手、2本目のライディングになります。1本目で 4.67 をスコアした。さあ、1発目大きなアクションを入れて、2発目もしっかりとターンを決めてきました。現在第2位のポジション。
All right, so some waves written there from the girls. We're going to wait for some scores to come through. Really beautiful surfing from Shino Matsuda. Amelie as well, that first turn just really blasted that one off. So some scores to come through. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a little bit of a shift in the leaderboard for this heat. In the round of 16 Heat 4, we will be seeing Ella McCaffrey, last year's winner. Hanasuri Jabrick in the blue. Paige Harab, a winner here in Nias as well. And Charlie Hatley. So that's a pretty stacked heat coming up.
Wow. So that's the last heat of round of 16 of women. And then we're going to straight into the men's round of 16 after the heat number 4 for women's round of 16. So
Yeah, that's right. Well, I mean, with waves that we have today, how could we not? It would be so hard to walk away from these conditions. All right, so it sounds like you've competed in many different, two different types of sports. Running and surfing are completely different. What would you say are the key similarities or differences from these competitions?
One of them's very scheduled, and one of them's, surfing's not exactly a schedule. It kind of just, the ocean kind of tells you what to do.
Mm-hmm.
I guess even in your heats, like, you don't know what's going to happen until it's done, and you don't know if we're going to run until the sun's risen or until the storm comes. So
100%. Yeah, that's right. There's so many different factors in surf competition, and I think that's one of the things that gets people so hooked about it and wanting more and coming back. So, so there we see a little bit of a priority mistake maybe there from green and red. So Jasmine, good wave, but unfortunately she looked like she was in the way of Philippa Anderson.
Right.
So we'll see what they say. Right behind her, Amelie Burke. Big first blast. Unfortunately, just digs her rail a little bit there on the way down. Wasn't able to ride out of it. But there's a bit of a break in the action, and we're going to head down to Kia Hura and True Starling. Take it away.
Wow, Kia, an 8.67 and a 7 on your first 2 waves. You'd be feeling pretty stoked with that.
Yeah, wow, I'm so psyched, but yeah, I'm just so grateful I was able to make it out of both of them. So yeah.
Giada and I were in the booth just absolutely going crazy. It was huge. What are you riding? Let's talk about your boards and what's under your feet.
Yeah, I'm on my step driver, Lost Indo. Yeah, I actually snapped this in Cruy, but I got it fixed in Cruy, and it's actually going really good now. So yeah, shout out to Lost Indo and whoever fixed my board.
the magic board still holds a little bit of magic. You're into the quarterfinals. You've been dropping 8s every heat. You're hoping to keep that going in the quarters?
Oh yeah, I really hope it stays pumping because yeah, these barrels are just I don't know, I feel like it's my strong point right now, but yeah, I'm just hoping for good waves for the rest of the contest.
I'm sure there's lots of people around you that are supporting you and who've helped you get here. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, thank you so much to everybody who's supporting me, my sponsors, my mom, my dad, my friends, my best caddy in the world, Rafa Castro. He's my good luck caddy. Yeah, and thanks for everyone who's watching back at home. Yeah, love you guys.
Well, you scored yourself another bang bang. That's for you. Go enjoy it this afternoon. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you so much.
Is also very young, just
Mm.
16 years old, if I'm not wrong. She's from the Mentawai, but spends a lot of time in Bali now due to school and training. But yeah, so we did have a priority interference call. We'll get right back to that as we're gonna follow Emily Burke now on this wave. Good first opening turn, slashes it there again. So she just wants to back up that 483. But yeah, so an interference call on green on red. So we saw that they were both paddling. Red had priority, and it looks like green was just in the way,
Right.
and that is considered an interference call.
It was really unfortunate for Jasmine Studa. She had a second priority, I believe, and Philippa had first priority, so she was kind of on the way. Well, unfortunately, but still, she's in the heat and needing 5.60 to go into the second. So it's not over yet, but it's gonna be really hard for her with that interference.
Yeah, so here is the interference call that we just had. There we had red had priority. Jazz had second priority and was in the way of red. So there, she got that call. It was unfortunate because she is looking in great form and she has the best score of this heat for now. So she will be having to come back in and kind of take notes of that. Maybe she wasn't sure what the priority was like. We'll see later.
So it was paddling interference or priority interference. So her second score will be cut.
Yeah. So Jasmine needs to get one big score to be able to pass this heat.
Well, there's opportunities for getting those excellent scores out there, but here it is on screen. 松田選手、この波でその差を広げたい。さあ、一発目綺麗なターンを入れてきました。そして大きなカービングをしてスープの方に戻ります。ここは2発のターンで演技を終えますが、素晴らしいライディングでした。3.97 を出すと1位のポジションへ上がってきます。
Beautiful wave there from Shino Matsuda. So when the replay comes, I want you to tell me what you liked about her wave. So we're waiting for some scores to come through for the last of blue. Looking like maybe there could be something out the back. All right. So while we wait for that replay and score to come in, I was really interested in what you're saying. So the differences obviously is that surfing, there's so many different factors to it. And it's not entirely on preparation. It's also a factor of luck. But running, on the other hand, it's the first one to get their wins. So what are the key differences in the training, would you say?
I mean, they both require like a lot of time and a lot if you want to be good in running. Oh, here's the replay. Yeah, that first turn. She really got right up there. The second turn, it looks like she was kind of pushed wide after, she didn't quite get back to the pocket. But I think that first hit will definitely give her a good score, put her back in the heat.
What'd she get for it? We'll get right back to it. This is now Philippa Anderson looking for a good section there. Gets around that whitewash. Kind of lays back into this turn, wraps it around again. So nothing too crazy or critical there for Philippa Anderson, but
wow,
she's not sitting on anything. Amelie now.
How's the first turn? That was a solid first turn. Went up to the vertical off the top and throwing a lot of sprays. Definitely, it'll help her to improve her situation. Needing 4.24 to go into the first.
Yeah, so a couple scores to come through now for red and white. So that is probably going to be the best score of Philippa Anderson. She's yet to kind of put something up. Here's the replay. What do you like about this one?
Yeah, wow, that was right in the perfect spot. I guess you can't really say much about that. It was pretty good.
All right, so we're waiting for that last one of Amlik to come in. Philippa is on a 3-7.
増田選手、このいい波に乗ってきました。先ほどの波よりもしっかりと回避しているように見えます。2発目もいいターンになってきました。ここは2発のコンビネーションでこの演技を終えます。4.40 以上スコアするとその差を広げていきます。
Beautiful wave there from Shino. She is the current heat leader, but we're still waiting for that last of white. I think it's going to be a pretty good score. Close to Jasmine Studer's 5-5 maybe. So a couple scores to come through just yet. One more score to lock in before we give an update. So 5-3-0. Emily goes straight to first. We're waiting for the last of blue, which was really nicely surfed. Again, unfortunate for Jasmine Studer, that priority mistake really, really taking her back. Otherwise, I think she would have been in a clear lead.
You know, she's still holding on to the heat best score so far, 5.50, but really unfortunate and unlucky for Jasmine. She has first priority, needing 9.07. Wow, definitely she's just looking for those barrel now. But definitely she needs to do something big to get 9.07 out there.
All right, so as there's a quick break, tell us a little bit about what the rest of your year looks like. What are your plans? What contests are you going to be doing? And
She's
doesn't make out of that, but that's what we're looking for in this event. So love to see Philippa really going for it. Yeah. So tell us a little bit about what your plans are.
The rest of the year, I reckon I kind of set myself and said, if I'm doing one event, I'll do them all. It's a lot of money, so I might as well just commit, and it's exciting. So I guess I'll just train and earn money and travel.
Which events do you have coming up?
Well, there's been a bit of talk about the other QS, the 6,000 ones in overseas and stuff. There's a Japan one and Philippines, and I think there was another one. But yeah, I'm really keen. I hope they put them out because I'll definitely.
So the next one actually is Korea, the wave pool in Korea.
Oh, sorry, I forgot about Korea. It's so soon.
So what do you like about this wave from Shino?
I like that she actually, a lot of the surfers, like I said before, haven't been getting vertical on 2, or they haven't had that critical section on 2. She's managed to get up there twice, so I think it'll really help with the scores. I don't think they've scored it yet, have they?
Yep. So Shino's last one came in at a 4.37, so actually doesn't go into her top 2.
Yeah, wow.
So the judges deeming that maybe not as critical as maybe her other waves that she caught. But she's still in second, and Jazz is looking for a 9.07 to go to that position. Philippa sitting on a 3.27 and a 1.33, so she unfortunately hasn't really been able to find the rhythm in her heat. She has won this event in the past, if I'm not wrong.
A couple years back, yes.
Yeah, so she knows what she needs to find, and she's such a strong competitor. She's been around the QS for many, many years, and definitely one of the most experienced competitors in this event.
Definitely, she's been experiencing a lot of different conditions, a lot of smaller waves, but a lot of bigger waves too. But this is important wave for Jasmine Studer. Into the barrel, comes out, needing 9.07. So she was in the tube and she disappeared completely for a second, and then come out of it clean. Wow.
All right, so she needs one score of 9.07. What do you guys think?
She's definitely fighting.
Definitely, yes.
Yeah, so Jasmine Studer, even with a interference call, not giving up just yet. She's fighting back. Let's see the replay. I love this wave. She was pretty deep. You know, she held her line, disappears for a while there, comes out. Unfortunately, was not able to get a couple turns in on that one, but really well done nonetheless. So I'm excited
Wow.
to see the score come
Right.
through.
Definitely, it's gonna be a really good score. But just question is, it's gonna be a 9.07. But we haven't seen any barrel riding in this heat so far yet. We've seen a lot in the heat number 2. Wow, definitely it's gonna be close and improvement for Jasmine Studer.
Yep. So the judges having a really good, strong think of this. But it is the Emily Burke in first place, comfortably in the lead with priority now, just under 3 minutes left. And it is Shino Matsuda second, wants to fight for her spot. Philippa Anderson, 580 is her requirement. Unfortunately, just
Wow.
gets kind of blasted off that wave.
She's been kind of struggling to come around the section to hit the lip properly, but unfortunate for Philippa Anderson.
All right, so
Whoa.
oh no, Philippa just losing her board there with just over 2 minutes. Hopefully she gets enough time to kind of get her board off her caddy and back out there. This right now, Emily Burke.
Whoa. That looks, yeah, she looked like she went down over the falls on that.
So the last of Jasmine Studer, a 750. So unfortunately, she still has that interference and needs a 907 to go straight to first.
Wow, even with a 7.50, well, she is sitting in the third place. Really unfortunate for Jasmine, but this is松田選手、さ、これもいい波になってきそうです。しっかりと縦、これは力強いサーフィンになっています。そしてもう一度深いボトムターンからターンをしますが、レールが引っかかってしまいました。It was a much better looking from Shino Matsuda. Went vertical off the top, but unfortunately comes unstuck on the second one. She was trying to get rid of the 4.40, but with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go in this heat.
Wow, I love that first turn from Shino Matsuda. So beautiful. She really had a lot of speed coming out of it. Unfortunately, wasn't able to really ride out of that second one. So we're waiting for the last of blue to come through. It is Jasmine Studer. 7.5, unfortunately, with that interference. Doesn't look like she'll be going. Here we have it. This is the 7.5. Beautiful wave here. She sets her line. She came out of it clean. Maybe if she got a couple turns in, it could have been a higher score, but a 914 is a big requirement.
Well, she has first priority, but the time is ticking. 30 seconds to go in this heat. Is there going to be another big set for her?
All right, so with 20 seconds left, it's looking like Emily Burke and Shino Matsuda will be going into the quarterfinals here of the QS 6000. Jasmine Studer, we're about to count this one out. And with that, I'm going to say congratulations to Emily Burke and Shino Matsuda. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Dai, as well. We're going to head over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys for the last heat of the round of 16 women's.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Welcome back. This is Nias Pro QS 6000. We are into round of 16 of women heat number 4. I'm Daiwako here in the booth with Mark. How are you this afternoon?
Pretty hot, I've got to say.
It's very super hot actually.
Oh, I'm hot and sweaty, and everyone's saying the same thing. Anybody walking around comes in and just looks all flustered. It's steamy down here. That's the tropics for you, and here is Paige Harrop. She's pretty deep. So they were fussing around a little bit with positioning there. It's a hell of a matchup, though. Who have we got, Di?
So in red, we have Ella McFray. In blue, Hanashuri Jabrik. And in white, Paige Harrop. In green, Charlie Haitley. It's a big matchup.
Couple of former winners. One defending champion in Ella, who's been dead set shredding every heat. She's definitely set the bar, I reckon. Watching Emily Burke in that last heat, though, there's a lot to like about what she's doing, huh?
Right, lots of good solid turns on her backhand. It was really solid, combination from Emily Burke. And Shino Matsuda also did a solid backhand turns, but really unfortunate for Jasmine Studa, had an interference, but she got a barrel. She got a 7.5 and 5.5.
So what was up with the into? Was it just a little misread on what was going on, or?
So Philippa was on this way paddling, but Jasmine was on the way actually paddling in front of Philippa. And Philippa had a first priority, so that's how she got an interference.
Like a paddling interference sort of thing,
Yeah.
was it? All right, didn't see it, so no comment. We'll let that one slide through, and we'll stick with the current heat. 25-minute matchups all day. Men's business is coming up next. It's 2 o'clock down here on the point in Sumatran time. For all the crew that are listening in at home, West Aussie friends, good on you. Hope it's not too cold back at home. Hope it's not raining too hard. It's steamy here. It's just beautiful conditions. I'm loving it. And the tropics, you can't drink enough water. You can't, stay cool enough. The only way is you've got to have good AC. And our room kind of doesn't. You know that, Di.
It's kind of warm in our room.
It's warm with the AC on.
Right. It's a 16 degrees.
It says 16, but it's not.
But it's not. It's
You
just
could put a 2 in front of that, I reckon. All right, folks, here we are.
But waves are still firing out there. And few opportunities, pull into barrel. It's a great condition this afternoon. And this is the last heat of round of 16 of women. And straight after this, we're going to go into the men's round of 16 heat number 1.
I've got the draw here in front of me, mate.
Big names coming up.
Harley Walters, Dylan Wilcox and Alec Parada-Reed and Rio Inaba will feature in our very next matchup. Kenshin Matsunaga, Eden Hassan, Jin Suzuki and Kiyoshiro Suda. So 3 Japanese surfers in that one up against Eden. We've got Varun Tanjung, Jay Okalupo, Hiroya Miwa, and Lennox Smith in Heat 3. But live action, who we got here? Oh,
wow, Ella. Pull into the barrel. She got shade. It gets nice big curve, and it kicks out. That was a great surfing from Ella.
Ella just steps it up every time she gets in the water. How's the wave she found, Di? How's the line she took, kind of thread that first section? Big, huge second maneuver. Just super strong all the time. She barely ever puts a foot wrong. When she does a turn, she just hits the pocket in perfect positions and always looks super solid on her feet, right?
As soon as she takes off, you can tell she has a lot of confidence in this wave. So definitely, because she spent a lot of time in Nias, that's what I heard.
Yep.
So, yeah, and she's a last year's champ, so she knows how to surf here. She knows how to pull into the barrel. Definitely, she's the one to watch.
And her turns are next level. John Mark Tokong, Dom Thomas, Ben Lorenston, and Teddy Billy will feature in our last matchup of the day. So right now we have this heat and 4 others to get through. Ella's put together a 4.83. Paige with a not much, and Charlie and Suri Jabrick duking it out to get the next wave. And here we go. Somebody's on out the back.
So Charlie is up and riding on her backhand. Nice off the bottom. Nice first turn, big carve, and gets a second turn in. Even bigger carves. Really like to both of the turns. Definitely, it'll be a nice number for Charlie Haitley to start this heat off.
Brutal surfing, really good. I love watching her go at it when she on a backhand in particular, because I watched her win a QS last October down in Yellingup on our WA Surf Series. It was on a backhand at Ingy Car Park. Deadly combination of big hits. Looks really good, so it's no surprise to me when I see her do moves like that. Let's watch these replays again. And what parts of this did you like best?
Wow, really love the rail game from her. Just engaging her rail so well, navigating so well. So that was great surfing from Charlie Haitley.
Man, if she can just keep that sort of surfing going and maybe add a tube somewhere along the line to it, or I think the surf is forecast to drop off a little bit the next day or so. So if she can just keep up with the big belts, the tubes might go out of the picture. But if she that big belt, I think is going to serve her really well. The judges threw a 617 at that, so it's strength. That's top to bottom. It ticks a lot of parts of the criteria.
Definitely 2-turn and gets 617, which is showing that her backhand skill is that good. So we'll love to see more of the Charlie Haitley's action.
So Hannah Suri, daughter of Tippy Jabrick. We just had Tippy in here earlier, the Secretary General of PSOI organisation, taking us through what it takes to get these events up and running, and has really been the driving force behind it all. All right, let's have an interview with the winner of the last heat, who was Amelie Burke.
All right, I'm here with Amelie. A lot went down in your heat, but you managed to stick to your guns and get through it. How are you feeling right now? Quarterfinals tomorrow.
Yeah, super happy to make the quarters. Yeah, it's so fun out there.
So tell us about the conditions. Are you excited that it was barreling, and are you hoping for some of that tomorrow as well?
Yeah, hopefully get a couple barrels. I need to work on backhand barrels, but it's good to give it a go out there. But yeah, it's just so nice going right.
All right, your board is looking incredible under your feet. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's just a JS, my standard board, Monster 10, and yeah, seems to be going pretty well.
All right, so there's the tradition. Here's your bang bang, and then is there anyone you'd like to thank back at home?
Just the family, mum, dad, my sister, and everyone else watching back at home. Thanks.
All right, thank you, and back to you guys in the booth.
Right on, Amelie Burke makes her way through to the two-person matchup starting tomorrow. That's the point we're going to get to as well with the men's. So today will be the last of the four-person surfing we see on the QS side of the draw. We've got to remember we still have some pro junior action to get through on days 7 and 8 of our program here. All right, bit of an issue going on down there on the boardwalk. Oh, that's looking like the surfer in red.
Philip Anderson, maybe? Surfer from the last heat.
Okay, so they've got the stretcher out. I can see Freya Prum down there. Alex is there. We'll have to try and see if we can get some intel as to what's up with Philippa. So she finished 4th in that last heat. She must have got injured in a heat.
Right.
All right, Ella's in 2nd. She's in red. 483, her number. 617. Loving the look of that score for Charlie. Some big bossy moves. Judges soaking it up. I know Paige Harrop has got that in her as well. That's what took her to victory here about 3 or 4 years ago. And Hannah Suri surfed a good heat yesterday. She came in and she identified the areas she reckoned she could go better in. She had a pretty good heat, but at this level, she knows she's got to step it up a little bit. And at least she said all those things to us. So she knows what she's got to do. Here's Charlie.
Up and riding. A nice first turn. Gets a float to come around the section. Unfortunately, got caught behind.
Wow,
but one big turn, but this is Hannah Suri Jabrick, first wave. Nice off the top, opening curve. She quickly kicks out.
All right, obviously didn't like what she sees down the line, so opting to utilise the next 15 minutes to her advantage. One manoeuvre wave there. Charlie's right. I'd like to see the replays of it again. I kind of vagued out a little bit on that one. Paige, though, with priority. You can see her there in white. So I'll tell you something about Paige quickly. 2008, I saw her win the Margaret River Pro.
Wow.
So what's that, 17 years ago?
Right.
Yeah, there you go. That's how long she's been doing it with the Rashi on at the highest level, and here she is, Di.
Paige is up and riding on her backhand. Nice first turn to start with, and gets a second turn in and throwing a lot of sprays. So definitely, wow, she's back in the game now. That was a great surfing from Paige Hareb.
I've seen her do that time and time again out here. Has been a champion out in front as well. So 2 former winners in red and white. So Charlie is on guard and she's treating this heat really seriously. Judging by the surfing, she's already strung together on 2 waves. So Charlie's waiting a number. Paige, as we just saw it, some pretty strong work from the goofy footers. And here is what Hannah Suri put together. So her score is in. It's not high. It's locking in at a 2.5. This is better, though.
Right.
This is Paige. Look at this.
Oh, wow. The big spray. And even I think it's bigger on the second turn.
All right. More of that, please. And we'll see you in the Surfer on Surfer stuff tomorrow. That was pretty sick. Charlie's the 350. Paige, I think, could have potentially the better number. It's very similar to what Haitley did, but she gets the nod with a 7. So...
Wow.
There we go. The judges loving the backhand surfing. Alla's got a challenge on her hands now. She's in red. The defending champ has surfed 2 great heats to be in this position. Here she goes, Di.
Up and riding. It just nice off the bottom. Oh, a nice first turn. Gets vertical and gets a beautiful carving slash right there. So it's a different approach compared to Paige's and Charlie's backhand attack. So definitely fun to watch, and it'll be a great number for Ella as well. So needing 2.78 at the moment, but definitely she's looking for wave, in the 6-point range at the moment.
Yeah, she'll get a good score for sure. The judges love what she does. She really puts an extra bit of body talk into her surfing, and top turn, she always just adds that bit of spice when she clips the lip. So she picked a good wave, which was part of the deal, right? I reckon she goes to first with this next number. The judges love what she does. It fits in so well. Pretty explosive surfing. And once again, from Ella McCaffrey, it's what took her to victory last year. It's why she's won her first 2 heats comfortably. She's definitely the surfer to catch in the women's round based on what she's done in the first 2 surfs. And everybody knows that. So everybody watches Ella's heats. They're all invested to see where the bar is at and what they got to do as we get close to the finals day to take her down. So I think Haitley might be bothered for the lead here. Paige's 7's looking pretty good. Here's the replay again, so check it out, gang. You watch this. Powers off the bottom. Wow. Hits it in the pocket, then gets really brutal with this number here. Rah.
6.60 for the last of red. So just like you said, now she is in the lead. Now Charlie Haitley is in second, 5.27 to go into first. Paige Hareb now needs 2.67. So not a big score, but Hannah Suri Jablik needs to work a little bit. 7.17 is her requirement.
All right, paddling hard is young Suri. She gets over the edge here. She jams it off the top, just can't engage enough rail to hang in there and stay connected. Down she goes. All right, well, the Goofies are taking it up to Ella McCaffrey, and here is Charlie Haitley.
Wow.
The young Aussie. Check out this backhand attack. It's just to die for. So good. She's really brutal. She's here with her mum and dad. They're really, really lovely people, a family that just travel together. When Charlie won over there in Yelling Up, when I was giving you those little stats before, her parents were with her. They were traveling in a caravan. A mobile sort of caravan. I don't know what you call them, RVs they call them in America, but that sort of thing. And they were just living off the vibe together, and it got Charlie into a happy place, and she won there. She's looking really strong here. So Team Haitley are looking like they're on a mission again, I reckon.
Definitely, it'll be a really great score from Charlie Haitley. This is a replay of Loss of Blue. Unfortunately, just went a little bit too high up off the top, but here is the last of green. First time, super solid, right in the critical section, and it gets a second, and this wave comes in at 7.67.
Doesn't surprise me one bit when you look at that connection with the first section and then just put it on straight on rail, held it there forever, and put her in a really good spot for that second hit. So she's getting better as she goes. She's giving Ella some little uncomfortable moments here. McCaffrey's been a front runner in all the heats. She has not been challenged in the first two matchups. This is a different story, though, because here comes Paige.
Paige up and riding, needing 4.43. It's a nice first turn. It gets a second turn in with a lot of spray. It's kind of similar surfing to what she did on the previous wave. But I don't think it was as steep as the last one.
No, it's just a flatter wave. So maybe needed to hold on, pulling priority on that wave. She saw something better in that than how it eventuated. So a couple of flattish moves for Paige, needing only a 4-ish. I don't know. It might be right there, but I think she probably needed to just hold a bit longer on the priority. There's better waves out there than that, okay?
With the 8 minutes and 30 seconds to go. So definitely it's going to be really close to the requirement from last of white. Oh, not enough. 3.73.
Yeah, it's just too flat.
Needing 4.43.
Paige will be bummed on that because, you know, she's better than that, and she'll know that was probably a little moment that if things don't go her way at the end of this heat, she'll probably identify, why did I take that one? You know what I mean? She probably thought she could get a 4-4 off it, but at the end of the day, she's still going to need better than a 4-4 because Ella, she's going to burn off that 4.83. Trust me, that won't stay in her scoreline. The defending champ has priority. That's her in the red. So, yep, Paige, good luck with these last 8 minutes. Wave choice is just going to have to be a little better than that. And I can sense there's some movement out the back. The ladies are looking over their shoulders. We can see a line approaching Di.
So Ella has first priority now. So
that's deadly. That spells trouble for everyone.
Interesting exchange. But on the screen, we have Hurley Waters getting ready for the next heat, round of 16 of men's heat number 1. And that's a blue Dylan Wilcoxon.
Couple of gangsters right there with their caddies psyching up. Geez, that last wave went through with no one on it. It was so sick. Here is Paige, a steeper wave, blasting. She's got to hang on. She's got to connect with that maneuver a couple of times, I reckon. But she's swinging hard now. She's trying to recoup from that little wave choice moment previously. So it didn't come off that time. But you can see she's desperate to get this number. Here is Suri.
Suri up and riding and pull into the barrel. But couldn't quite come out of it. Well, she needs big score, 893. So definitely she needs to do something big. Big turn or big barrel.
Yep, tried the barrel, but she's a tall lass and probably just needed to bend those knees a little bit more. The wave kind of didn't really pitch out like a lot of the better ones we've seen today. So you could see she's thinking in the right direction.
Right.
Just the execution wasn't what she needed. More action out the back. I think there's more waves moving through the bay. Everybody, hang in there and watch this. Here we go. Who's this?
Charlie Haitley using second priority, racing down the line. Ooh, Kamrana section, but decided to just kick out, but out the back.
Oh, hang on, Ella. Oh, my God, folks. The defending champ is well shacked. Oh, and gets clipped. I think she just about clipped the toenails off somebody else that was paddling through that wave. It might have disrupted a line. She did get swacked on the head coming out, but it was a long tube. I think it potentially had 10s written on it if she had have come out clean.
That could have been a 10, that's for sure. That was a long, deep barrel from Ella.
That was Suri that duck dived through the barrel as Ella was trying to thread it. Either way, we've got to have another look at the Bonsoy replay. Ella's in a precarious position here in second with Paige Harab needing only a 4.43. So Paige is going to get out there with 5 and a bit on the clock. She'll get second priority in just a moment. Ella paddles back. It's probably going to be a 2, but it could have been a 10.
Wow, it could have been a 10. And, extending her, definitely improving her, situation. But
we've got to see that replay again, guys. The Bonsoy replay. Ella McCaffrey. She had a really good read on this. It was really looking good. Someone's toenails may have clipped the back of a board. But it looked like she had it all day long. Waves are still pouring through as we look over the balcony here at the Hashan family surf camp.
Yeah, I love to see the replay of the last of Ella. That drone shot was just on point. Here is
straight into the pit. Look at this thing. It's huge. There's plenty of room there. There goes the person in question. Drops a little low. Got a line a little... it changed at exactly the wrong time, her line, and it cost her the exit. All right. Wow.
Wow, that was really close.
Paige Harrop needs to capitalise here. She's just dodged a huge bullet because if Ella comes out of that tube, she would have gone straight to first.
Yeah, and Paige now has opportunities with second priority, still needing 4.43, which is not a big score for
Paige can get
Paris.
This is super close now, folks. It's really got brutally gnarly at the back end of another heat here. It's our last women's heat of the day. 4 men's matchups coming up next, guys. There's some really strong heats about to roll out for the next 2 hours of entertainment. So stick around, everybody. But more importantly, can Paige or Suri get the requirements? Suri needs a large number. Paige needs one big blast, and she'll get there. Ella is kind of spewing that things went a little bit haywire on that last effort. It locked in at just a 3. It could have been a 10.
Oh, I can see the lines coming in. Right.
Someone's out the indicator as well, just for the everybody online wants to keep their eyes on that. But let's have a look at this. Ella wants a piece of it. She might get it. No.
Sweet. Up and riding. Support into the barrel, but unfortunately...
All right, back. At least Paige with priority, everybody. All you Kiwis at home, have a look at the veteran here. Former winner on a backhand. One big blast here. Get another one, and she gets the number. There it is. Strong surfing. Got to hang in there. Things got a bit weird as she touched the phone, but Charlie's on a tear. She doesn't like that wave. Wow, does Paige get credit for the second move?
I gotta say... It'll be
touch and go, isn't it?
In completion, but I'm not too sure, But that was a great first stand, needing only 4.43. We've seen a lot of surfers doing one big stand and getting 5. So, wow, it's gonna be close.
It is. The judges have got a major decision to make here. It's the future of Paige Harrop in this event and Ella. So they'll be having a good think about this.
Definitely
they'll be watching replays. They'll be going, right, are you guys? Complete.
It's not a complete. So last wave 3.33, not enough. Still needs 4.43 with 90 seconds to go.
Wow, Ella dodges a bullet.
Now Ella has first priority with about 1 minute and 30 seconds to go.
There's a wave. She's on the hunt. So Ella is still trying to win this thing with a 7.25. The requirement. It's a good-looking wave. Here we go, folks. Hold your breath. The defending champ is in the chute and in the barrel, or is she? Takes the low road here. Goes around another competitor. Vicious gaff in the pocket. She holds on tight. It's rare that you see her fall, but the pressure's mounting. This heat has not gone all her own way. So for the first time this event, she has been seriously challenged here. Young Charlie Haitley has done a great job to keep the pressure on all heat.
Right, so 50 seconds to go in this heat. Looks like Charlie Haitley only out there by herself with first priority. So I kind of wonder where the Paige Harrop is right now. She's still paddling back out.
Paige will be so spewing. She didn't just ride out of that second move. I think she didn't get any joy out of that second maneuver from the judges, because for me, she left the decision kind of hanging whether she made it or not. And looking at the score, I'm thinking they probably didn't reward her. But here's the young lady of the moment, Charlie Haitley, just blazing away on this backhand. This wave just suits her so well. It's a victory lap for the surfer in green. Well done, Charlie and Team Haitley. Your girl will make it through to the surfer-on-surfer action. Alan McCaffrey will be moving through with her. Fair bit of drama in that heat, Di, but you're going to have a chat with Charlie, so soak that up, and we'll be back shortly with some men's business.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
We're back to the steaming hot scene here of the Nias Pro Sorake Beach, the world famous Lagundri Bay, and it's all going on. A lot of drama in that last heat. I'm welcoming back True Starling. And did you catch a bit of what went on? Here's the scorelines. Have a look at that.
Wow, Charlie Haitley is
Yeah.
767 and a 617. Huge surfing.
She was just brutally honest on her backhand, made almost no mistakes. Ella McCaffrey dodged a couple of bullets. As Paige Harrod went down swinging and threw a lot at her. Paige had a wave which she needed a 4-4 at the end of that. She did one big top turn blast, threw in a cutty, almost rode out of the cutty. She got to the bottom and held on, and the foam just took her out at the bottom and probably got no credit for the second turn. Got a 3-7, missed out by that much.
Oh, wow.
And Hannah Suri had some opportunities, didn't quite capitalise enough at this level. But, gee, it is a much improved and a confident performance by Charlie Haitley. Well done, Team Haitley and Ella, rolling through to the surfer on surfer matchups tomorrow. Look at this heat.
Oh, wow. Harley
Yeah.
Walters, Dylan Wilcoxon, Elliot Pirata Reed, and Rio Inaba. That is a very good-looking heat there, Mark. I mean, first heat for the men's round of 16. We weren't even sure if they were going to surf today, and we've gone, no, it's pumping.
Have to. You don't call it off when it's doing this.
We cannot walk away from waves like this, that's for sure. We've got some huge heats for the men's round of 16. And
starting with this one. So we've got a couple of goofies, and they're both sick tube riders, as are the natural footers. We've seen what Dylan Wilcoxon has brought. The whole clan's down here. I imagine a lot of the Mentawai Islands are tuning in and watching for all the crew out there at Kandui Resort. Your boy's in the chute. He's out there in blue. Elliot is a demon. He's a warrior. He's out of New Zealand. He's done a lot of surfing here, and he takes huge pride in what he does, and he loves this wave. He comes here on the gigantic swells and generally drags Dadsy along with him. Jamal, good on you, Jamal. So we've got a lineup where nobody wants to dip out of the draw out of these four.
yeah, this is, I mean, after this round, it's quarterfinals.
Surfer on surfer. This is the last time you have to get it together in a four-person heat.
Yeah, and I think all of these 16 surfers left in the draw, they're going, we want a quarterfinals appearance. I mean, let's take a look at the rest of these heats. Heat number 2, we're going to see Kenshin Matsunaga, Eden Hassan, Jin Suzuki, and Kiyoshiro Suda. Big heat. Heat 3 will be Varun Tanjung, Jay Okalupo, Hiroya Miwa, and Lennox Smith, another huge heat. And then Heat 4 is going to be John Mark Tokong or Marama, Dom Thomas, Ben Lorenzen, and Teddy Billy. I mean,
yep.
There's,
Well
for the
balanced
next
matchups.
2 hours.
Yeah, stick around, everyone. Do not leave your device. We've even got someone investigating the indicator up there if you want to just keep your eye on the background during these drone footage. I'm not sure who it is.
I think it's Macklin
Might be
Flynn.
Macklin. He dropped a great clip up there yesterday and dipped out of his heat. He'll be bitterly disappointed, and he generally has about 6 surfs a day when I see him at home. So for sure, that's probably who it is.
Yeah, saw him running up there a little bit earlier, making his way out there. He's not scared, that's for sure.
He surfs a lot. He surfs so much. So anyway, we'll stay with the live action. You guys can browse the lineup up the back if we stick with the drone footage. Loving what today's brought. It's had highlight moments everywhere. And as you mentioned, that fourth heat, Benny Lorenzen with his tube riding, 9.93. Could have been a 10. 3 judges threw the big number. And he had just an outstanding heat. He's just a weapon of a tube rider. as is the man in red. Harley Walters has kind of ridden the barrel to get to this point.
Yeah, he's been looking the good so far in the event. I know that, he said that he's feeling comfortable out here. He grew up at a right point. It's very similar. He's just happy to be out there surfing heats, that's for sure. And he's sitting a little bit wider than everyone else, maybe hoping they're pushing each other a little bit too deep.
They
It looks
probably
like.
are. They probably are because Elliot's on the inside
Yeah.
and he doesn't want to give that up. All right, now there's three of them clustered together. Having a look at this first inside wave. Is it too small? Not for the man in blue. So this is Dylan getting on the pump, ducks his head, squeaky thread there, read it perfect. It was a tight fit, but he made it work and did not get touched by the lip at all. Sick. He's on point. I'm loving what he's brought to this event.
Yeah, that was a really well surfed wave. He did such a good job to get into that one. He might need to bring a little bit more, find himself on those bigger waves in this heat. I think he needs, we've been seeing that those smaller ones unfortunately aren't getting into those 7s plus. But his surfing has been incredible to watch. He's definitely been on the radar for sure for everyone at these events. They've been saying, Dylan Wilcoxon, wow.
Here it is again. What did you like most?
Yeah, this whole wave was super exciting. I mean, how he just dips into that was effortless. It's a 4.5, so it was a smaller wave, hence why it's been capping it around that 4.5 range. And Dylan, he's been looking really crisp and really smooth and on point over at Cruy, and that same kind of aura is being transferred here to Nias.
I just love the way he got those two early pumps in to get the speed and the high line required to thread that needle. It was just so sick. Even the big rebound cutback was just precise. So what I reckon it does, it's only a 4.5. So what it does, I reckon it settles his brain. He'll be feeling good. He's the first one with the wave. He's the youngest dude out there. And he already hasn't put a foot wrong in this heat. So well done. I imagine that's going to help raise brain space as well. He's down there watching. He's got his device on and all the mental eye crew. So you guys, Dylan started well.
Yeah, good start for Dylan. It is Harley and Elliot and also Rio out there. They are just waiting for one of those big sets to roll through and hopefully get some big pits. We saw some good ones roll through in that last heat. Charlie Haitley getting the win. Ella McCaffrey, last year's winner, coming in second. And speaking of Charlie, I think she's down there with Di. Let's see what they're up to.
Well, what a strong heat from you. You pretty much dominating the heat from start to finish. But how is the condition and how are you feeling?
Yeah, the waves are so good and cooking, but I was just going to turns because that's my strength. So, yeah.
Definitely your turn looks amazing. Everything on point. But did you just... What was your plan out there, actually?
My plan was to try and get snaps in because I've been marauding the critical turns all day. So when I took off and the first one I could only get carves done, I was like, all right, if I get a snap, then I'll get a better score. So that's what I just was trying to stick to.
That's exactly what you did. But is there if you had a good start, then were you looking for the tube?
I mean, yeah, it's always, as much as I want it to be my strengths, tube's not my strength. So if I get the opportunity out there with some scores to go for it, then yeah, it'd be cool.
Well, your job is pretty much done for today. You're moving into quarterfinals tomorrow. So how are you going to spend the rest of the day?
Just in the aircon, drinking heaps of water. It's super hot out there. So yeah.
Probably you need this. Ben.
Thank you.
Would you like to say anything to your family? Well, family is here, but your friends, supporters?
Yeah, my family's here. I'm very grateful that they're watching me and my sister at home, and then all my sponsors and Board Shaper and Burley Board Riders, and yeah.
Well, good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Cheers.
16 a couple of days ago as well, so still some young groms in the event. She's been working with Luke Short LSD surfboards, and they're looking really, really good under her feet. So a quarterfinals appearance for Charlie Haitley in the Nias Pro.
Yep, another 16-year-old in this one as well. Dylan Wilcoxon is off to an early lead. He's been threading tubes. He just shows the brilliance. He's a natural-born tube rider for me. at every opportunity. Living out there at Kandui in the mental eyes. He's done it so many times in his life. He's just got it dialed in. It's just business as usual for Dylan. It's where he loves to be because he's a quiet guy. He's a little bit shy, so he likes to hide behind the curtain, and he does it really, really well. So the 16-year-olds are everywhere. Even Weston Hurst put up a great performance earlier. Varun, another young dude, going really well. Teddy Billy, another young Indonesian that's really going well in this event. And Elliot, he's a little bit older than the others. He's got lots of experience out here. I know Elliot will be thinking, get Barrett at all costs. If I don't, I'm going to stick to that plan, and I bet he does.
Yeah, he's was saying earlier he's not focusing too much on the results and more just surfing and getting barreled out here. It's one of the best waves on the Australia Asia region QS event schedules. So I think Elliot was pretty stoked to be back here, especially over in Krui as well. So hopefully he gets an opportunity. He was dropping some big scores in his last heat. While there's a bit of a break in the action, no sets really rolling on through. Let's hear from our sponsors and go to a Bonsoi brew break.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our Bonsoi ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need corn. Behold, Bonsoi ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
Well, reliving some of the moments from last year in that clip after the Bonsoi ad was just, it'll never get old. The best events I've ever been part of. That was just such a great experience to be here. And I spoke with Tippy Jabrick, sat in earlier, and we had a bit of a powwow with Tippy. And I said, when I got home, Tippy, so many people just kept dropping comments about the Nias event. And that went on. That was a familiar theme all year.
Yeah.
There you go.
It looked like a huge event, and right now Elliot into his first wave. Big tube there. He's racing down the line, finds a super clean exit for Elliot, and he's dedicating that one to his caddy, I think, Jack
all
Thomas.
he wanted to do in this heat is that. He doesn't even want to do turns. Trust me, I know he will go, and if I'm going to get through this, I'm going to get barreled, and I'm not budging from my game plan. That's Elliot Parada-Reid in a nutshell. That was so sick. Thanks for the drone footage. Of course, we're going to see the Bonsoi replay of that ride. Elliot Parada-Reid, such a perfect wave. That's what everyone comes to Lagundri for, and that's what Elliot chases time and time again. So his dedication to this piece of reef is paying off. I'd love to see him get into the man-on-man stuff because with the hard yards he's put in over the Asian region in the last 5 or 6 years and his dedication to chasing swells here, I just feel like he deserves it.
Yeah, that 9.67 for Elliot Parada-Reid locks in.
Oh, I salute you, El. That was so good. He waited a long time for that. He even faded a little bit and put himself super deep. That is, here it is again, everybody. Soak this up if you don't mind. The big Kiwi pumping from deep. Stands tall, looks at his caddies and goes, there you go. Boys, you've got the second best seat in the house.
This one's for you. 9.67 for EPR. What a great way to start off. Yet another heat for Elliot. He's on his way to a potential quarterfinals appearance. We'll see. Anything can happen at this point. He's getting another one. Live action. Elliot going to turns. Nice connection there. Driving through another one for Elliot right now. He's just looking to get a backup.
So smart thinking. He has broken from the mould. He's gone a quarter wave where he has to do some turns, but good thinking. That's going to heap a bit of scoreboard pressure onto everybody. And now he's got 10 minutes to sit out there, wait for his priority roster to come around again. And for sure, I reckon there's another set out there with Elliot's name on it. But the second best score of the whole Nias Pro just dropped. Well done, Al.
Wow. That was pretty crazy from Elliot. 9.67. Pretty open tube. We might see some sets start to roll through.
Well,
Looks
we're
like
seeing some joy up the back. Look at that. Whoa. So there's a deep part of that reef up there that looks mighty surfable as well, and it has been in the past. But you can see the one dude sitting on the indicator reef, hoping this line stretches down to where he is. It is a bit of an enigma of a wave these days. It's a phantom piece of reef that you do not want to fall on. Here's Al's backup number, a 3-1. So what? It's a score that bothers the other three, and it puts Al in a comfortable position because he can now just wait for another bomb.
Yeah, smart heat surfing there from Elliot Pirata Reed. And wow. I know he said the results don't really matter, but I feel like a little bit it does.
Yeah, look, the cash would be nice. He's not chasing points. He's probably not going to go to too many of the other events on the Asian region. He loves the Krui Nias combo. I don't know if he wins. Do you chase other events? He probably would. Maybe. I'll have to ask him. But we've got a long way to go to get to that point. More importantly, he's still got to get out of this heat. Back up is kind of low, but the second best scoreline of the whole event. We've got some business going on up the reef. Have a little sneaky look at this thing. Not sure who it is. You can't fall out there or you're straight into the ICU.
Well, 8.5 minutes to go in this heat, and we have Harley Walters out there and Rio Inaba yet to take off on their first wave. So with 8.5 minutes to go, Rio having a good-looking paddle at this one. He's up and into it on his backhand, pulls in as well, tries to find an exit. He's holding on there, just unfortunately coming unstuck for Rio. That leaves Harley Walters out there with first priority. He's yet to take off on his first wave with 8 minutes to go.
Oh no, things are rapidly getting away from the crew in this matchup, and Rio will be dirty that he couldn't find an exit there. He really wrestled the foam ball for a long time, got bucked a couple of times. I think it was the third explosion that kind of cost him his line, and down he went, but he had a good look at it. It's only a 157, a hard-earned 157. Could have been an 8, but we'll never know. It leaves Harley Walters with a pair of zeros, still looking to get his campaign started. 7.5 minutes. If the ocean does him some favours, it's not impossible. I mean, Dylan's only got one score, pretty low apart from the 967 highlight reel there by Elliot Pirata Reed. It's still kind of wide open, really.
Yeah, it really, really is. I mean, that 9 is obviously the best wave of the heat. Elliot getting that 3.1. He's only ridden 2 waves. Dylan Wilcoxon's first, a 4.5. Has him in second. You can see Harley splashing around a little bit. He's waiting for another set to roll through. Hopefully he can do what he's been doing throughout this whole event so far and get some good backhand surfing done, whether it's with the turns or barrel riding. He's got some lethal backhand snaps as well. And Rio's first wave, a 1.57. You have to think it would have been a good one if he had made it.
Oh, it would have been a huge number. So the goofies have all looked good out here. The ones that are left in the draw are there for a reason. And Harley yet has been denied any opportunity to show us what he got. But he's last round, he threaded a couple of really sick barrels to get the Red Rash Fest in the very first heat. It was the very first heat of the round of 32 of the men. And he got a bunch of amazing tubes in that heat to get here. So it was a really high-scoring heat as well. And I think he put together about a 16, 17-point total to get here with the Red Rashy. So we know he's got what it takes. I'm sure that the Walters clan over there in Angowrie will be sending their mojo. Same with the Nabats. The Wilcoxon clan are all down here on force in the athlete zone. And a big fella Jamal at home will be watching his boy trying to drop that 3.1.
Yeah, well, let's see. With just under 6 minutes to go, all eyes on Harley Walters right now with that first priority. This next heat, Kenshin Matsunaga, Eden Hassan, Jin Suzuki, and Kiyoshiro Suda will have Dai Wako come in the booth to take us through that next heat. He knows a lot about all of the Japanese surfers. And Eden Hassan will be the sole Australian in heat number 2 for the men's round of 16. And it looks like Rio Inaba looking at this one on the inside.
Probably, look, it's not the right sort of wave, but I mean, wave catching is at an absolute premium in this heat. Walters has got his chance out the back as Green flicks out.
Harley pulls in, he's travelling. Oh,
man. He waited so long for that. He's been threading those things all morning.
Goodness.
The lip just clipped him on the head. On his way out, he could see daylight. The finish line was right in front of him, and the lip just clipped him at exactly the wrong time.
Yeah, that was an uncharacteristic fall there from Harley, especially with the quality of surfing we've seen from him in this event so far. I thought he was coming out of that for sure. I was ready for a big backhand turn.
He was coming from way deep. He deserved to get an exit there and put himself in the mix. I want to see a close heat roll out. We all do. Such a pity. Anyway, Rio's score yet to drop as well. It won't be huge. It was a small wave. Did a couple of turns just to kind of keep him in contention. He knows Dylan doesn't have a big number. Elliot's got a banger, but a low backup.
This last of Rio will probably take him into second. It's a 3.67. So Dylan looking for a 0.74. Harley chasing a 3.81. And Rio is going to take another one on the inside. He's going to go to his turns on his backhand. Nice first connection. He's throwing a lot of spray. Surfs with lots of power. Goes down on the second one. Dylan out behind him.
Yep, time for a big carb. Watch this. Rah, just digs in deep. Fades right back to put himself into yet another little pocket. He's a tube pig. He can sniff one out anywhere. Even on the out wide second section, he finds a bit of shade. So the young fella is in really good form.
Yep, he's looking strong. Good patience throughout this heat, getting that 4.5. It was the first wave of the heat to now surfing his second one with 3 minutes to go. It's pretty close heat so far right now. Dylan has a score to lock in. It'll take him up into second place. We'll see what this last wave is of Rio Inaba. And right now it's a battle for second because that 9.67 of Elliot Pirata Reed has him way out in front.
I can't wait to see Dylan's replay again because I reckon that in today's conditions it was by no means an A-grade wave, but he surfed it up, all right? He did such a good hack, faded perfectly. Let's just watch the work that Rio did here, though, because he's currently in second.
Yeah, that last wave was a 2.57.
How's this hack, everybody? Dreamy stuff by the young Grom. Fades to this point and then says, hang on, there's a little bit of shade right there. So really good timing. You know, his manoeuvre selection for the waves he's caught has been spot on. His number is in, and it is a 3.83, so back into second for Will Coxon. Inaba now needs a mid-4, as you can see, everybody, and Harley Walters a 6.9, not beyond him. I reckon everybody's still a little nervous in this one. Will Coxon, he could get even an 8, the required 8 if he gets the right wave. So Elliot, he's going to have to step it up as well. Here he goes, Elliot.
Yep, Elliot finding the tube once again. He's just on fire out here today at Lagundri Bay, and once again leaning into his rail for Elliot Pirata Reed. That leaves Harley Walters out there with first priority. Looks like he's in one out the back as well. Harley needs to find an exit, which he does and claims it. Driving through a hard cut car for Harley. Ditches the fins a little bit, and he's claiming that one.
Sick. Why wouldn't you? Let's see the replay again. We'll stay with the live action first, but Rio, he gets an opportunity. He's blasting hard. He's doing some really tight, strong surfing, but it got a little too tight for him that time around. Harley's feeling it. We know the sort of form he's been in here today. I think second spot is still vacant. A 6.9, judging by his body language. He believes he gets it. We've really got to rely on a replay here to catch up with the first half of that wave. I really even like the way he sort of spun the wheels a bit on that last turn out wide. So as good as the tube might be, he's still going to collect points for some of the rail work he did on the back end of this wave. Judging by his body language, I think he could move up into second here.
I think so too. 6.9.
It was obviously a really good tube, and we know how good he is.
I think he gets it. 20 seconds to go. If not, it's going to be really, really close for Harley. Dylan looking to better a 3.83 right now with 15 seconds to go. Will he get an opportunity? Wow, this last score of Harley, it's going to be really close. We're still waiting for it to lock in. His backup is a 1.43, if anything. That's probably going to be the kicker for Harley, but we have no indications of the score just yet. This last wave of Rio Inaba, it's going to go into his top two. It's a 3.7. It's not the 4.63 that he was looking for, but Elliot and Harley have scores to lock in, so we're going to stay with it because this could really change this heat right now. Harley looking for a 6.9. This last one of Elliot was really great.
Yeah, this was really good. So the big fella's got better with every wave. Here he is popping out of the hole again. So he's feeling it, looking really strong. His second tube in this matchup, but it's all about what Red did. We've got to catch up with replay, a Bonsai replay of Red's wave. Here it is. So this is what the judges see. It's not a large wave, but he's deep. He's way downtown in the tube. He comes out. He's already feeling it. That's a strong cutback, but you watch his turn as well. Big section. He spins the wheels a little. He's done second claim on that wave. I don't know. It's still going to be pretty close.
A 6 locks in for the last of Elliot Pirata Reed. Harley's has to be better than that. This is Rio Inaba's last wave. Unfortunately, falls on that second turn, but that first turn was so sharp. 3.7 for
About
one
Harley
turn.
here. Can Harley drag himself off the canvas? It's in the hands of the judges. They're obviously making a decision as we speak, and it's going to be a tough call either way because he's been a quality campaigner. Only got one good wave in the whole heat. Been threading tubes all day long.
Wow, this is going to be really, really close, Mark.
I'm stoked Elliot wins, all right? Whether it's Dylan or whether it's Harley, either one of them would be worthy. Nail-biting stuff.
Wow.
For the Walters clan at home. Jeremy, how you going right about now, mate?
Still waiting on these scores. No indications of any numbers just yet. The judges having a good think about this last wave of Harley Walters. It's a deciding factor for a quarterfinalists.
How's the drama?
It's a 6.1, just not enough for Harley Walters. He was chasing a 6.9, so it's Elliot Pirata Reed and Dylan Wilcoxon moving on through to the next round. Don't go anywhere. We have heat number 2 coming right up after this quick break.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Round of 16 for the Nias Pro. Heat number 2 is out there. Kenshin Matsunaga, Eden Hassan, Jin Suzuki, Kyoshiro Suda. We had a very, very nail-biting finish in that last heat. Elliot Pirata Reed taking the win. Dylan Wilcoxon coming in second. Harley Walters just in third. And Rio Inaba also had a very close fourth as well. I'm True Styling, joined in the booth with Dai Wacko. And Dai, it's pumping. It's been pumping all day.
It's definitely pumping all day. We started at like 8 o'clock this morning, and now it's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And start to now, wow, it's been pumping all day. An epic day, probably the best competition day out of 4 days.
Which we weren't expecting it to be. We were expecting it to be smaller today, and we just woke up and were surprised with how incredible it is. Oh my goodness.
鈴木選手、1本目のライディング、これはかなりディープなところから駆け抜けてしっかりと抜けてきました。そして、大きなカットバックをしてこの演技を終えます。Wow, beautiful way to start this heat off with Jin Suzuki, and at the back, oh no takers on this one, but wow.
Ooh, that was a good wave rolling through. Good for Jin Suzuki, but not for anyone else.
さあ松永選手1本目、これはちょっと深かったようです。Wow, that would have been a super good wave, if he is taken, he was just too deep for that way, but
yeah, paddled himself too deep for Kenshin Matsunaga, unfortunately. I still can't get over that last heat. 967 from Elliot. That was huge. Did you see it?
Yes, I did watch it live, and the vibe from this hash restaurant was absolutely next level. So I knew that it's gonna be a big score, and that was 9.67.
Yeah.
Another
had to go back in the archive.
Another big score.
Yes. Yeah. It was huge. And here we go. This is Jin Suzuki. It was a 5.67. This one locks in. Comes out of the tube, grabs a rail, really leans into that carve. And locks in his first score. It's a mid score, 5.67, but good way to start.
Right, definitely, because it's pumping out there, but sometimes, one of the heat can get really slow. So that's what happens the last heat. Elliot got a 9 and probably 8, but other 3 surfers didn't get a good waves, actually.
No.
It was a tight, close heat battling in between blue, red, green for the second place.
Yeah. Well, we have, I'm sure, a very excited Elliot Pirata-Reid down there. He's going to have a chat with Mark Clift.
All right, folks, I'm here with Elliot Pirata-Reid, winner of the last heat, and I'm going to start by saying, Elliot, shit yeah!
Yeah, bro. So stoked. Yeah, I don't know. Got a good one. Stoked.
And I knew you were going to be staunch. I went, you watch, Elliot won't budge. He wants a barrel. That's what he's come here for, a 9.67. That must have felt so good.
Yeah, I don't know. This is probably, I'm not really chasing the queue, I'm just here with my mates, having a good time, trying to get barreled, and I don't want to go out there and just try grind a couple fours to make the heat. I'd rather wait for a good wave, and so stoked it came. I came out, and one of my best mates, Jackie, was just in the channel, both arms up. I couldn't help myself. Gave him a little, what up?
That one was you, Jack. Listen, you're someone that's put a lot of time in here, mate. You chase big swells. You've done the Asian tour for maybe 5 or 6 years. I see you roll up to these things all the time. So I said, I really reckon you deserve to be in these quarterfinals, and that's coming from my heart. I totally believe you do.
Yeah, thanks. I first came here when I was 12, so it was a long time ago with my dad, and we've been coming back pretty much every year. We know a lot of the boys here, and they're always such legends to us. So yeah, it's good to finally actually get a result. I haven't really had good results here, so kind of keen to keep going though. Hopefully this still waves tomorrow, and yeah, push for that dub.
All right, well, this is already a personal best. Previous best result was a 9th. So let's have a chat about your dad. He'd be losing it at home right now. Why don't you just look down the camera and give him a big bit of man love.
Yoza, cheer, Dad. Thanks for bringing me here when I was young. Ended up paying off. Got a sick one. Stoked. Thank you.
There you go, mate. Good on you, Elliot, and all the best for the quarterfinals tomorrow.
It's had half a box of Bang Bangs.
Yeah, definitely. Every time he's up in his heat, gets a bang bang. So
Yeah. I think he's won pretty much every single heat he's had, basically. 9.67. I mean, Elliot was just, a 15.67 combination is huge into the quarterfinals. Great result so far. I'm sure he's hoping to keep going as well.
Right. And Kenshin is also another person who's been, getting a first place in every run from start to now. So
Wow.
I've been talking to him quite a lot.
Yeah. It's so great. I mean, he was in the Pro Junior at Cruy.
Yes.
Got second. Or third?
Third place.
Yuma Nagasawa
Yeah.
got second. Huh. Yeah. No, I mean, for Kenshin, he's been so exciting to watch. He's just, really looking in form. And then Kyoshiro Suda getting a 6.5 in the last 5 seconds of his
Right.
heat. That
So
last heat he had was crazy. Couldn't believe it.
And Jin Suzuki got a 9.73,
Uh-huh.
which is the highest score so far in this competition.
Did
So-
you see the 993 of Ben Lorenzen?
Yes, I did.
Jin and Ben are just going huge right now. I mean,
Right.
we've seen so many nines today. We saw some big nines yesterday. Jay Okalupo just starting the trend, really.
But today we had a lot of we've seen a lot of 9s, 8s.
Yeah.
Pretty much a lot of throwing away 6s. So well, it's been firing whole day.
Yeah.
And we'll be finishing off this round of 16 men's heat 3 and heat 4, and we'll finish for the day. So it's another big day.
Huge day. Or maybe a little bit of motion in the ocean.
Yes. So this is 須田選手1本目のライディング。これはマニューバーへと来ます。ボトムターンをして、縦のアクション、スプレーをしっかり飛ばしてきました。そして大きなカットバックをして、ホワイトウォーターへ当て込んでこの演技を終えます。素晴らしい一発目のライディングでした。このヒートには、鈴木仁選手、松永健信選手、そして須田清志郎選手、3名の日本人がクレジットされています。現在、鈴木選手が第1のポジション、残り時間16分になります。There's a beautiful surfing from Kyoshiro Suda for his first wave. Solid one turn, but wave didn't really offer too much after the first section. But still, it's going to be a good number for Kyoshiro Suda.
Yeah, it's starting to lock in. Comes in at a flat 4 for Kyoshiro. And let's take a look at this replay. He's up on his backhand, flying down the line. He's got such a great style, gets that first turn connection, throwing so much spray. And then, as you said, Dai, unfortunately that wave just flattens out a little bit. But 4.0 for first of Kyoshiro. And he puts himself into second place. It's Eden Hassan that is holding that first priority. And Eden's been looking also in form this whole event. This is a really, really tough heat. All of these heats for the men's round of 16 are crazy stacked, Dai.
Right. So next heat's gonna be heat number 3. We have Varun Tanjun, Jay Okalupo, Hiroya Miwa, Lennox Smith. Yes, another big heat coming up.
Yeah, wow, this is going to be really, really big. Just under 15 minutes to go in this one. We actually saw in that last heat, Harley didn't catch a wave until the last 5 or 6 minutes, I think.
Right, yes.
So
I remember.
it was, it is obviously still getting a little bit slower. There is still some absolutely insane waves, as we saw from that 967. But unfortunately, need to pick and choose and be in the right rotation of the priority to be onto that.
Looks like a few lines out the back. So Eden Hassan has first priority with 14 minutes to go. And I think so this is Kyoshiro Suda. 須田選手2本目のライディング。これはチューブに入ってくる。抜けられるか。さあ、しっかりと綺麗に抜けてきました。そして大きなターンからカービングターンまでコンビネーションで入れてきました。これはいいライディングになってきた。残り時間13分40秒。先ほどのライディングでグリーンは 4.0 をスコアし、現在第2位です。
Kyoshiro getting another score. Just over 13 and a half minutes to go. He's I like his attack in this heat right now. I like that he's just trying to catch waves and get up into first place. We saw John Mark Chukong Marama do that in his round of 32 heat, and it worked in his favor. He won that heat with a pair of 4.83s. So hopefully we can see him get some bigger scores in his next one. He's going to be in the last heat of the day. But I like that kind of mentality from Kiyoshiro right now, just trying to catch a few waves and build a house, build that foundation.
And he gets a pretty good wave actually on his second wave. So definitely it's gonna be a good number. Already locked in 4.0. So the last wave comes in 5.77, which is the best score heat in this heat so far. 12 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this heat. So Aiden hasn't got a wave yet, still holding on to the first priority.
Yeah, no wave yet. 12 minutes. Another slow heat on our hands, but still some pretty incredible surfing. 5.67 for Jin Suzuki's first wave. Kiyoshiro Suda locks in a 5.77, backs it up with the 4. That last heat was very exciting with Elliot Pryrider-Reid's 9.67 and a 6, which we keep bringing up. I mean, there's been so many 9s thrown down today that I'm kind of losing track of it all because it's just been so amazing. Big tubes, big turns. I feel like day 4 has been my favorite day of the Nias Pro so far.
Definitely. It's everyone's favorite day, probably day number 4. A lot of great actions, huge scores.
Big day. But 2 heats left after this one. And then we'll have all of our quarterfinalists locked in.
So this is a replay of the first wave of Jin Suzuki. Is racing the line and into the barrel, comes out so clean and gets the grab rail. Run has Cuddy and kicks out. This is a 5.77 for Kiyoshiro Suda, getting the barrel and come out and gets another bonus section there. What looks like live action at the back. Oh, Kiyoshiro Suda was on another wave. Like you said, it's pretty good idea to keep yourself busy out there. Actually, sometimes wave washing can go really quiet. 須田選手、これは縦のアクション、素晴らしいオフザリップを見せて、その後も大きなターンを入れています。これもターンで素晴らしいコンビネーションになってきました。
Scores to lock in for this last wave of Kiyoshiro Suda. A couple of good backhand snaps. This is a big heat on paper. Kenshin Matsunaga has definitely been dropping huge scores. As you said, he's also pretty much had the other half of the Bang Bang box thanks to Elliot Pryrider-Reid. And Jin Suzuki locking in a big score in his previous heat as well, that 9.73. So we're expecting big things from these surfers. Eden Hassan's been locking in 7s and 8 pluses throughout the whole event as well. So hopefully the ocean comes alive. We've seen it happen. We keep saying it, but the last 3 minutes of a heat just seems to be the wave magnet time.
Right. The last wave for Kiyoshiro comes in at a 5.10. He's slightly improving his situation with 5.77 and 5.10. He's sitting in the lead. 10.87 in total heat score with 9 minutes to go in this heat.
Wow.
No, not the actual set haven't come yet so far.
Wow, this is pretty crazy. I mean, no one's really done anything wrong right now. Kiyoshiro having the 5.77 and the 5.1, doing the right thing, just catching waves, gaining momentum. And Eden Hassan, you know, he's got that first priority, and I think he's doing the right thing by waiting for those bigger sets to roll through. He's so good in the tube. We've seen it so often. He did really well in Cloud 9 last year also. Yeah, it's one of those real funny things. You can either choose to drop anchor and wait for those sets, or you can catch heaps of waves. It's really hard to kind of decide what you want to do. I guess it depends how you want to approach those heats,
Yeah. Aiden has been sitting there for about 15 minutes now, but we do see a lot of a lot of long waits in the heat. I remember Jay in the last round, he was sitting there for about last 5 minutes and getting scores and getting through actually, and he's coming up next heat. But so Aiden has first priority, so he gets choose first one. But time is ticking. 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go. So pretty much no waves for Aiden and Kenshin.
Wow, a little bit of paddling out the back. Maybe the surfers seeing something. This next heat, Varun Tanjung, Jay Okalupo, Hiroya Miwa, and Lennox Smith is going to be a big one as well.
Right.
Wow.
Well, I can see some lines on the horizon now. So probably Aiden is having a look at this one. And he's up and riding. So he pulls into the tube. He gets covered. And a big roundhouse cut back. And then one more time to finish off this wave. Not a bad wave to start his campaign.
Yep, starting his campaign after about 19 minutes in this heat. You can see maybe one of the caddies feeling a little bit stressed or just trying to get a little bit tan out there. Who knows? But it would be stressful being a caddy, especially with these slower heats.
So it's going to be a good number for Aiden Hassan, that's for sure. But we are not too sure what score he's going to get. We are still waiting for the last of blue. He gets a couple turns in, but this is Kenshin Matsunaga. 松永選手2本目のライディングになります。さあ、これはチューブではなくターンへ。大きなカービングターンからスタートして、そのまま2発目のターンへ。そしてここで演技を終えます。これはターンで素晴らしいコンビネーションを見せてきました。So 3.77 for the first of Aiden Hassan. So needing 1.91 to go into second.
Wow.
鈴木選手2本目。これはセットの波に乗ってきた。さあ、チューブに入って、これはしっかりと出てきました。そしてまた大きなラウンドアスカットバックをして、この演技を終えるでしょう。Well, looks like he is in a good rhythm at the back. 清志郎選手、さあ、1発目大きなターン、2発目もこれ大きなターンになりました。さあ、これはここで演技を終えます。So finally, few waves have been ridden. The first wave of Aiden Hassan comes in at a 3.77, and we are still waiting for the last of red, white, and green. And these waves gonna be a good number also, with 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
I can't believe these last 5 minutes. It gets so busy and there's so many scores to lock in. We're left needing numbers. There's the drama. There's lots going on, you know, and yeah, it's pretty insane. I mean, scores for Kenshin Matsunaga about to lock in for his last one. It's going to be his best score. It's a 4.07. He only needs a 161, but still waiting on scores for Kiyoshiro Suda. And that last wave of Jin Suzuki as well with 4 minutes remaining. We're going to see these requirements increase, I think, Dai.
Right. And definitely we're going to see some more actions in the last 4 minutes because it happens a lot in the last few heats. So now Aiden again has first priority and Kenshin has second priority. And the last wave for Jin comes in at a 667. Now he's in the lead with 667 and 567. Kiyoshiro Suda is in second place, but we are still waiting for the last green. 鈴木選手、最後の波で 6.67 をスコアし、第1位のポジションへ。グリーン、現在最後のスコア集計中。 レッドは逆転に必要なスコア 6.80、残り時間3分になるところです。
Well, Jin Suzuki going up into the lead, a 6.67 and a 5.67. Kyoshiro Suda in second, still has a score to lock in. It's a 4.87, does not go into the top two. This is Eden Hassan using his priority, scratching into this one. He's racing down the line, pulls in, finds an exit, chasing a 7.1, leans into a big carve, grabs a rail. You can see he's got lots of speed, tags it for Eden. Wow, this is going to be really close.
Yes, this is going to be really close to the requirement. He pump it through the line and get into the barrel. It was a kind of really long barrel, in the barrel. So comes out clean, gets big roundhouse cut back, and it gets another turn in. So definitely it's going to be really close to the requirement. So now Kyoshiro wants to get rid of the 5-1-0 to extend his lead.
Ooh.
So this was a 6-6-7. It was on a set. And Aiden's last wave has to be better than this wave.
Yep. Needs to be a 7.1. What are your thoughts, Di? What do you think?
Well, I love how he didn't kick out after the tube. He actually managed to put a couple turns in. So it's gonna be really close.
Yeah. This is Kyoshiro Suda's 4.87. Looks like we've had scores though for Eden Hassan lock in. It is 6.07. So not quite enough for Eden. Takes him into third. He is now chasing a 4.8 to go up to second place. And Kenshin chasing a 6.8 with 1 minute to go, Di. Where did the time go? So Kenshin holds first priority in the best shot and moving up into second place.
All right. So is there going to be another set for all the surfers? But doesn't look like there's anything on horizon yet. So it comes down to 30 seconds.
Wow.
In this heat. Really stressful moment for green, blue, and red. Kenshin has first priority, needing 6.80. Aiden needs only 4.80.
Wow.
15 seconds to go.
Is there some lines? Will there be enough time? Oh my goodness. Eden trying to catch some waves under priority. 5 seconds. Oh my gosh. I do not think that Kenshin will be getting up in time, unfortunately. So, looks like... Oh, Eden. Oh, goes down. So, looks like it's going to be Jin, Suzuki, and Kyoshiro Suda moving on through to the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. Heat number 3 of the men's round of 16 coming right up after this quick break. But look at this. That was... I think that might have been Jay Okalupo going down, but we'll be right back after this break.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Welcome back to the Nias Pro. We have 2 heats left of day number 4. Lennox Smith out there with Varun Tanjung, Hiroya Miwa, and Jay Okalupo is out there for heat number 3. We saw a pretty crazy last heat. It was slow, but it was Jin Suzuki getting the win. Kyoshiro Suda coming in second. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to Eden Hassan and Kenshin Matsunaga. I'm True Starling, and to talk me through this one is Giada Lagati.
Yep, super excited. What a stacked heat right now. Lennox Smith, Varun Tanjung, Hiroya Miwa, and Jay Okulupo. So this is, if the waves give the opportunity, it's going to be a great barrel fest.
Yeah, I'm hoping that that's exactly what it does. That last heat was a little bit slow, but there was still some great opportunities coming through. Jin getting a 6.67 and a 5, so it was great to see him going for it. Lennox Smith already locked in a score, just a 1.43 we saw just before the break. Unfortunately, not coming out of a pretty deep tube.
So what happened down on that last one? It sounded like an exciting finish.
Yeah, there was just heaps of waves coming through in the last basically 5 minutes, Giada, and it was Eden. He hadn't had a wave with like 7 minutes to go. And we keep seeing that time and time again in these heats, but hopefully this one has a little bit more of a back and forth battle. This is a heat full of big names, another heat full of big names, I should say. We've seen some huge heats throughout the day. Jay Okulupo getting 9s yesterday. Lennox Smith making a pretty stacked heat a little bit earlier on. So only time will tell. 22 minutes until we have 2 more quarterfinalists lock in.
Yeah, wow. So throughout the afternoon, kind of the opposite of what we thought was going to happen. We still have had some bombs come through, but it did slow down quite a bit. Just kind of showing us that the swell peaked this morning. And on your screen right now, Lennox Smith, that was the 143 that he just tried to ride out. But yeah, we've had some slow heats this afternoon.
Yeah, it's definitely. I feel like the surfers have been a little bit more picky as well with the waves that they're wanting to come through. You get 2 very different approaches to heats. It's either sit and wait for the sets, or paddle around and catch a couple underneath priority and try and just build the house. You can see a few waves rolling through up at indicators, so hopefully some sets to come through as well. We'll see.
Yeah, so the boys taking a look at this one, looking like there's a couple waves coming through. Jay Okulupo, he goes for it. Will he pull in? He's inside the barrel. He is weaving through this one nicely. Lovely wave there from Jay Okulupo. Wraps it around there and decides to pull off. So nothing too crazy big, but really nicely done.
Yeah, he's got a score on the board to start this one off. Jay, we've been saying throughout the whole event, he's pretty comfortable in the tube, as well as this guy who was having a look at that wave there. That was Lennox Smith. But Jay, courtesy of being behind Snapper, behind the rock there, and also out at Cure on some big cyclone swells. Jay's definitely been one to watch, and even at Burleigh as well. So he just looks out at home right now.
Yeah, you're right. So his last wave comes in at a 4.5. So that's a good way to start a heat, Hopefully we get some good ones, but just a quick replay. So he was behind the curtain for quite a long time. They're completely disappeared. Wraps it around there. So not a big wave. That's why I think they was in the 4s range, but a good start. Could possibly be a backup later on in this heat. If a couple bombs come through, though, he will be wanting to be on one of those because we've seen it time and time again. You need to back up your sets.
Yeah, definitely. Need to find those backups. We saw Marama get a pair of 4.83s to win a heat a little bit earlier on. So anything can happen. You just have to be prepared. We've got 19 and a half minutes to go in this one. 4.5 for Jay has him out in front. A 1.43 for Lennox Smith. And last heat of the day is going to be John Mark DeKong or Marama taking on Dom Thomas, Ben Lorenzen, and also Teddy Billy. It's going to be a cracking way to finish the day, Giada.
Yep, so another long day for us here in the Nias Pro. An unexpected pickup in the swell this morning when we rocked down. Everyone was frothing. We were walking down to the booth and everyone kept saying how much bigger and better it was than yesterday. So we've decided to run all the way to the men's round of 16 and tomorrow heading on to the women's quarterfinals probably. And then, only a few more heats left until we have our winners.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. You never know. We might rock up tomorrow and it'll be pumping again. And we might end up finishing up tomorrow. Who knows? It's hard to walk away from good waves. So 18.5 on the clock. We'll have a couple more finalists locked in, quarterfinalists, locked in for the men. The women's are already locked and loaded, which is super exciting. We saw some big matchups and some big scores be locked in for the women. The first quarterfinal that we'll see will be Taylor Green and Lucy Dara. Ruby True is going to take on Kia Hua in heat number 2. Emily Burke and the previous event winner, Ella McCaffrey, will be quarterfinal number 3. And the Goofy Footers will be matching up Shino Matsuda and Charlie Haitley in quarterfinal number 4 for the women. So they're going to be some huge matchups, and we'll have all the men's locked in by the end of the day today as well.
Yep. So there we have looking like a wave rolling through right now. True. This is looking like a good one. And I just claimed nothing.
It was the wave doing tricks on everyone. Everyone looked like they were excited for that one, and it looks like Hiroya Miwa scratches into this one on his backhand, pulls in, but unfortunately a little too late, and he has to eject out of that wave. Is there anything out behind? Not too sure. I'm looking forward to hearing from Jin Suzuki with Dai in a couple moments, hopefully. First of Hiroya, just a 0.5.
All right. It's looking like there's a couple more waves coming through right now. The indicator's on fire. Hopefully they reach our Sorake Lagundri Bay wave. Everyone is kind of frothing to get things started. Jay Okalupo 4-5, the only real score on the board right now. But while there is a break in the action and we wait for some waves to come through, we're going to head over to Dai and a post-heat interview.
一つ前のラウンドとは変わってかなりスローなヒートだったと思います。その中でしっかりと最初に乗って、そして待ってからセットに乗り、スコアを重ねていきました。ヒート振り返ってみていかがですか？
そうですね。かなり、スローな展開になるとは思っていたんで、そうですね。本当にスローだったなって感じです。
思っていてもやはりあれだけスローだと少しメンタルが揺るぐ部分はあったんですか？特にグリーの選手がインサイドというか左側で点数を重ねている中でのシチュエーションだったと思いますが。
そうですね。同じ日本の京志郎が、そうですね。いいスコアを、グッドないいスコアを2本揃えていたので、その時点で自分も1本持ってるので、やっぱり最初の時点でバックアップを持っとくべきなんだろうとは思ってたんですけど、なかなか自分が思うような波が来なかったので、とにかく焦らずにって感じでした。
He knew that it's gonna be a really slow heat, but there's a kind of moment that he was getting nervous with the Kyoshiro getting really good scores inside ones, but he just stick to his plan, just wait for the right ones, and that's how he got through this heat. いよいよ明日クォーターファイナルマンオマンというところですが、意気込みというか、クォーターファイナルに行くことへのお気持ちを教えてください。
そうですね。去年ラストイヤーは16で、負けてしまって、それでもすごくいいバレルの試合ができて、そして今年もこうやっていいバレルの試合もできて、そしてクォーターっていうところで、とにかく本当に楽しみでしかないですし、楽しむことしか考えてないです。
最後にたくさんの方朝から見てくれてると思うのでメッセージお願いします。
はい、いよいよクォーターファイナルなんで、とにかく自分のサーフィン出し切って楽しくサーフィンして最後は優勝を狙います。応援の方よろしくお願いします。
明日も頑張ってください。まずはこれでベンベンで休んでください。
ベンベンでありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。頑張ってください。
All right. Thank you so much, Dai. And congratulations to Jin Suzuki landing himself into the quarterfinals here in the Nias Pro. Right now on your screen, this is Hiroya Miwa. Big upside down backhand blast. Sets it up again. Kind of pushes the tail there. So he's opting for some turns. He wants to get some scores on the board. He'll be pretty content with that. While the boys at the back waiting for some sets. Varun being pretty patient. He knows what wave he's looking for. You can see him kind of standing up on his board, taking a look at the back. And I think maybe we have a couple waves coming through.
Well, another slow heat number 3. But look like Hiroya got a great wave just then.
Yeah, so Hiroya just getting a couple turns in. Nothing too crazy, but you know, we've seen a couple really slow heats today, so hopefully that means that he'll be backing it up in case the other guys don't get any bombs. He'll already have a score.
Right. This is heat number 3 of round of 16 men's. So next heat's gonna be a last heat for the day 4. We're gonna have all the quarterfinalists. It's gonna be another exciting day tomorrow. But in this heat, Hiroya locks in 4.60 for the last wave. Now he is in the lead with a 4.6 and 0.5. Jay Okilipo has 4.5. So not major scores are not on the leaderboard yet.
Yep, so just 12 minutes left in this heat. We're like practically halfway. Nothing too crazy just yet. Just that 5.60 from Hiroya and that 4.5 from Jay Okilipo. Hopefully we'll get a couple of those bombs come through. That's what we're all here for, what we're all looking for. All right, 11 and a half. Not too much happening out the back. A couple insiders, but the boys just not that interested.
Yeah, it's hard to make a decision if you're just trying to get smaller size waves and get the score first, or just waiting for the set. But that's pretty much what Rune Tanjung is doing right now, probably waiting for the bombs. And I'm hoping to see some bombs coming through in this heat.
Yeah, you're right. Today has been a lot about decision making. We've
Right.
seen those two different approaches, and I think it's important to kind of see what's happening in the heat before you, because usually it's not 100%, but usually if the heat before you was really quiet, you should be getting some sets in yours.
Right.
So kind of just deciding what game plan you're going to go through with your coach, with your friend, and see if it's going to be, stay busy on the inside and then wait for the set, or just drop anchor and straight away wait for the sets. Because if you do maybe go for plan A and stay busy and catch the insider ones, you definitely won't have the priority if those bombs do come. So it's a little bit of a hit and miss today, and it's hard, but sometimes it could pay off and other times it doesn't.
Right, and you have to, adapt to the situation and the condition in the heat. So far, Hiroya and Jay's been doing okay with a 4.0, 4.6 and 4.5. There's not many waves coming through. I've seen a few waves inside, but not the outside. But this is the first of Jay's wave, getting 4.50, getting the tube, and it gets a big run has cut back. It's a great combination to start this heat.
Yeah, all right. Great start there for Jay. He is sitting on that 4.5. Hiroya Miwa a 4.6 for those two big turns. So the judges like comparing the scores and comparing the different things done. Jay's was a barrel, but it wasn't one of those big sets that we've been seeing. So yeah, it's heat being pretty quiet.
Yeah, only 4 waves ridden for the last 15 minutes. And Balloon hasn't got a wave yet. So 8 minutes and 40 seconds to go. My own screen looks like there's a line, but I don't think it's gonna come to the lineup.
There we have it. That's the hash and family stay. At the top, you see the judges, and there is the priority board. Below is where we're commentating from, as well as the restaurant. So super busy moment right now. There you see as well a little crowd forming under the tree. Some filmers, some friends. Everyone there just cheering each other on and watching all the live action here in Sorake. So it's a beautiful afternoon. Lots of waves to be ridden still. This is round 16, heat 3. We will be heading into the next round into the next heat of this round, which will be the last one of the day as well. In red, John Martakong, also known as Marmar. In the blue, Dom Thomas. In white, Ben Lawrenson. And in the green, Teddy Billy.
Well, great heat to finish day number 4. We must be excited to see Teddy's action in heat number 4. This is a round of 16, and if he gets through, it's gonna be quarterfinals tomorrow. So it's a big deal, big result.
Yeah, so already it's a huge result for Teddy. You know, I think this is probably the best result he's had in the QS. This is him that we're talking about on the screen right now, saying hey to Harry, his filmer that he works with in Bali sometimes. So yeah, Teddy will be, if he passes this heat, going straight to the quarterfinals tomorrow, and that's a big result for him. He's been putting the hard work in. He's a young guy. If I'm not wrong, I think he would be 19 or 20. So yeah, Teddy surfs Bingin a lot. He that's where he grew up, and I remember him growing up with surfing with his big red helmet when he was a little grom. So it's great to see him here in Nias. Right behind him is Kian Martin, another good friend of mine from Bali. He grew up with me in Canggu. David Martin, his dad, actually used to take us surfing almost every afternoon. He would pick us up from school in his van, and would all go down to Brawa and Batu Bolong.
So, 三輪選手、3本目のライディングになります。0.50 を塗り替えたいところですが、2発目で少しトップに行き過ぎたように見えました。このヒートは非常にスローなヒートが続いています。5分40秒になるところ。That was unfortunate for Hiroya. He was kind of on the way to nice score on the last wave, but got stuck or comes unstuck on the second turn.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Hiroya. He is currently the heat leader, so for now, as we reach the 5-minute mark, and I don't see any real big sets coming through, it could look like it's a decent score.
Right, so 1.60 for the last of Hiroya Miwa. It could have been higher if he could have made the second turn. But he is sitting in the lead. So Jay is in the second with 4.5. Lennox Smith and Varun needs 3 and 4, 5, 1. But a little bit of motion out the back. Oh, Varun Tanjun up and riding for the first wave. Needing 4, 5, 1 to go to second. Nice first opening carve. And gets a second carve in. Throwing a lot of sprays and kicks out here. Definitely a good number for Varun Tanjun. Is about to lock in with 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. So he needs 4.51. And it'll be close to the requirement.
Yep, so Varun kind of decides to pull the trigger there with the last 5 minutes, kind of sees that maybe some of those sets won't be coming through, so he needs to put some scores up. Beautiful surfing there from Varun. He did 2 big carves there on that wave. So we'll wait for the scores of Varun to come in. He'll have to get back out there with 3.5 and try get another score up, maybe under priority, because time is running out. So what do you like about this wave?
Well, he didn't rush anything even he waited for about 15 minutes. He was just stay composed and put everything together, get 2 solid turns. So he did really, really well.
Yeah, you're right. Just shows he's got nerves of steel. Wasn't afraid. He 317 last of Varun, so he really surfed that one nicely. Nerves of steel. He knew that he needed something to just pass that heat and give himself a chance to get into the quarterfinals. So he will be now with fourth priority, only looking for a 1-3-4 to go into the next round and into the second place. So this heat has been pretty dead.
Right. It's just anyone's game at the moment. Whoever gets the next set will potentially go into the lead. But crucial minutes, 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Varun now needs 1.34, but with fourth priority, Jay has second priority, but probably he's looking for second wave. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. So another look of the fast wave of Jay. Nice covered and a big run has cut back. So this was 4.50 and this is Hiroya's second wave, 4.60. Nice off the top and gets a second turn in. Nice combination from Hiroya. Down to just under 2 minutes to go in this heat.
Yep, so just under 2 minutes. And again, another slow heat. But just as I say that, I think I'm seeing a couple lines coming through. The boys are paddling out. So it will come down to this set. And it is priority with Lennox Smith. Good looking wave here. He decides to cash in priority. He looks for shade. Gets behind the curtain. Has some travel time. Makes it out. Carves it around here. A 3.08 is his requirement to get into second. Behind him, I'm seeing Jay Akalupo now come out of a good barrel as well. Carves down here. Gets one more turn there. Really lays back into it. So 2 scores to come through now. Wow, what a way. 1 minute remaining. Is there any more waves out the back? Looking like the boys are pretty still, so it's all down to these 2 scores now. And then we'll get an idea of the situation.
Right, so Lennox Smith now needs 3.08, but Jay got a second wave and it'll extend his lead. So probably Lennox needs, I would say, mid-4 to go into second. But we're still waiting for the last of blue and green with 30 seconds to go. At the back. ヒロヤ選手、これで 1.60 を塗り替えていきたい。しっかりとボトムターンをしてアクションを入れていきます。さあ、綺麗なカービングターンから、さあ、2発目もしっかりと入れてきました。これはしっかり最後まで乗ってくるでしょう。時計を確認します。残り時間が5秒になるところ。
All right, and behind him, Varun Tanjuk, big hack there on a smaller looking wave, but some good surfing being done. He's only sitting on that 317. He'll be backing this one up. So, wow, nail-biting finish there. We're waiting for all scores for all 4 surfers. Most of it all done in that last minute. So, what a way to end this heat. They all want to be in the quarterfinals tomorrow. This is going to be an intense last minute.
Definitely crucial exchange for every surfers here. Heat number 3 of round of 16. So we are, wow, there's a lot of waves. So this is a replay of last of Lennox Smith. Now he needs 3.08. He gets covered, traveled, and come out of it clean. And he gets a couple turns in. Definitely he's done 3.08. But Jay's last wave comes in. This wave comes in out of 4.33. So now he's in the lead.
Yep, so Jay goes to the lead with that 4.33, but we're still waiting for all other scores to come for white, red, and green. The judges taking a good look at this. This is a nail-biting finish. Hiroya wants to get rid of that 160, and I'm pretty sure he does improve his scoreline a little bit on this wave. That first turn it was really good, but just maybe not as critical or explosive that he would have liked. So there we have it. The last of Hiroya, a 263. Now, Varun, a 407, his requirement. Lennox Smith, a 5'8".
Oh, it's gonna be close. Varun managed to put 2 turns in. So this is the last of Varun on a smaller size wave. But nice opening turn to start with. And it gets a second turn in. So pretty much 2-turn combo from Varun Tanjun, needing 4.01.
All right, so the last of Varun comes in at 323. All eyes on Lennox. 580 is his requirement. He got a nice barrel. Probably going to be the best one of the heat, but I don't know if it's the 5.8.
Right. Pretty much you need a 6 to get 5.8. So, well.
He waited a long time for that wave. He had priority. Only has a 143. So it's gonna be an interesting finish. I think it's really close. It's really close in my opinion.
Definitely, it's very close, super close heat. I gotta say probably it'll be a 5 range score. I'm not too sure it's gonna be a 5.8. Oh, we're still waiting for the last of green.
All right, it would be great to have a replay of the last of green again. 5.8 is his requirement. He got a nice barrel, then a turn or two. So Lennox Smith waited a long time with priority for that wave. Unfortunately, no sets coming through in that heat. I'm hoping it means that we'll get a bit more on that last one, but we're seeing some scores. Lennox Smith, a 6 to go straight to second. So it is Jay Okalupo and Lennox Smith going to the next round. Here we have it. This is the replay of Lennox Smith. Nice barrel, wraps it around here. So he got the score that he was looking for. Really, really well done for Lennox Smith there. And with that, we're going to head over to a quick break and see you guys for the last heat of the day.
Cow! Oh mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies, swell starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
All right, guys, welcome back. This is Heat 4, round of 16. This will be the last heat of the day for us here in the Nias Pro QS 6000. I'm Jara Legati. I want to welcome back Mark Clift into the booth. Give us a rundown of who's in this last heat.
It's a big one. They all are. Ben Lorenzen is in white. He's also the owner of the first almost 10 of the whole event, a 993 earlier today for the ripping goofy footer. John Mark Tokong, here he is in the red. He's the Prince of Cloud 9. He's the pride of the Philippine nation. As far as surfing goes, that's him. He's up against Dom Thomas in blue and Teddy Billy in green. Boom, crunching as he does. He's such a weapon. He's won big-time QSs before, pretty much all on home soil. Every time we go over there, he's the man to beat. We're talking about the Cloud 9 event. But he's here, and he's in the high-end of this draw. Lorenzen started with a 5. That's a pretty good start. Here he goes again on the inside G.
All right, so this is Ben Lorenzen now on his backhand. Good first turn there. Just kind of sets it off the top, wraps it around there. Really strong surfing from Ben. Upside down there on that third one. Looks back at the judges. He's fired up.
Yeah, look, we've been talking about his tube riding all event, but his rail game and his power is just absolutely deadly. I saw him at Koori one day and I had a bit of a powwow and I said, dude, what you're doing is so good. I said, your board looks like it's glued to your feet. It goes really fast all the time for him and he just puts it in good positions with power. So some of the work this man does, I think, he's rapidly become one of my favourites at this event. He's so good.
Yeah, last year in Crewe, Ben Lawrenson had a great run down there and he was looking unstoppable. So it's great to see him back here today and hopefully maybe in the quarterfinals tomorrow. But some scores coming through now. John Mark Takong, 3.5. We're waiting for one more score of Ben Lawrenson to come in and it's looking like a good one again. So backing up that's 5 with a 5.77. We've seen a couple slow heats today. The last one was pretty brutal. And hopefully means that this one we're going to get a couple good sets.
But in Ben's mind, he's just gone out swinging straight off the bat. He knows he deserves a spot in these quarterfinals. And he's really just put some early runs on the board. He's throwing a bit of pressure at Dom and Teddy. So wise move. I love his tube riding ability. If anybody saw his 993 earlier today, you will agree with me. It's just such a good act. It was such a difficult read on his 993, but he nailed it. His rail game, we just got to look at it. The judges are rating it 5.77 for a smaller wave G. And just out of turns, extracting a 5.77 is a good result for Ben.
Yeah, good result, especially on a day like today where people have been getting those 9s and 8s from big barrels. Getting a score like a 5.77 on turns is a good thing today. And especially if none of those big bombs come through, that's definitely a score to keep. I mean, the last heat, J.L. Kalupo goes in first with an 8.83 heat total.
I know, right? And generally, Ben would have beaten him on one wave earlier today with that big whopping number. But speaking of J.L. Kalupo, let's have a chat with him now and find out how good it feels to move through to the next round. So go for it, Di.
Wow, that was a really slow heat, but you had a one wave in the early stage and you waited for about pretty much like 20 minutes and then you got that wave. That was a tough heat.
Yeah, it was a tough heat. Those slow ones are always super tough, but yeah, it definitely feels good when it goes your way.
Yeah, definitely. You must be stoked right now to getting to the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. Had a few of my really good mates in that heat, Lennox and Varun, and yeah, it's a bummer that we couldn't all get through, but yeah, I'm super stoked.
Well, tomorrow you'll be surfing in the quarterfinals, but how are you going to spend the rest of the day today?
Probably just cruise, go chill in the pool with the boys. Yeah, just keep it quiet and save my energy for tomorrow.
Right. Probably you need this. Ben.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to say hello to my mum and dad back home, my little brother, all the mowers. Let's go.
Good luck in the next heat.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, a low-scoring affair, but a win's a win, and we've seen a couple of those sort of decisions go down today. We know Dylan Wilcoxon got through a heat with some low numbers earlier today, and I had a chat with him, and I said, Dylan, that just shows you all the different ways you can get through.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of surfing. It's just so unpredictable, and the ocean is the one that controls at the end of the day. So if the ocean's not giving you waves, you got to find a way to get around it. And here we have a couple lines coming through, but maybe on the inside. So the boys not really interested in that. Still early days in this heat. So the whole dropping anchor and waiting for the set is still a game plan.
Yep, we've seen it work before. We've seen it fail before. It's a roll of the dice. You've just got to, be staunch with your tactics. Obviously, Ben Lawrenson's got the get busy early call, and it's paid off so far. He paddled onto his very first wave about a second after the heat of blue, so he was in perfect rhythm. Backed it up with that 5.77 for his turn game. I'm detecting a light little fluffy on shore out there, G. When these waves are coming through now, they've just got a little bit of crumble on the top of them. But this is what's got Lawrenson into the lead, folks. Check this out. So this is his 5.77.
Yeah, beautiful surfing there from Ben Lawrenson, start to finish, and had so much variety. All three turns were completely different from each other. So, yeah, that 5.77 kind of looking pretty good right now. 17.5 though. John Mark Takong is a deadly competitor, and this wave, he said, similar to Cloud9. So he's had back-to-back wins there. A little bit of someone you don't want to keep out of your sights here.
Yeah, well, this venue, it provides a lot of joy. It's had a lot of big moments today. A 9.93 by Ben, a 9.67, I think it was, by Elliott. I can see him down there. A 9.6 by Manojo, who dropped out of the draw with the 9.6. He ended up fourth in that heat, for God's sake. It was a tough heat. But there have been a lot of big moments here today. White's on the hunt again. It's Ben Lorenzen, so he surfs out of screen. But here he goes. Let's catch up with wave number 3. Ducks his head, but there's that little onshore taking effect. The clamps were well and truly shut on him that time. Out the back, it looks like another wave starts to present itself. But the boys are pretty deep. You can see where blue is. That's not ideal for Dom.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Dom. Set comes through, and he's not on it. This right now is... Sorry, I can't really see what the color is. This looks like Teddy Billy. I just realized as soon as I saw the style there. Wraps it around. Big hack there. Unfortunately, just falling off the back. But, wow, the sun is so strong. I couldn't even see the colors at first.
You just had to check his frame. Who else has got a build like that? He's about 6'2" and weighs about 75 kilos. He's a unit. We love what he's been doing. He's got through 3 high-powered heats to get to this point. He won 2 of them yesterday. He was super pumped. Here he is, chipping away, hoping to become a quarter-finalist. From here on in, everybody, it's all man-on-man heats tomorrow. We'll only have 14 heats remaining in the whole QS side of the Nias Pro 6000. So Ty's sort of hedging his bets that he's going to roll them out over 2 days. We're not going to bang it out just at random. We're going to pick the best of the next couple of days. We're tipping things are going to be maybe marginally smaller, but we weren't expecting this today, so you just never know, G.
Yeah, you never know, and sometimes it's just the change in the direction of the swell that just creates this opportunity. And this right now, John Mark Takong highlighting this first one. Big, unfortunately just falls off. He was going for a big turn there, but just wasn't able to ride out of it. So you're right, this onshore may be taking these boys a little by surprise, but they might have to adjust their surfing and the judges maybe adjust the scoring back to turns.
I don't think the scale will get adjusted in the last heat of the day, G. I think the boys now just have to get their head around this and go, all right. We've only seen Ben being the only one to pull in for a tube, and he's probably gone, right. I'm getting good numbers off my turns. Stick to turns. It puts a really nice coping on top of the lip, though. It's such a beltable wave. When it is light on shore, I've surfed it plenty of times over the years when it is crumbly, and it's still so much fun. You can just absolutely tee off. You might not be getting the world-famous Lagundri Bay barrels, but it's still a quality wave. We still need 2 more quarterfinalists. At this stage, Ben Lorenzen's put his hand up. You can see him in white. John's just missed an opportunity to get another number that could bother Teddy and Dom. But while we're waiting for another wave to come through, G, tell me a little bit about Teddy.
All right, so Teddy has a Swedish flag up next to his name. He is, as we said, a really tall guy, but he's really young. And I'll get back to that as we have some live action. John Mark Takong, second big whack there, lays right back into it and unfortunately falls off. Such a fast surfer, but, maybe realizing that as the time winds down and he hasn't seen any of those big bombs come through, he's just trying to get some scores on the board.
Yeah, well, he'll be dirty on himself for not finishing his second wave, that big floater we just saw. So he's jumped straight on it, trying to regroup, trying to get back in the zone. It won't be a big number. I think, not even sure whether we saw the whole ride, but either way, a small wave, hard to extract big scores. There's a better set wave rolling through right now, everybody. So if you can hear us, for sure, Dom Thomas has priority. This is him in blue, so Teddy's got to give it up. Everybody online, check this out. There are still some tunnels out there. Dom's found a bit of shade, but there's the crumble effect of this little 2-knot onshore, just denying Dom an opportunity. But here is Teddy.
All right, this is Teddy now. Highlines this first section, hits that first one down, really pushes the tail, wraps it around strongly here again. This is much better from Teddy Billy. Manages to stick with it, kind of lays back into it just to tie the bow on that wave. And that is a good wave from Teddy Billy right now. He'll be backing up that 317 really nicely. The last of John Mark Takong comes in at a 367. But Teddy Billy's wave was really good. I love that first turn.
All right, looking good. I can see Ben just give us a time. Righto, mate. 12 minutes. Get ready your 5. So Dom kind of went down swinging on that wave. He had a good look at a tube. He kind of wrestled it for a long way, and it was staying open until the door just closed with a bit too much crumble. So it's only going to lock in just below 2 points, sort of a mid 1. So that's going to drop off the radar by the end of this heat. It's still going to be his best number, which isn't good reading when you've had 14 minutes off the clock.
Yeah, so just about to reach the 11.5 mark here. And it is Ben Lawrenson with that 577 and a 5 looking pretty good. So these are the beach replays. This is the last of Teddy. Big first turn there. I love how much he pushed that tail. Wraps it around here again. Kind of fumbles a little bit here on the whitewash, but he manages to ride out of it, giving the judges that last turn to show, he's in control. He's got his stuff down. A 510 for the last of Teddy Billy.
Yep, and all those numbers coming from the first 2 turns, you would expect. At least the wave had a bit of height. He did a couple of nice moves out the back. There's still plenty of room in the scale, but this is giving him a little bit of breathing space over John, who needs a 4.61. Maramar 6.84 needed now by Dom Thomas. I imagine a few of the clan there over in the Philos are watching for the crew there in Shargau. Salamat. I love you guys. I love what the times I've had over there and what that area brings. I hope the big QS event comes off again this October. I'm going to say some shout outs to James and Marja, also to Jerry Deegan and his lovely family if they're over there, and a lot of other friends that you've made over the years. It's always been around a lot of good times and some bubbles, awesome barrels. There's a lot going on over there. I was there one year when my football team won the AFL Grand Final with Justin Majex. It was so cool. I'll never forget that. But somebody's having a bit of fun, still sticking with the indicator program, although it's still light on shore. Hutty, my friend, do not fall.
Yeah, so just past the 10-minute mark of this heat, and it's looking like it's gone a little quiet, but hopefully the indicator giving us a sign that we'll have a bit more action here. I'm hoping the ocean doesn't go flat. We've seen that last heat was so slow, but it'd be great to have just a couple more exchanges from the boys out here. This is the last heat of the round of 16, heat 4 tomorrow, straight to the quarterfinals.
Yep, we got no input yet as to tomorrow's format. Generally, we get a call about 7 a.m. With what we have left in the event, and we've got a couple of days to roll this out. There's no stress, there's no rush. I'll try and pick the best parts of the tide tomorrow. We will have 14 surfer-on-surfer matchups to finish the whole QS 6000 this year. Once we get that format tomorrow morning, it'll probably be posted around about 7 a.m. So no news just yet on that, but yep, we're going to stretch it out over a couple of days. Also got the Pro Juniors to roll out over the very last 2 days of our waiting period, G.
Yeah, and it's looking like a great week of waves. Even like you've said, this wave, even if it's not barreling, it's just so rippable, and you can have so much fun out there. Even with a little bit of onshore, it's a great wave to showcase good surfing.
Of course it is. It's got really good push for its size. One thing we probably haven't really mentioned over the time is that it's probably one of the only Indo waves I've surfed where when you fall off, you don't really have to worry about pulling your feet up because there's a little bit of depth out there, and you're not in serious threat of hitting the bottom directly unless it's maybe 8 foot. Here's Teddy's 5.1.
Wow, I love that first turn. It just so powerful. He really jammed the pocket there and pushed the tail hard. So loving your work, Teddy. Good job.
Yep, nice work. He's now just got to steady himself, and if he can't track down a 5.68, he's got to at least try and better his 3.17. He's got John Mark Tokong breathing down his neck. Everybody knows Maramar over the years. Here is Ben Lorenzen, the goofy footer. So he tags it. Big, heavy hit. This pocket is just looking so good. He gets up there and helps himself. 3 times to some points. So another strong wave there by Ben with a really committed first maneuver. And here is blue.
This right now, Dom Thomas really twists that board around and pushes the tail. Unfortunately, falls off on that second one. So 6.84 is his requirement right now to get into second. But that first turn was looking really good. Now it leaves the door open for Jean-Marc Tacong with priority out the back. 4.61 is his requirement. Teddy, second priority. He's going to be wanting to get rid of that 3.17 pretty soon. But just under 7 minutes left on the clock. So plenty of time for these surfers. And it's looking like maybe there's something coming out the back.
So what this is going to do for Dom is he won't be needing the 6.84 anymore. It was definitely his best wave because at least he's completed something. Judges are having a think about it now, but let's stay with the live action. Jean-Marc Tacong has just dropped into a wave. I think he's in the tube, folks. He's trying to come out of the wash, and he does with his typical hair flick, signature hair flick, into a big rip off the top. So sick. I didn't even see him pull into that tube, so we're going to have to rely on the Bonsai replays to bring us all the good things that happened on Marimar's last wave. Green's wanting some input. He's sitting out the back solo. He's got priority. I think John needs a 4.61, and I didn't really see the start of that, but he's got barreled in light onshore conditions. So somehow he found the hole and snuck out, and then, even more importantly, got around the foam and put a big rip off the top.
Yep, that's right. So he disappeared behind that whitewash and then suddenly reappeared. So this is the replay of Dom Thomas right now. This came in at a 3, so I love this first turn. Pushes the tail really hard, and unfortunately just comes unstuck on this second one. But it is this replay that we're looking for. So he tucks behind the curtain there, travels, almost doesn't make it out. You kind of see him just come out of there out of nowhere. And this big first turn was nicely done from Jean-Marc Tacong. So
well, that was a cloud 9 moment from John to hold on there and bust his way out. Gee.
All right, so we're still waiting for the last of Ben as well. He wants to upgrade his 5, and he does a 5.37, so extends his lead a little bit more. Now we're waiting for the last of Red. 4.61 is his requirement. What do you think, Mark?
I reckon the judges haven't seen a tube for a little while. It was a bit of a scrappy exit, but going straight into that big blast, and it was still a good section. It was still a meaty, stand-tall section that he got up there and tagged really well. Yeah, I think the judges will probably throw something in the 5 range maybe at this. I think he's going to move into second, to be honest. First impressions, anyway.
Yep, so I think so too. I think it's going to be close to what his requirement is. And he's keeping busy on the inside. Big blast there. Gets around this section. He's going to have to do something else. Takes some air. Superman on. Unfortunately, falls off.
Someone's getting excited. Yeah, let's have a look at the goofy footer of the moment. Ben Lorenzen, just so good and so strong. He's has he overcooked it? He has. For about the first time today I've seen him fall off. He is human. But it's all about this score for Red, let's be honest right now. But can Teddy, he can improve on this 3.17, Jen.
Yeah, one big second turn there. So good-looking wave here for Teddy Billy. He does 3 turns, paddles back out. He's going to want to have to get priority, but it's looking like Marmar is out the front. Dom Thomas now with priority. We're still waiting for that last of Marmar to come in, and it's looking like it's gonna be the score that he needs. I'm seeing a couple scores come through now for Jean-Marc Tacong.
It might even be a little under. What's he need? A 4.61. No, he gets it. A 4.73, folks. So for all the crew in Shargout, they breathe a sigh of relief.
Not just yet.
I know. Teddy's number's still yet to come in. What is it? It's still not in.
All right. So Dom Thomas now out the back. 5.40 is his requirement. Good looking set. Big first turn there. Manages to ride out of it. Wraps it around here again. Loving that second one. Giving her variety, but I'm not sure that's going to be the 5.40.
Hang on. So the really important thing now, though, is that Marimar is still lurking around out the back with 2.5 minutes to go. He probably heard that he's moved into second. It could be a bit of a shaky read on second at the moment because the the tallest man out there. He's only a 317. His name is Teddy Billy. He's in the green.
All right, so Teddy's last wave was really nice from the drone. So this is the replay of it. Let's see what he did. Big first turn. Loved it. Straight up into the second one. Oh, that was a pretty big gouger for Teddy Billy. Wraps it around again. So 3-3-0 is his requirement. Out the back, Dom Thomas does 2 good turns out here. It was a bigger set wave. So this is going to be a nail-biting finish.
Yep, second spot is up for grabs, folks. It's a 3-way duke out for second. Ben Lorenzen done all his work, mainly through his rail game in this heat, so he's changed his tactics from earlier. We've got a 4-7 for Teddy up into second. A score to come for Dom. What does he need now? 6-8. Not convinced it's a 6-8. It's got to be the wave of the heat, and I reckon Ben Lorenzen's done some sharper rail work than what I saw out of Dom just then. So let's not write him off just for the moment. Might be his last opportunity. This last number of the drop will have the fate of Dom and Teddy squarely in their sights. John Mark Tokong with priority, though. He's got 1:10. We can see Teddy's just anxious. Wind the clock down, he says. What do you mean there's a minute to go? Just sound the siren. He's from Bingen. He's a cool dude. He's a much improved surfer. He's hanging on to second with a shaky 9.8 total, but it's enough. This is some of the better work we've seen. The best score of the heat right here. This is it to this man with his solid rail work. He's also got the best wave of the day, G. Such a big day here for that young man.
Yeah, he's really feeling it. That was at 5.77, and this right here is that 5.37 to back it up. So beautiful surfing from Ben Lorenzen. He's looking pretty unstoppable today. So he will definitely be going into tomorrow with a whole lot of new energy. But right now, with
numbers are in,
15 seconds left.
Dom Thomas's number is in, and it's not there. It's nowhere near the mark. So it stands that Ben, with 5 seconds to go, priority, though, is with this man. It's not over yet, folks. Let's see what the human spring can do, and that doesn't pay off that time. Giada, I'm going to shake your hand. That was a long day, but a good day.
Yeah,
thanks for being part of it with us. Ben Lorenzen and Teddy Billy make their way through to the Surfer on Surfer action tomorrow. We'll probably have some input by about 7 a.m., but for everyone online, thanks for playing along today and being part of a whopping day for our best day of this year's Nias Pro so far. Thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yes, Teddy. Oh, my God. Yes, Teddy. Yeah.
It's another day here at the Nias Pro. We've woken up to a great day of waves. Once again, we're so lucky to be here. We're starting off with the rest of the women's round of 32. Then we're going to roll straight into the men's round of 32, and the women's round of 16 will be out there, and maybe the men's round of 16 on standby as well. 25-minute heats all day. It's going to be another huge day of surfing, another great one at that as well. Make sure you stay tuned.